Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Rise of the Champion in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 12, The Black Powder Courtesy. The rain had finally stopped when he received a letter from the Viscount requesting his presence. He sighed. Not exactly a summons he could ignore. At least it wasn't the Knight Commander. The Viscount's door was open when he arrived, and the Viscount was talking to Sainés Chalbran. The compound was not meant to be permanent. There are concerns the Qunari influence is no longer contained, Sainés Chalbran was saying. Viscount Dumar looked up from his desk. Was it ever? Kirkwall has tension enough between Templar and Mage, but these Qunari. He stood. They sit like gargoyles, waiting for Maker knows what, and everyone goes mad around them. Nearly 4 years I have stood between fanatics. He looked down at a scroll on his desk. And now this. He turned, and looked at Gabriel. Don't keep us in suspense, Gabriel said, entering the office fully. He bowed. Leave us, Viscount Dumar said to Bran. He waited until the other man had gone before turning his attention to Gabriel. Meredith at my throat, Orsino at my heels, and a city scared of heretical giants. Balance has been held because the Qunari ask for nothing. Even the space in Lowtown was a gift to contain them. But now the Orishik has requested you. By name. Viscount Dumar gave him a level look. What did you do? What did he do? Well, he'd killed a bunch of them. Probably not the answer the Viscount wanted. I can't help it if I make an impression. Apparently not. Viscount Dumar paced the office. I remember how you helped my son. It seems you are meant to have influence above your station. He turned back to face Gabriel. Speak to the Orishik. Give him what he needs to keep the peace. Can you do that for Kirkwall, Sarah Hawke? I am always willing to assist. And if he gave any other answer, Avellini would throw him in jail again. That is an attitude this city has lacked for a long time. Viscount Dumar actually looked relieved. Appease the Orishik. Take his demand and let him return to dormancy. He sighed. As awkward as this has been, it is better than the alternative. He saw Seamus on the way out of the Viscount's office, and paused to give greetings. Seamus smiled at him. You're here rather often, Sarah Hawke. A good influence, I think. Even by not taking sides, you helped start something. I still accept no blame for defending Qunari. And I don't miss the kinship of people who oppose what I believe. Gabriel returned the smile. You're determined to be a thorn in someone's side. Good for you. I am the son of the Viscount. My actions are dissected no matter what I believe. I may as well try to do some good. Seamus shrugged. If I offend, well, some people try very hard to be offended. There are other ways to see the world. The Qunari have shown me that. Gabriel watched the young man walk away. The kid needed some better role models. Maybe he'd invite him out to the Hanged Man for wicked grace. He sighed. He'd head home, grab his gear, and see who wanted to come along to have a nice, polite chat with the Orishik. Avellini was actually waiting for him at the estate. She nodded when he entered. You've settled in nicely. It's just luck. He waved a hand. And skill. And hiding behind people with lots of armor. That part was very important. She shook her head at him. Indeed. Still, more coin never hurts, right? Say, if someone wanted to pass some work your way. He hated when she dissembled. She was just so bad at it. So, how can I be of service this time? Someone's trying to be a guard. Poorly. She raised her hand when he started to look insulted. Remember Emmerich? The Templar? He wants your help and some sort of official sanction. Gabriel blinked. Official sanction. She sighed. For his investigation. He's convinced that every random murder in the past few years is connected, and he won't be quiet. She started filling him in, and he agreed to help. I'm about to go talk to the Orishik at the request of the Viscount, he said to her. Want to come along? Who else is coming? She followed him up to his room and waited at the door as he gathered his armor. Fenris, most likely. Isabella seems to be allergic to Cunary, and you know their feelings towards mages. We can stop by the Hanged Man on our way to the docks, see if Varric wants to join us. They were almost to the compound when a heavily armed Cunary stopped them. You are Hawk. A patrol went missing along the wounded coast. You have fought Cunary before and triumphed. Arva Arad, no less. So tell me, did you kill them? Varric nearly laughed at the expression on Avellini's face. He was pretty sure Hawk hadn't killed any Cunary recently. At least, he hadn't written about killing any Cunary in his journal. Hawk just shook his head. I can't be your only suspect. There's Coterie, Carta, Templars, take your pick. You think the BAS in this city could fell a Karatam? Hardly. You are another matter. The Cunary shook his head. If you are not responsible, I waste my time here. The Cunary walked away. They have an odd and high opinion of you, Varric said. Hawk shrugged, then glanced at Avellini. I didn't do it. Are you sure? She arched an eyebrow at him. I don't actually kill that many people. I would recall. Sarah Hawk. Yes. The Orishik watched him for a moment. Last we met, I did not know your name. Did not care to. He gestured. You have changed your fortune over the years. The Cunary have not. I offer a courtesy, Hawk. Someone has stolen what he thinks is the formula for Gotloke. You will want to hunt him. Gabriel blinked. Excuse me, but this sounds like quite the feat. It was allowed. The stolen formula was a decoy. Sarcameka poison gas, not explosives. A small amount is dangerous enough to your kind. But if made in quantity, perhaps by someone intending to sell it. Well, that made a disturbing amount of not the slightest bit of sense. That merchant. Gabriel frowned. Javerus. Would he be cautious, or would he assume success and make enough to threaten a district? The Orishik gestured. A courtesy, Hawk. You will want to hunt him. He turned to Varric. Any idea where we can find Javerus? I heard about a sell-off. Merchant territories and such. They don't do that unless someone left in a hurry. Varric shrugged. I'd have figured he rooked some noble. He's sure not a burglar. Hiring burglars was well within his capabilities, however. Just tell me where he is. I haven't kept up on the squirt. Ask the coterie. The Orishik settled back on his bench. Panah Hawk. I do not hope you die. Oh, that was positively touching. Soon, the Orishik would be coming to their card games. A walk through Dark Town lead them to a woman holding an auction. You're selling the assets of Javerus Tintop. She nodded. We are. Limited districts, limited contracts. Keeps territory clear and separate from the start. He had a meager lot, but he's skipped with dues outstanding, so up it goes. For a moment, he considered buying the lot for Avellini. As a birthday present. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, and saw her folding her arms. She was just no fun anymore. Sounds like he's made a few friends. Can one of them point me his way? As that about anyone else, I'd have you thrown out. Her smile held just a trace of evil. This one, he owes me, too. She pointed. Javerus left in a hurry. I'd put him at Smuggler's Cut, if he's avoiding patrols. It empties at a cave outside town. She gestured. Tell him I said, don't come back. He began heading in that direction. Behind him, Varric was shaking his head. Not the trail I'd expect from a master thief. Just saying. I wish you didn't make sense, Gabriel replied. But if he left in a hurry, could be he does know something. He had every intention of a peaceful, quiet chat. Maybe over an ale. Might even get in a couple hands of cards. But, apparently, he'd worn his attack me on sight hat that day. He should really get rid of the thing. Javerus was cowering when the last of the mercenaries was either dead or fleeing. Gabriel walked up to him. That any way to greet an old friend? You. Javerus shook his head. Granny's garters, she would hire you. I can't buy a break on discount. You know what? Go ahead. Take my head and pike it back to that sodding elf. I need the rest. Someone here wasn't making any sense. And for once, Gabriel was fairly sure it wasn't him. She? Elf? How daft would one have to be to mistake the Orishik for an elven woman? What in blazes are you talking about? You don't know? Then, what, you're tracking for the Qunari? Javerus's eyes widened. Then she did it, that elf got them after me for nothing. Bitchborn. Varric laughed. Ah, I knew he was no burglar. We're not climbers. Look, I'm minding business, same old, and out of the blue some elf tries to kill me. Javerus threw up his hands. Says she's got the Qunari powder and I'm her cover. I slipped her, hired some bodyguards, and ran for it. And now you're here. Great. Gabriel sighed. So far, all I see is you. Leaving the other person behind is the first step in running away. Sorry if that's inconvenient. Javerus shrugged. Here, you want to drag Dark into light, I had a man follow her. The elf's in Lowtown. I just want to get out. With my dead guards. Thanks for that. He looked at Avellini. She shook her head. He gave her a pleading look, and she shook her head again. He sighed, then looked back at Javerus. Sounds like you have a long way to go. Hopefully. Right. Got me a rosy future to plan out. Think I'll start by selling some boots. Javerus bent, and started stripping the gear from the dead men. Sodding bunch of, take a long breath on a short shaft you, blasted doglord in Roders. He gave Avellini another questioning look. She rubbed her forehead, but shook her head again. He grumbled as they started back towards Kirkwall. Fenris gave him a sympathetic look. Avellini was just no fun anymore. Lowtown was a fairly large area to cover. There was the alienage, the hanged man, the market, the foundry, and the warehouses. But, if he had to guess where to find an elf with explosives and poison, he'd put his money on the alley where a guard was trying to deal with a lot of scared and angry-looking citizens. All of you, I can't fight the dem there. You want to live, stay out. The guard saw them approaching, and gave Avellini a desperate look. Guard captain. There's. I can't even describe. On your time, son. He nodded. Reports of some haze with the stench of rust and, throw up. There was a cloud, then a, lingering mist. Anyone caught in the cloud just went mad. Then the others just retched themselves dead. All right, keep your post. We'll take it from here. Avellini started forward without even checking to see if they were going to follow. Gabriel sighed. Well, of course he was going to follow, but being taken for granted like that just sort of annoyed him. She did glance at him once they got to the gate. He's a good man. Trust that it's as bad as he says. He opened the gate. How about we skip this one? Send your man instead. She elbowed him as she went through. How about I shove a canary up your coal mine? Let's go. The mist burned his lungs. Varric managed to find himself a high vantage point, out of the worst, as he fired Bianca into the attacking and more than a little insane mercenaries. Gabriel alternated his attack spells with the occasional healing of himself, Fenris, and Avellini. Green haze poured out of a barrel. He snatched up a metal latch, then used it to seal the lid. There must be others, he called out. He coughed, and sent a wave of ice into a group of attackers. Without knowing that the gas was, he hesitated to call up fire or lightning. Especially as there may well still be civilians around. Fenris and Avellini took up back-to-back positions, shielding him as he continued sealing the barrels and healing them up. With the last of the barrels sealed, the mist began to settle. Fenris gave him a concerned look as he downed one of his lyrium potions, and Gabriel gave him a reassuring nod. Avellini gestured at another group came down from a high point in the alley. Another group, led, coincidentally enough, by an elven woman. One with a rather interesting glint in her eye. Gabriel sighed. So, your fault, I presume. Is that? She looked down at him. Sarah Hawke. You have enemies. Good to know. I'm glad it's you, really. These poor people. You are a much better target. He glanced at Fenris and Avellini, and they began to spread out a bit, getting ready for another fight. So. He glanced up at the elf. Care to explain your particular brand of crazy? Qunari take my people. My siblings forget their culture, then go to the Kun for purpose. We're losing them twice. So, I get help from your people. We'll take the Qunari thunder, make some accidents, and make them hated. But this. She looked around the alley. This is all wrong. You were going to kill people anyway? That's. Maker's breath, why couldn't anyone just live and let live in this bloody city? Not funny at all, really. It can still work. They are hidden in your city. They'll enrage the faithful, and make sure the Qunari are blamed. She hefted her blade. Me, I'm finished. I just need a few more bodies. A few more. She made the mistake of trying to rush past Fenris to get to Gabriel. Fenris's blade took her head clean from her shoulders as he and Avellini surged forward to meet the rest. Gabriel and Varric both directed their fire around the warriors, disrupting the enemy and keeping them from being able to regroup. It was over in less than 5 minutes. The guard was relieved to see them survive. Avellini left him in charge of settling the situation, and the 4 of them limped back to the manor, still coughing. Bodhin immediately rushed down the passage, and came back up with Anders. The mage almost immediately began fussing. Varric smirked. He was so busy fussing over Hawk he hadn't even noticed he'd also healed up Avellini and Fenris. Thank you, Anders. Hawk settled back in a chair. I'm afraid I'm not all that practiced as a healer. Come by the clinic, Anders said. I'm happy to give you some lessons. Varric didn't miss the glare Fenris shot the healer. Did he detect a note of jealousy? Well now, that was certainly interesting. Fenris hadn't seemed at all jealous when Isabella used Hawk as a chair. But then, it was hard to imagine anyone getting jealous over Isabella. He reported back to the Orishik the next morning. The Orishik seemed somewhat less than surprised by the news. So, I was wrong about our thief. You'll get used to it. They say we were careless with our trap, that this is our fault. But even without the Sarkamek, there would have been death. This elf was determined to lay blame at our feet. He shook his head. I admire conviction with a focus, but your kind are truly committed to weakness. Gabriel glanced back at Avellini, who was glaring. He turned to look at the Orishik again. Why aren't you more concerned about her supporters? Our enemies strike from shadow because they cannot stand before us. This is not a revelation. And it doesn't matter. I am not here to fight, I am here to satisfy a demand you cannot understand. Bloody hell. The Orishik had to be the only man in Kirkwall who didn't expect him to solve all problems. It's taking long enough. It will take as long as needed. No ship is coming. There is no rescue from duty to the Kun. I am stuck here. Well. Shit. You could have built a ship by now, you know. For that matter, the Viscount would happily have presented him with one. It is not about a ship. Filth stole from us. Not now, not the Sarkamek. Years ago. A simple act of greed has bound me. We are all denied Par Valen until I alone recover what was lost under my command. The Orishik rose. This is why this elf and her shadows are unimportant. That is why I do not simply walk from this pustule of a city. He actually took a few steps towards them. Fixing your mess is not a demand of the Kun. And you should all be grateful. It took a few moments for the man to regain control of himself, and he walked back to the bench. He sat, then looked at Gabriel. Thank you, human, for your service. Leave. They beat a graceful retreat. Varric glanced up as they left the compound. That's an Oxman ready to charge. The Viscount should know. It's like you haven't moved in 2 years, Gabriel said, walking up behind Isabella. She smiled, and greeted him with a hug and a quick grab of his ass. It's easier for people to find me this way. She leaned back on the bar. Do you remember the relic I told you about? The one I need to find? I've been following a lead. I'm so close, I can taste it. Isn't that what you said last time? And the time before? If he ended up stuck on the chantry roof again. Oh. She smiled innocently. You mean when I went digging for that stash? Yes, that turned out to contain several badly written poems in an old boot. It could have contained the relic. She grabbed a couple mugs, then sat down at one of the tables, gesturing for him and Fenris to join her. I just thought I'd let you know that I may soon be taking you up on that offer of help. He accepted the mug she passed him. And here I was hoping you'd forgotten. If I learn anything new, you'll be the first to hear about it. She leaned back, then let her eyes travel over first him, and then Fenris. Fenris shook his head. You keep staring at me. Is it my eyes again? You're very lanky, for an elf. I like lanky. She was all but purring. Gabriel smiled into his drink. He certainly couldn't fault her taste. From what I gather, you like a lot of things. Nonsense. Her smile was mischievous. But when I see something I like, I go after it. I suggest keeping your distance. Fenris just shook his head at her. Now you're just making it challenging. She winked, then waved when she saw Meryl enter. Fenris gave Meryl a distasteful look, but said nothing. Isabella began dealing out cards. She looked from Fenris to Gabriel again, then elbowed Meryl lightly. I'm craving sandwiches. How about you? Oh, I ate earlier, Meryl said. Gabriel just rolled his eyes as Isabella nearly fell out of her chair laughing. Varric handed over the small pouch of coins. Just tell me if you hear more rumblings from the coterie about protection. Blondie's got enough trouble. He waved the man away when he saw Hawk enter, and gave his friend a considering look. Let me ask you something, Hawk. You made it into Hightown. I'd expect anyone else to get complacent. But you must have plans. Other than helping out the city guard and driving Avellini bonkers. No plans yet. I'm simply trying to look out for my mother. Understandable. He'd spent most of his life taking care of his mother as well. Leandra was a sweet lady, and not just because she kept him supplied with cookies. I suppose after the whole business with Carver, it's a good idea to hang on to what you got. He saw a cloud go over Hawk's eyes, and immediately regretted mentioning Junior. To be honest, I thought there might be a chance you'd want to go back to Ferelden now that things have calmed down. It's good to hear you're sticking around. Hawk smiled and spread his arms. What would I do without my trusty dwarf? I'd cry myself to sleep without you. Varric put a hand over his heart. Oh, don't get all teary-eyed on me, Hawk. You know I can't stand to see a human cry. He slung Bianca over his shoulder. So, we've got a whole city-state full of trouble to get into. Shall we get started? Cassandra stood with Leliana, letting the dwarf rest his voice. The dwarf would have us believe the champion was without ambition, that he was drawn in rather than that he sought out. Leliana nodded. That might not change anything. Look at Cathiel and Alistair. Both of them were drawn in, and rather against their will. Now they rule Ferelden. She folded her arms. And their amnesty is causing no shortage of problems for everyone. Cassandra shook her head irritably, then sighed when Leliana started to open her mouth. No, now is not the time for us to have that discussion again. Chapter 13. Hawk. The new scion of the Amell family. Congratulations. Colin greeted him when he entered the gallows. Gabriel wondered briefly if the man had figured out yet that he was a mage. But Colin's smile seemed friendly enough. I knew an Amell once. She was a special woman. Never met her like again. He stared off into the distance for a moment. Anyway, what can I do for you? Is Emmerich around? Gabriel scanned the courtyard. Colin nodded. He was over by the Formary a few minutes ago. Thank you. Gabriel gave the man a small bow. Couldn't really hurt to be polite to the second in command of all the local Templars. Make her watch over you, Colin replied before going back to his duties. Gabriel found Emmerich just as the Templar entered the courtyard. Hello, Emmerich. The guard captain says you are still chasing disappearing acts. Emmerich gave him an irritated look. That's not funny. I need your help, urgently. He gestured for Gabriel to follow, and led him to a relatively empty section of courtyard. I've spent the past few years continuing my investigation into the murders of Ninat, Mharan, and the other women. I believe I finally have a suspect, a man called Gascad Dupuis. Dupuis. Didn't sound Marcher. That's a funny name. It's Orlchian. I believe he is descended from nobility. When I became convinced of his guilt, I went to the city guard and demanded that they do something. Avellini folded her arms defensively. My men raided that house. There was nothing, and I've heard no end because of it. You were reprimanded, I hope. Emmerich returned her stare, then turned his attention back to Gabriel. Meredith forbade me from continuing my investigation. But she didn't say I couldn't seek outside help. Gabriel sighed, and asked Emmerich some questions regarding what he'd found thus far. He nearly had to step between the Templar and Avellini at a few points, but managed to get a bit more information than, he's an Orlchian noble, to indicate guilt. Not that, Orlchian noble, wasn't a fairly good indicator on its own that this Dupuis was up to something nefarious. Or possibly even dastardly. Very well, Emmerich. I'll be your outside help. Emmerich sighed, then gave him an apologetic look. My hands are tied. I can't do this on my own. He sent another glare to Avellini, then sighed again as he turned back to Gabriel. What if one of the women who died was someone you loved? If Gascad Dupuis is guilty, he must be stopped before he kills again. Next to him, Avellini sighed. Then we will investigate Dupuis, if only to put this to rest. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, Emmerich said. At least I'll know for sure. He just loved the combination of being guilt-tripped and voluntold for tasks. It made him want to join the Chantry. If it means that much to you, I'll help. You'll need to go to Gascad Dupuis' estate after nightfall. Please figure out what Dupuis is hiding. If he's innocent, find evidence to prove me wrong. Emmerich folded his arms. It's just that simple. Gabriel sighed as he walked away. Just that simple. Well, at least the man hadn't come right out and asked, what could possibly go wrong? Just that simple, Varric muttered. Right up there with, what's the worst that could happen? Gabriel snickered. The answer appeared to involve demons. But then, it was Kirkwall. Everything seemed to involve demons. He was thinking of hiring one as a maid, just so he fit in better around Hightown. Even though he pointedly didn't look at Avellini, he could almost feel her defensive expression. A few of the guards were going to be receiving quite the scolding. Might even get sent to bed without Desert. A woman screamed as they entered the room. A woman was kneeling, her expression frantic. Help me. Please. He's gone mad. The man with her turned towards them, and his expression of surprise would have been comical under any other circumstances. You're not. He glanced at the woman, then back to them. You're not him. He immediately held up his hands. Shit. He glanced at the woman again. I know what this looks like, but I didn't hurt her. So the wild-eyed hysteria is just for show, then. Gabriel's eyes narrowed slightly when he noticed the staff. Staff. Demons. Dupuis was a mage. You don't understand. Dupuis wrung his hands. Someone is after her. I had to keep her safe. He shook his head. I don't know why you're here, but there's a killer out there, and I think he's playing us both. Just. The man's face was desperate. Just let me explain. Gabriel exchanged an amused expression with Varric. He noted that Fenris had taken up a position by the door. If the mage did bolt for it, he was going to end up with about 5 feet of steel through his gut. All right, we'll see if you can talk yourself out of this. 20 silver if he says, it wasn't me. It was the one-armed man, Varric added. Avellini gave both of them an irritated look that suggested they weren't getting Desert either. Dupuis nodded. Several years ago, my sister was murdered. The bastard's now in Kirkwall, killing again. The same way he killed my sister. He paced. It starts with a bouquet of white lilies. He sends them to each new victim. Alessa was going to be next. I took her so he'd have to come to me. I was finally going to face my sister's killer, But then you showed up. He's lying. Alessa was all but wailing. He hurt me. I've explained this. I need your blood to track you down if he took you. It was for your protection. Let go of me. Alessa scrambled to her feet, and Dupuis stepped back to let her pass. She fled past Fenris. Avellini watched her go, then raised an eyebrow at Gabriel. Gabriel nodded. Despite his situation, Dupuis had made no attempt to use Alessa as hostage or bargaining chip. Who killed your sister? He asked. A powerful and experienced blood mage. I believe he uses the women for some ritual. His victims are attractive, healthy women with few social ties. Emmerich was certain you were the killer. Of course he was. But I was trying to find the killer, just like him. Our paths crossed, and he just assumed I was the murderer. You really did make yourself a target, though. Gabriel rubbed his forehead. Kidnapping people and all? I suppose that's fair, Dupuis admitted. Can't you just tell the city guard what you told me? Gabriel glanced over his shoulder at Avellini. Yes, she said. Can't you? Why? Dupuis spread his hands. I don't want him arrested. This isn't about justice, I need to be the one to bleed him dry. Gabriel really hoped the man meant that metaphorically. Avellini stepped up, her fists clenched. Selfish little shit. How many have you risked by keeping this to yourself? Gabriel raised an eyebrow at her. She met his eyes. If she wanted, Gabriel would help her bring him in, or kill him. All she had to do was give the signal. It was a few moments before she shook her head. Alas, being a selfish little shit did not appear to be illegal. Maybe he'd have a chat with the Viscount regarding the issue. He glanced back at Dupuis. Time for you to vanish. Every man for himself. Fenris stepped out of the way as Dupuis left the room. Dupuis hesitated at the door. I'm headed to Dark Town. If you learn anything new about the killer, find me there. I've a score to settle with him. Gabriel waited until morning to head back to the gallows to talk to Emmerich. He didn't see the man. After waiting a few minutes, he spoke to the herbalist, and ended up agreeing to find a few more reagents. An hour later, there was still no sign of Emmerich. Asking some questions eventually directed him to a Templar named Moira, who claimed that Emmerich had gone to meet none other than Gabriel himself in some dark alley. That did not bode well. When Gabriel said the letter hadn't come from him, Moira had immediately chosen to accompany them. She gave him a pointed look when he tried to talk her out of it. It was rather disconcerting just how many Templars seemed to know he was a mage. No use worrying about it now. Emmerich was likely in trouble. He finished the Desire Demon off with a blast of ice, then ran to check on Emmerich. The man's eyes were already glazing over, but he tried the healing spell anyway. He rose, and kicked the wall in frustration. Moira's eyes were filled with tears as she looked down at the body of her mentor. Some mage sent that thing here to kill him. Why would anyone? She shook her head. Gabriel put a hand on her shoulder, and she buried her face in his chest for a few seconds. Oh, Maker. The murders. Emmerich was right. He was getting too close. She looked up at him. He suspected a man named Gascard Dupuis. Did he do this? Gabriel shook his head. It's more complicated than that. She nodded. Thank you for. She sighed. It's not over, Moira. Gabriel glanced at Avellini, then back at the young Templar. We'll find who did this. The Saints Chow was in Anders' clinic. And Avellini groused at him for not understanding the meaning of the term low profile. Though, from the sound of things, Anders was doing an excellent job of accumulating blackmail material. He heard a comment about docking in unsavory ports, and heard Isabella protest. He didn't want to know. She was undoubtedly going to tell him, wait a minute. So that's why Fenris wasn't paying taxes. He shot Isabella a look, and she winked. Anders looked up when Gabriel walked over. Things just keep getting worse. I had Templars practically on my doorstep the other night. The Templars are hunting you. Emmerich's death had cost them a valuable ally, as well as a good man. Not me specifically. They were just checking the refugee camps. He gestured at the door the Saints Chal had exited. But it's not like this place is a secret. It's only a matter of time. I can't say you've been keeping a low profile. He felt hypocritical just saying that. It wasn't like Anders was the one fireballing bandits at midnight. The Knight Commander is out of control. Even her own people have been talking about it. The curfews. The midnight raids on mages' families. Everyone I know, forced into hiding so they won't be made tranquil. Gabriel gave Anders a concerned look. Is that? He lowered his voice slightly. Making it harder for you? With justice. In the Fade, there is no time. Anders leaned on the crate he used as a desk. Emotion rules everything. Justice doesn't know how to sit idle until the right moment to strike. He shook his head. And I can't say I have any greater patience. I fear what my anger has made of my friend. What's the worst that can happen? You turn into an abomination and start. He sighed. Never mind. Bad joke. My control is fraying. I cannot hold back Justice or whatever creature he has become much longer. I have not attacked the Templars openly. I've helped the mages here as best I can. But this impasse cannot last. He straightened, and stared at Gabriel for a moment. You're at as much risk as I am. That's what I worry. What if your money and position aren't enough? What if the Knight Commander turns on you? Anders shook his head. Everything I've done to control this. I don't care. I would drown us in blood to keep you safe. Well, that statement of friendship went to a rather dark place. Gabriel put a hand on Anders' shoulder. I won't lose you to this. If he had to do a few more favors for Templars, so be it. Anders smiled. Then come with me. This is your fight, too. One day, the world must see us as people, not just mages. Help me make that happen. Last bottle of the Egregio. Fenris handed it to him when he entered. I've been saving it for a special occasion. Gabriel took a drink. It really was an excellent wine. He should see about getting some, assuming Anders ever quit using his wine cellar as a hiding place. And what's that? He passed the bottle back. The anniversary of my escape. Astia Valifimundis. Care to hear the story? It was always a bit entertaining when Fenris got tipsy. Not all of his usual stoicism vanished, true, but some did. I enjoy listening to you talk. And I enjoy a man willing to speak his mind. Fenris smiled, and offered the bottle again. Let's see. You've heard of Seaheron? The Imperium and the Cunary have fought over the island for centuries, now. I was there with Dainarius during a Cunary attack. I managed to get him to a ship, but there was no room for a slave. I was left behind. I barely got out of the city alive. There's nothing like war for covering one's escape. He drank, and handed the bottle back. Fenris took a drink, and set the bottle on the table before settling back in his chair. I had no intention of escaping. That time. There are rebels in the Seaheron jungles called Fog Warriors. They found me and took me in, nursed me back to health. I stayed with them for a time. Until Dainarius finally came for me. One day, he'd get to meet Dainarius. And shove a fireball down his throat. He was relieved to see you'd survived, right? Relieved to see his investment hadn't ended up in Cunary hands, perhaps. Fenris's eyes became distant. I'd grown fond of the rebels. They bowed to no master and fought for their freedom. It was, beyond my experience. He took the bottle, and looked down at it contemplatively. When Dainarius came, they refused to let him take me. He took a drink. He ordered me to kill them. So I did. I killed them all. Gabriel looked down at the floor, and wished he knew what to say. Once a slave, always a slave. Fenris nodded. It felt inevitable. My master had returned, and this fantasy life was over. But once it was done, I looked down at their bodies. I felt. He took another drink. I couldn't. He sighed. I ran. And never looked back. After a moment, Gabriel reached out and took the bottle from Fenris. He took a drink, then set it back on the table. Couldn't you have found other fog warriors? Become a rebel. Even if I did, I felt unworthy. Fenris leaned forward. I had no way of knowing if I could truly escape from Daenerys then. I didn't even know what that meant. I simply had to get away. I stowed aboard a ship to the mainland and moved south, chased by my former master every step of the way. They sat for a few minutes in companionable silence. Finally, Gabriel spoke again. I have to wonder why you stayed with Daenerys as long as you did. You have not been a slave. A slave does not dream of freedom, or wonder at possibilities. You think only of your master's desires, and what the next hour will bring. Fenris shrugged. It did not occur to me that I could be anything else until I had a taste of it. But there are stories of slaves rebelling all the time. They did in Kirkwall. And the last group they'd rescued, the folks captured by the slavers, had been quick to grab up weapons and fight back. He wondered how young Fenris had been when he'd been taken. Had he been born a slave? The ritual that gave me my markings also stripped me of my memory. Fenris examined the tattoos. Whatever I was before may as well have never been. Perhaps if I knew, I might have felt differently. They talked a bit more, with Fenris telling him of the fog warriors. Between them, they emptied the Egregio, something else red, and now each of them had a bottle of something pleasantly spiced. He'd lost track of the hour. Bodhin had probably locked up the estate by now. Fenris watched him quietly for a moment. I have never spoken about what happened, to anyone. I've never wanted to. He smiled. Perhaps this is what it means to have a friend. Gabriel met his eyes. Isabella was right, the man did have pretty eyes. It might mean more than that. Fenris took a drink his bottle. Have never allowed anyone too close. When my markings were created, the pain was extraordinary. And the memory lingers. He leaned forward. But you are a man unlike any other, Hawke. With you, it might be different. We could find out. On another evening, perhaps, Fenris said. He hefted his bottle. A last toast, then, to the fallen. He raised his own bottle, and they both drank. He'd passed out first this time. Fenris had apparently tossed a blanket over him before falling into his own bed. It took him 3 tries to call up a healing spell and make his head stop pounding. Tea was brewing by the time Fenris finally stirred, and Gabriel repeated the healing spell. Remember that, Prince? Gabriel asked after they'd both managed to clear the dregs. Fenris nodded after a moment. The Flint Company, yes. He sent a note, asking me to meet him at the Chantry today. Care to come along? I enjoy following you. Gabriel smiled. Breakfast first though. Varric watched Fenris and Hawke enter the Hanged Man. Since moving to Hightown, it was actually somewhat rare to see Hawke without Fenris somewhere nearby. He saw Hawke purchase a bucket of water from the bartender and head towards Isabella's room. The man's hand glowed slightly as they walked down the hall, and he saw the bucket frost over. He snickered, and positioned himself better to see the show. Isabella screeched like a wildcat when the icy water hit her. Within seconds, she had her legs locked around Hawke's waist and was doing her best to beat him to death with a pillow, much to the entertainment of half the bar. Varric glanced up at Fenris, who was doing his best to keep a straight face. Let me guess. Isabella got him stuck on another roof. She made some decorating adjustments to the estate. Fenris glanced down at him. And Leandra saw them first. Hawke walked over to them, Isabella slung over his shoulder. So, we are heading to the Chantry. Coming. Sure. Let me grab Bianca. He tilted his head to one side. If she bites you, I'm going to laugh. Sebastian was involved in a rather heated discussion with no less than the Grand Cleric herself when they arrived at the Chantry. I thought it would end here, Sebastian was saying. Young Master Hawke destroyed Flint Company. None remain. Yet. He sighed. Now that I know who sent them, it's harder to see their deaths as justice. Death is never justice, Elthina said. Sebastian turned towards them. Hawke. We were just talking about you. Carry on, Gabriel said. I love to eavesdrop. Hawke said sarcastically, Varric added. You know, I hate it when you do that. Gabriel glared at the dwarf. Varric's face was unapologetic. Hawk muttered in an angry aside to the dwarf. If, you two have a moment. Sebastian shifted his weight uncomfortably. He waited until they were looking at him. I've learned who hired Flint Company, the Hurrymans, a noble family of Kirkwall. They were my parents' allies. It's hard to believe they betrayed us like this. Hurryman, wasn't that the one that was nearly assassinated due to helping out Ferelden? Tell me about this family. Lord Hurryman used to be a good man, but he became rather strange in his dotage. He died last year. His daughter took over the family. Lady Yohane Hurryman. They say she's become quite reclusive of late. Politics. Any idea why they turned on you? Money? Power? It's hard to say. Lady Hurryman was always jealous of my family for being royalty when hers were mere nobility. But I can't imagine that pushing her into outright murder. Mere nobility. And the man said it with a straight face. This is why the cycle of violence never gets broken. Elthina folded her arms. You jest, but that's the truth. Her face was set into disapproving lines, but the look she gave Sebastian was definitely maternal. Give this up, Sebastian. Dedicate yourself to the Chantry, as you swore. Sebastian shook his head. I must speak with Lady Hurryman and find out what drove her to this madness. He glanced briefly at Gabriel. But I am the last of my line. I should not go alone and make myself a target. Now the Grand Cleric was watching him too. This was all about to become his problem. And if he turned down a request from the Grand Cleric, his mother would change the locks on the estate. Why's everybody looking at me? Gabriel asked. Varric snickered. I don't know why Choir Boy here didn't yell, Hawk to the rescue. That's clearly what he was going for. If this allows Sebastian to make peace, it is worth doing. Elthina nodded to Gabriel. You've taken on lesser causes. Please. I have no one else to turn to. Sebastian gave him a beseeching look. Gabriel glanced over his shoulder. Fenris shrugged, and Isabella hadn't stopped staring at Sebastian. All right. Let's go. That's strange. The door is wide open. Sebastian shook his head. And not a single guard posted. This is not the Lady Hurryman I remember. Gabriel could sense a weakness to the veil. Do a favor for the Chantry, end up with a demon trying to eat your face. He unlimbered his staff, and saw his companions go on alert. Carefully, they moved through the estate. They found the first of the Hurrymans ranting drunkenly at a keg. Sebastian helpfully stated the obvious. She doesn't even see us. This is no normal wine. Another Hurryman was melting down some gold items, apparently with the intent of using the result to turn a serving girl into a golden statue. Sebastian punched out the servant holding the girl at knife point, and Gabriel used a spray of ice to douse the fire and re-solidify the gold while the other man was distracted. We must end this madness, Sebastian said. The third Hurryman was engaged in, Isabella was clearly finding this entire adventure entertaining. I beg your pardon, Hawk. I did not mean to expose you to such things. Sebastian shook his head. He has no idea we're here. They left to continue their exploration. After a moment, Gabriel sighed, then went back into the room, grabbed Isabella, and dragged her along with them. All three Hurrymans were waiting when they made it downstairs. Turn back. There is nothing here for you. Odd. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. When we watched you being a drunken ass, you ignored us completely. You shall not enter, Flora said. All three Hurrymans fell to the ground as though someone had cut the strings holding them up. Shades began to form, coming out of the walls. Ah! Gabriel said, as he called up a spray of ice. Ah! Fenris asked as he drew his blade. I was rather wondering when the demons were going to show up. They made their way through a rather extensive labyrinth. When he got back to the estate, he was going to have Sandal search thoroughly for any secret doors in the basement, just in case. How could something like this exist beneath the city? Why did something like this exist beneath the city? He was no expert on architecture, but it looked Tevinter. And very, very old. He'd ask Fenris about it later. Right now, there were more demons. The veil here was so thin it was almost like breathing the Fade. Sebastian turned out to be fairly good with the bow he carried. The man was clearly disturbed by what they were finding, but was holding up well enough. He'd barely blinked when Gabriel had started tossing out spells. Lady Hurryman was near an altar, talking to a desire demon. Starkhaven will not submit. I put that idiot Goran Vial into the prince's seat, but the other families won't heed him. I must marry him to Flora and solidify our hold. But I need more power. I've given you much. The desire demon's voice was almost a purr. Your desires run deep. You've already traded your husband and your children. What more can you offer? At the Blooming Rose, 50 silvers standard for a whore. Isabella snickered at Gabriel's remark. The demon turned towards them. You'll hardly find my services standard. Who is this? Who are you? How did you get here? Lady Hurryman's eyes narrowed at Gabriel, then widened when she saw the man standing a couple paces behind him. Sebastian. You were my mother's friend. How could you murder her? Sebastian put his hand on his bow. Such an ugly word, the desire demon said. I removed the only obstacle between her and her dreams. Sebastian glared at the demon. This was your idea. The demon smiled. I could create such desires if I wished. But it's far easier to nurture those that already exist. The desire for power is easy to find. You and your friend both possess it, do you not? You both wish to rise. He'd had better offers. She'd have been better off leading with some good pastries. Not if it meant selling out my family. The demon focused her eyes on Sebastian. How loyal were your friends to you? Everyone has a price. Everyone wants something. Do not listen to her. Oh, such a pious soul, masking so much ambition. Are you so different from my lady? You yearn for the same lands, the same power. I am the rightful heir. She is a usurper and murderer. Sebastian shook his head. The demon moved towards him just slightly. You swore to put aside worldly goods and ambitions. But they couldn't stop you from wanting them. Damn it, the demon was actually having an effect on the prince. Arguing with such a creature was foolish. Gabriel stepped forward, putting himself between the demon and Sebastian. I will hear no more from you. He called up his power, and sent a jagged blast of lightning into her. Behind him, Fenris drew his blade as more shades appeared, and moved to keep the lesser demons away while Gabriel dealt with the desire demon. A heartbeat later, Isabella, Varric, and Sebastian had also joined the fight. Let us return to the chantry. Sebastian's face was tired. I must pray for Lady Hurryman's soul. Gabriel glanced at the corpse. It might be a little late for that, but he wasn't going to say anything. Flora met them as they left the underground ruins. Sebastian. I am so. She sighed. Sorry is such an inadequate word. When I think what Mother made us do. She shuddered. What those creatures made us do. We were friends, Flora. Sebastian just shook his head. It was like a cloud came down on me. All I could feel or think was what the demon allowed. Tears started to fall from her eyes. Gabriel sighed. Don't blame your mother. The desire demon made this happen. Sebastian actually gave him a grateful look. It almost made him wish he was telling the complete truth. She nodded slowly. I doubt many people will be so forgiving. She turned her gaze to Sebastian. If it takes every last coin my family owns, I will make reparations to everyone we've wronged. Starting with you, Sebastian. We weren't the only ones vying for Starkhaven. If you face more opposition, you have my support. Sebastian sighed. It will not make up for what happened. No. She shook her head. That's true. I will tell you when I need you. Sebastian glanced back at him, and then they left the house. He found Sebastian leaning against the railing in the chantry, looking down at the foyer. The man's face was bleak. I had hoped prayer might cleanse me of the desire demon's touch. But I still hear her voice so clearly. I feel like I've bathed in filth that will never come off. Gabriel leaned on the rail next to him. Wash behind the ears. Evil usually gets stuck there. The demon didn't lie. I used to be bitterly jealous of my brother. I wanted to be prince. Now, everything he had is mine. And he lies in ashes. I keep asking myself, do I want this because it's right, or simply to have what I never thought I could? It's wisdom not to want power that lets you use it wisely. His father had said that once. He was still struggling to understand what it truly meant, but the words seemed appropriate for the occasion. You didn't feel what that demon stirred in me. It cannot be right to lead any army to Starkhaven with such doubt in my heart. Sebastian managed a smile. I owe you more than I can say, Hawk. I will offer my service to you here before I move on. Gabriel shook his head. If you want to help me, do it because we're friends. There's no debt between us. You have a good soul, Hawk. Sebastian put a hand on his shoulder. It was truly the Maker who led you to me. Starkhaven, Cassandra said. Leliana narrowed her eyes. If he has sought refuge with none less than the prince, there may be little we can do without destabilizing that entire region. She shook her head. Though Prince Sebastian's loyalty to the Chantry is well known. I am not convinced. You have people there? Of course. Cassandra nodded. Send some of your birds. If we could just get the chance to talk to the man. She sighed. Or perhaps see what the prince may know. Chapter 14, A Bitter Pill. Isabella, my dusky goddess. You have buried yourself in the flesh of my heart, like a worm in a red apple. Gabriel just shook his head. One almost had to admire the man's sheer persistence and dedication to the destruction of language. Isabella gave him a beseeching look, and for a brief moment, he entertained the notion of leaving her to the tender mercy of the love-struck poet. Then he shrugged, and walked over, deftly imposing himself between Isabella and her erstwhile suitor. I have something for you. An apology for the ice water. The gratitude on Isabella's face quickly turned to suspicion. I think the lesson here is to avoid ice water, don't carve things into stairwells. Gabriel handed her the ship in a bottle. Oh, what's this? Oh, isn't that just the cutest thing? She took it from him and smiled. Baby animals are cute. Ships. Not so much. Thank you, Hawk. This was a thoughtful gesture. You are, however, still going to pay. She smiled. Speaking of romance. She punched him lightly in the shoulder. You and Fenris, eh? That taut, controlled body, the brooding demeanor and intense gaze. She gave him a lusty look. I hear he still wears the shackles from his life in bondage, under his clothes. You know what they say about men like that, don't you? Maker's breath, did everyone know? He sighed. I'm going to regret asking you to continue, aren't I? He can't find a saw. Isabella nearly fell off her stool, and caught herself on his shoulder. It took her a minute to stop laughing at her own joke. He just shook his head at her. I had you there. You thought I was going to say something dirty. I'm leaving now. She laughed, and smacked him on the rear as he walked away. He just shook his head. Sandal was barking at Runt again. It certainly sounded like an interesting conversation. He wondered sometimes if the Maberry thought of the young dwarf as a brother or as a puppy. Ah well, at least they had fun together. He just wished he knew which one of them was responsible for the pile of sticks in the foyer. Leandra was shaking her head fondly as she watched them. She smiled when she saw him come downstairs. It's strange, living here again. My childhood home, now owned by my child. It's not something I could have imagined when I was a little girl staring out this window. I'm still grateful you used your money from the expedition to buy back the estate. I feel like an Amel again. He shook his head. Just don't go all pompous on me, all right? She laughed. I promise. If there's one thing I learned in Ferelden, it's that good people can be born in a hut as easily as a palace. Honestly, after so many years as a peasant's wife, it feels strange to have nothing to do. She sighed. But I can't spend the rest of my life mourning Bethany and Carver. They're gone and I can't bring them back. She gave him a considering look. I guess I just need to start finding you a suitable wife. For a moment, he just stared at her. She managed to hold the straight face for a good 30 seconds before she lost her composure. He just shook his head. I think some of my friends have been bad influences on you. Speaking of your friends, would you do me a favor and invite Meryl to tea tomorrow? I want to get her opinion on a couple additions to the garden before I host a salon. I'll let her know. He dutifully dropped by Meryl's house before visiting the Hanged Man. She waved at him eagerly when he entered. I've got something to show you. Come and see. He followed her into the back room. It's beautiful, isn't it? It was, actually, in a disturbing sort of way. Of all the giant mirrors in your house, Meryl, this is easily the nicest. She smiled at him. I knew, if anyone would understand, you would. She caressed it gently. I've spent the last few years restoring this. She turned back towards him. 2 of my clan stumbled across it in a ruin. We never found Tamlin. And Brehon came back, poisoned by the Eluvian. Sick just from being near it. What are you trying to do with this mirror? He looked at it through the veil, but he could sense no corruption from the thing at the moment. Still, something about it disturbed him. Probably the fact that it was a mirror that reflected nothing. At first, I wanted to find out what happened to my friends. Meryl sighed. I told you we never found Tamlin. I hoped. She shook her head. But, it's been too long. Tamlin is probably dead by now, if he wasn't already. But still, I know it can help my people. I can at least recover this one small part of our heritage. What's an Eluvian? She told him the tale of Arlathan and mirrors that could communicate across vast distances. He had to admit, it did sound rather fascinating. The keeper wanted me to destroy the fragment I kept. She said our ancestors meant it to be forgotten. She's wrong. This mirror could teach us so much about who we once were. She rubbed her arms, and got that sad puppy look again. I almost forgot, he said. Mother wanted to know if you'd join her for tea tomorrow. Oh, tell her I'd love to. That reminds me, I thought I saw some prophet's laurel last time we were on the coast. It's lovely, and makes a splendid tea. Could we go collect some seedlings? He nodded. Fenris seemed up for a walk on the coast. He ran into Sebastian on the way out of Hightown. To his surprise, the man offered to come along for the possibility of collecting a few of the seedlings for the Grand Cleric and the Chantry Garden. Meryl seemed thrilled about getting out of the city. She and Sebastian quickly got into a discussion regarding some apparent holes in the Chant of Light. They were halfway up the coast when an arrow struck the ground in front of them. Their eyes went up to the bluffs, where men in Tevinter-style armor stood. Hunters. Fenris all but growled the word. Stop right there, one of them called out. You are in possession of stolen property. Back away from the slave now and you'll be spared. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. Fenris is a free man. I won't repeat myself. Back away from the slave now. I am not your slave, Fenris shouted as his markings began to glow. The men had bows. He didn't bother to reach for his staff, and went straight for directing a fireball at their feet, exploding the edge of the bluff the men were standing on and eliminating their height advantage. Meryl followed it up with a blast of her own. Sebastian whirled, directing his arrows at the men attempting to come up on them from behind. Fenris, well, apparently it was possible for an enraged elf to chop both a man's legs off with a single blow. Good to know. Fenris found a survivor among the wreckage they'd splattered all over the place. Where is he? Please don't kill me. Fenris smashed the man's face into the ground. Tell me. I don't know. I don't know, I swear. Hadriana brought us. She's at the holding caves north of the city. I can show you the way. No need. Fenris snapped the man's neck. I know which ones you speak of. He stood. Hadriana. I was a fool to think I was free. They'll never let me be. Then why are we standing around? Gabriel collected a couple arrows and handed them to Sebastian. Whoever this Hadriana was, clearly she was in need of a good fireball to the face. Fenris nodded. The holding caves held slaves in the old times, but apparently they are no longer abandoned. We must go quickly, before Hadriana has a chance to prepare. He snarled. Or flee. Let's get Avellini, and get moving. Varric insisted on coming along. He claimed Bianca would feel left out if she didn't get to kill at least one slaver. Avellini positioned a few of her guards to catch any slavers that tried to flee. Gabriel hesitated a moment, then told Merrill to stay with the guards. If the slavers had mages of their own, they'd need her. We must be careful, Fenris said. There were many such holdings once, especially in the mountains, where individual slavers kept private pens. They were designed to protect against raids by fellow slavers. No doubt it's why Hadriana chose this place. Hadriana won't escape us, Gabriel said. Let's hope this isn't a waste of time. Fenris led them inside. Varric heard Hawk actually growl when he saw the drained body of the elven man. Fenris spat. See for yourself. The legacy of the Magi stirs. Is this? Avellini looked appalled. Allowed in Tevinter. In a society where mages rule, they find many ways to justify their need for power. Fenris continued walking, Hawk a pace behind him. Varric narrowed his eyes. It was interesting how often the elf seemed to forget Hawk himself was a mage. He glanced at the body again. A very pissed-off mage, at the moment. He and Sebastian remained at the rear of the party, while Avellini and Fenris took the lead. An arrogant slaver mage tried to use a fire trap as a defense against the warriors. It was rather amusing when Hawk responded by lighting the slaver mage on fire. With choir boy's help, he got the traps disarmed. A young woman's voice cried out for help. A few moments later, the bits and pieces of her attackers were strewn about the room. Fenris walked up to the slave. Are you hurt? Did they hurt you? Tears stained the girl's face. They've been killing everyone. They cut Papa, bled him. Why? Fenris shook his head. Why would they do this? No wonder the Maker left his children, Sebastian said. The Magi stir. The girl gestured. She said she needed power, that someone was coming to kill her. We tried to be good. We did everything we were told. She loved Papa's soup. I don't understand. Hawk's voice was gentle. Is the Magi stir still here? Aye. The girl nodded. Think so. The Magi stir said they were to prepare for battle. I think she's very frightened. She has every reason to be, Fenris said. Please, don't hurt her. She'll be so angry if you hurt her. The girl was close to panic. This has been terrible for you, Hawk said. The tears welled up again. Everything was fine until today. It wasn't. Fenris shook his head. You just didn't know any better. Are you my master now? The girl asked Fenris. Under any other circumstances, Varric would have found the expression on the elf's face funny. No, Fenris said, actually taking a step backwards. But I can cook. I can clean. What else will I do? If you go to Kirkwall, I can help you, Hawk said. The girl's eyes lit up. Yes? Oh, praise the Maker. Thank you. She dashed off. Fenris rounded on Hawk, his expression furious. I didn't realize you were in the market for a slave. Hawk's face was just as angry. I gave her a job, Fenris. Ah. Then. Fenris shook his head. That's good. My apologies. He turned away awkwardly. Let's find Hadriana and be done with this place. Hadriana seemed to have used the blood she'd drained to summon quite the host of demons. Varric and Sebastian took up back-to-back positions, targeting demons to keep the warriors from getting surrounded. Hawk simply rained down fire and lightning on everything that wasn't one of his companions. The chaos prevented any of the demons from managing to group up, and kept Hadriana from being able to bring her own magic to bear. Hawk got the Magi stir with a blast of something, knocking her to the ground just as Avellini finished the last of the demons. Fenris strode up to the fallen woman. Stop, she called out. You do not want me dead. There is only one person I want dead more. Fenris raised his blade. I have information, elf, and I will trade it in return for my life. Fenris smirked. The location of Daenerys? What good will that do me? I'd rather he lose his pet pupil. You have a sister. She is alive. Varric lowered Bianca. The effect of the Magister's words on Fenris seemed to approach devastation. She apparently realized the same thing, as she sat up and her expression started to become more confident. You wish to reclaim your life? Let me go, and I will tell you where she is. Hawke moved to Fenris's side. This is your call? Fenris nodded at him, then bent down toward the Magister. She gave him a hopeful look. So I have your word? I tell you, and you let me go. Yes. Fenris's eyes narrowed. You have my word. Her name is Verania. She is in Carinus serving a Magister by the name of Ahirman. A servant. Not a slave. She's not a slave. I believe you. Fenris's markings began to glow. He shoved his hand into Hadriana's chest, and there was a rather sickening squishing noise. The Magister fell lifelessly to the floor. Fenris stood. We are done here. Hawke watched Fenris start to walk away. Do you want to talk about it? Fenris rounded on him. No, I don't want to talk about it. The elf gestured. This could be a trap. Daenerys could have sent Hadriana here to tell me about this sister. Even if he didn't, trying to find her would still be suicide. Daenerys has to know about her and has to know that Hadriana knows. He gestured at the corpse. But all that matters is I finally got to crush this bitch's heart. May she rot and all other mages with her. Varric blinked. Hawke's face was expressionless as he watched Fenris rant. Maybe we should leave, Hawke said, reaching out to put a hand on Fenris's shoulder. Fenris shoved him away. No. I don't want you comforting me. You saw what was done here. There's always going to be some reason, some excuse why mages need to do this. Even if I found my sister, who knows what the Magisters have done to her? What has magic touched that it doesn't spoil? The elf went silent. He stared at Hawke for a moment as if he was just starting to remember who he was talking to. He looked down at his hands. Need to go. He all but fled. Sebastian started to walk after him, but Avellini caught the man's arm. Hawke stood, watching the other man go. His face was still an expressionless mask. Avellini put a hand on his shoulder. We should go. Right, Hawke said. Let's see how your guards did. He smiled, but it failed to reach his eyes. Avellini gave her guards a proud look. They'd captured 4 escaped slavers, and 3 mercenaries. They gave Meryl credit for the mercenaries, saying she'd made the plants entangle them. Hawke joined the banter on the way back to the city, but he didn't seem to be putting a lot of effort into it. Shall we get some drinks? Varric offered. I think I'll head home, Hawke replied. Before Avellini makes me write a report. Oh, Meryl said. She glanced back at the coast. We completely forgot to get the plants. You and I can get them tomorrow, Daisy, Varric said. Just remember to bring your ball of twine. He offered her his elbow. Come on, I'll walk you home. She giggled, and accepted his arm. Gabriel checked at the mansion. Fenris wasn't there. He sighed, and went home. His mother was waiting, with the slave girl standing next to her. She raised an eyebrow at him. He sighed, and then looked at the girl. She smiled at him brightly. Greetings, master. Your home was difficult to find. I've never been out on my own before. But I found it. Many people know of you. She glanced at Leandra. I hope I've made myself useful. I've already begun cleaning, and I can cook, not as good as Papa, but a little. Is there? She looked around the house. Anything else you'd like me to do? He smiled at her. What sort of skills do you have? Maybe he could find her a job at one of Varric's many businesses. Or at one of the ones he apparently owned. Not many, I fear. The Magister bade me to clean, and sometimes fetch, but Papa told me to keep out of her sight as much as I could. Her face was scared. But I can learn. I'll serve you well. Please don't hurt me. The city would eat her alive. If you're staying here, Orana, it will be as my servant. She blinked. You mean? She looked around uncertainly. I won't be a slave anymore. You'll be paid, like anyone else. Overpaid, if he knew his mother. A slave is all I've ever been, like Papa and Grandpapa before me. I'll try to be a good servant. Thank you, Master. You're too good to me. He gestured to Bothan. Why don't you set Orana up in a room? Maybe the one by the garden. Bothan nodded, and gestured for the girl to follow him. Gabriel turned to face his mother. Leandra sighed. An elven slave? Are you sure you know what you're doing? Servant. Not slave, Gabriel said. Her father was murdered, quite possibly in front of her very eyes, just this morning. He shook his head. Because a blood mage realized we were coming to kill her, and wanted every scrap of power she could call up. He narrowed his eyes. It didn't help her. And that makes you feel responsible. Leandra shook her head, then sighed. Maker, she's all but still a child. She nodded. She showed up with nothing. We'll need to get her a change of clothes and a few other things, at least. I suppose having a maid isn't a hardship. Having a butler hasn't been all bad, anyway. What's wrong, Gabriel? He sighed. It has been a long day. I'll be fine. She nodded, but accepted the lie and went off to fuss over Orana. He went up to his room, and kicked a chest across the room. He lay on his bed a moment, staring at the ceiling. Then he stood up, and headed for the dark town exit. Anders was happy to have the assistance of another healer for the afternoon. Working there, seeing the good magic could do, it helped chase away the shadows of the morning. The other mage tutored him carefully, helping him improve his own healing abilities. At first, he passed out the silvers himself, but he focused on the magic. He handed the coin purse to an urchin and had her hand out the silvers. Her eyes nearly fell out of her head, but she did the job honestly. There were even a few coins left in the pouch when she tried to hand it back to him. He took the pouch, but poured the coins into her hand and told her to go buy herself a dress that fit. She hugged him before rushing off. Is it always this busy? He asked. Word of someone handing out coin might have spread. Anders smiled. Thank you. Some of those people wouldn't have eaten tonight, if it weren't for you. I'll leave a lockbox just inside the cellar, Gabriel said. Anyone tugs at your heartstrings, help yourself. He stood. Thanks for the lesson. Anytime, Anders said. He took the long route home. No sense using the secret entrance after drawing so much attention to himself. As he entered, a shadow detached itself from the wall. He almost went for his staff. Fenris. Fenris sighed. I've been thinking about what happened with Hadriana. He hesitated. I took out my anger on you, undeservedly so. I was. He ducked his head. Not myself. I'm sorry. I had no idea where you went. I was concerned. He felt stupid saying it out loud. The man was a skilled fighter, and could easily take care of himself. I needed to be alone. Fenris paced the entry. When I was still a slave, Hadriana was a torment. She would ridicule me, deny my meals, hound my sleep. Because of her status, I was powerless to respond and she knew it. The thought of her slipping out of my grasp now. He looked down at his hands. I couldn't let her go. I wanted to, but I couldn't. What do you mean? Gabriel leaned on the wall, watching the other man. This hate. Fenris gestured. I thought I'd gotten away from it. But it dogs me no matter where I go. To feel it again, to know it was they who planted it inside me. He hung his head. It was too much to bear. But I didn't come here to burden you further. He started to walk away. You don't need to leave, Fenris. Gabriel stepped forward, and put his hand on Fenris's arm. Fenris's markings glowed, and the next thing Gabriel knew the man had him pinned against the wall. He watched the man silently, and Fenris slowly shook his head. A moment later, Fenris was kissing him. Fenris said what? Isabella narrowed her eyes. I'm going to kick his ass. Varric sighed. It was a bad situation, Rivani. No use making it worse. They'll work it out. She dealt the cards. She must have been upset, because she messed up when she was stacking it. They'd better. Do you have any idea how many of my fantasies involve those two? See, that's the kind of information I don't actually need to know. Isabella smiled. Are you sure? Because I've been writing some of it down. He sighed. He awoke to light streaming in his window. He started to sit up, and blinked. Fenris was standing by the fireplace, already dressed. Was it that bad? Gabriel asked teasingly. I'm sorry, it's not. Fenris gestured awkwardly. It was fine. He shook his head. No. That is insufficient. It was better than anything I could have dreamed. Then why did the man have his brooding face back on? It can be a lot to take in, I know. It's not that. Fenris fiddled with his gauntlet. He'd tied the red scarf around it at some point. I began to remember. My life before. Just flashes. He shook his head. It's too much. This is too fast. I cannot. He sighed. Do this. Gabriel sat all the way up, putting his feet on the floor. Your life before? What do you mean? I've never remembered anything from before the ritual. But there were faces. Words. For just a moment, I could recall all of it. And then it slipped away. If it brings your memory back, maybe we need to do it more often. Perhaps you don't realize how upsetting this is. Fenris started pacing again. I've never remembered anything, and to have it all come back in a rush, only to lose it. I can't. He leaned on the fireplace. I can't. It was going all wrong. We can work through this. I'm sorry. I feel like such a fool. Fenris stared at him for a moment. All I wanted was to be happy, just for a little while. Forgive me. He turned and left the room. Gabriel watched him go, then leaned forward and buried his face in his hands for a moment. He sighed, then stood up. He needed. He kicked the chest across the room again. It hurt worse than it had when he'd been wearing shoes, so he kicked it a few more times to teach it a lesson. Master. A trembling voice said. He saw Orana standing at the doorway. He sighed. It's all right, Orana. He glanced at her. She was wearing the same clothes she'd had on yesterday. Why don't you get yourself some breakfast, and then accompany me to the market? Yes, master. And don't call me master. Yes, master. He sighed as she left. It would take her time. He stared at the fire a moment, then went looking for his clothes. Time was supposedly an excellent healer. And if that's what it took, he was prepared to give Fenris as much as he needed. Orana was nervous in the market. She was shocked at the very notion of picking something out for herself. Eventually he found it easier to choose out a couple options and then let her pick between those rather than leaving it entirely to her. When he caught her eyeing a lute, he bought it for her. She carried it back to the estate as if it was a precious child, and within a few minutes of their return was playing a melody for Leandra. Next thing he knew, his mother was instructing him to find the girl a proper music instructor. He smiled as she fussed about patrons and debuts. She tutored over the clothing selections, and began teaching Orana how to sew things to fit her properly. She'd done the same for Bethany. He remembered the two of them sitting sometimes in the evening, embroidering things on things while they chatted. Leandra sent Orana on her way, and came to stand by him. I've been wondering if I shouldn't remarry. She elbowed him teasingly. I've seen how you and that elf look at each other. I'm sure the last thing you need is your mother watching over your shoulder every time you come home. She smiled. But perhaps there is still life once your children have outgrown you. It was amazing how much skill his mother had in finding touchy subjects. Sounds like you've got someone in mind. Nothing I'm ready to share yet, so don't pry. But it is refreshing to think I could still be courted at this age. She walked off to go worry over dinner. Framing the Templar was easy. Just change the name on Illyrium shipment, act like he had the perfect right to hand it off to the dock workers, then tell the besotted mess in the Hanged Man about dastardly dealings and goat sacrifices to the great demon. It might have gone better if Anders had been able to keep a straight face, but the drunken Templar was too far in the dregs to notice. They likely could have cast spells right in front of him, and he wouldn't have noticed. Meryl was playing cards with Isabella. "Why do you always win at cards?" Meryl said, her voice dejected. Isabella laughed. "Because I cheat, kitten." She glanced down at her winnings. "This trinket, it's elven, isn't it? From your clan." Isabella sighed. "Don't bet anything you're not prepared to lose. Here, have it back." Meryl brightened as she tucked the trinket away, then brightened again when Gabriel and Hawk joined them. Privately, Gabriel wondered if it was for the company, or because Anders was the only person Meryl could reliably beat at Diamondback. Isabella gestured to the barkeep. "A jigger of your finest whiskey for my friends over here." She grinned. "The Hanged Man's finest isn't much, but it'll get you just as drunk as anything you'll find in Hightown. And you'll wake up and find someone's stolen your trousers." He took the cards away from Isabella before she could finish stacking the deck, and reshuffled. "That's when you know it's a party. I thought I'd have to watch myself around you, but as it turns out, you're all right." He put a hand over his heart and pretended to be insulted. "What do you mean I'm all right? You don't judge people. You're not afraid to get your hands dirty. You know, little things like that. If I had someone like you on board my ship when the..." She coughed and took a drink. "Storm hit, maybe we wouldn't have been shipwrecked." He glared at his hand before folding. "Maybe you would have been shipwrecked sooner. I'm a terrible sailor." "Are you?" She threw in her bet. "I suppose I'll have to keel haul you till you shape up." There was a letter waiting for him from the Viscount. He changed into something less covered in evidence, and headed up to the keep. He hadn't gone far when Fenris fell into step beside him. Neither said a word until they crossed Sebastian's path. The archer joined them and continued his apparent crusade to convince them both to join the chantry. The familiar banter was almost soothing. Or it at least covered the awkward silence. Avellini saw them enter, and he jerked his head at the Viscount's office. She nodded, and joined them. The Viscount was leaning on his desk. "It's about to get worse," he said as soon as they entered. "A shame." There were overtures of civility. "Your influence, no doubt." "Do I want to hear what happened?" Gabriel raised an eyebrow. "A Cunary delegate and entourage paid me a visit. It was civil, tentative, hopeful." He straightened. "They left my chambers with precision, but were not reported by the outer guard. They are missing almost literally from my doorstep." He shook his head. "What, do you imagine, will be the Orishik's reaction? Blood, fire, pain, impalement on horns. And then things would probably get unpleasant. Do the Cunary generally keep you updated?" "Cunary do not disappear. They know we watch, and they are not shy about their movement." The Viscount sighed. "Speak to Sainés Chalbran. He has details that show how damning this is." Gabriel nodded. Sainés Chalbran was just outside the Viscount's office. He was marginally helpful, but he did provide some useful information. "So, where would you start? If you were the starting type?" "I would begin with the most obvious failure." Sainés Chalbran folded his arms. "It's clear the city guard has no excuse for allowing this. Unless they were involved. Have any failed to report?" Avellini asked, narrowing her eyes. "Several. You should start with one of them. Bran Paste. Although, where you find a swordsman so eager to sell his honor and duty, I'm sure I don't know. The Hanged Man." "Hanged Man. Even I know that." It was good to know his companions were right on top of things. Bran gave them an irritated look. "I can't imagine this has occurred without notice. There is always a weak link. Find the weak link, and punch it until it spit out Cunary." He could do that. "But first. What do you want, Hawk?" "I have no interest in adding to my distractions." The Orishik had his usual glare. And yet you sent a delegate to the Viscount. A brief attempt to educate. If the dwarf had stolen the Sarkamek, it could have been used to show the price of greed. The Orishik shifted slightly. But you know the outcome of that. These fools are determined to be wrong. I won't waste the effort again. I'll probably regret this, but you should know your delegate is missing. The Orishik stood, but gestured at his men to hold. Anyone else, and those words would have been their last. You are handling this? Not your buffoon of a Viscount. As best I can. He found himself a bit resentful of the Orishik characterizing Viscount Dumar as a buffoon. Then I will wait. But know this, the provocations we have suffered have worked. If this is not resolved, I can fulfill my duty to the Kun with far less annoyance by sifting through rubble. As if there wasn't enough pressure, Avellini muttered as they left the compound. He recognized one of the guard buying drinks for the place. You're doing well for yourself, Sebastian said, walking up behind the man. Gabriel walked up on the other side, while Fenris moved to stand behind. That's right, pal. Tonight I'm paid and blessed. And all I had to do was turn my head. He held up a bottle. To all my friends. He glanced around at their positions. Hey, step back. I know important people. We're going to show this city what to do with heathen oxmen. Well, that was a nice little admission of guilt. Now he just needed to know details. Guard captain, would you like to have a word with your man? The guard blanched as he turned around. Guard captain? Who? Avellini just looked at him. What? The guard nearly wet himself as he looked around. Nobody came to his aid. Who? Avellini grabbed him by the front of the tunic and shoved him against the table. Who what? I don't. Who bought you? Who bought the honor of a proud guard of Kirkwall and made him a drunken Maberry bitch? I don't know. The man gasped. He was a Templar. I swear. He had the seal of the Grand Cleric and everything. He wilted before her eyes. It's true. She stepped back. The penalty for abandoning your post is 10 days on the wall. I expect you to report in the morning. The man actually whimpered as he fled. She turned to Gabriel. There's your answer. A Templar. With the Grand Cleric's seal, no less. Well done. He gave her a round of applause that was quickly joined by almost all the bar. She actually blushed. Sebastian seemed pretty sure Elthina wasn't involved. He was probably right, but she needed to know someone was misusing her seal. He had just requested an audience when a familiar face stepped out to block his path. Sarah Hawke. He really should have seen this coming. Sister Petrice. Mother Petrice. Time has changed us both. She gave him a distasteful look. Grand Cleric Elthina cannot grant an audience to just anyone. What do you want? Funny how you and issues with the Cunary seem to go together. And you always assume their side. She paced a few steps back and forth. I was naive when last we met. I did not want you dead, but I felt a death was necessary. That may be too fine a point for you to understand, but you must admit, you came out the better for it. Was she trying to bullshit him? He should have brought Varric along. The dwarf would have wet himself laughing. I know you, and I know someone is abusing the Grand Cleric's seal. Who are you to question who serves her grace? I am sorry, but I see no reason to let you pass. He tilted his head at Sebastian and gave Petrice a toothy smile. She couldn't keep him out, and he knew she knew it. How about the fact that her authority was used to abduct Cunary? He smiled as she stared at him. A pause that says you knew. But does her grace? The Grand Cleric trusts her stewards to enact the wishes of the Maker. 04. Did she actually think she was fooling anyone? Merrill was a better liar. It sounds like you've been bad. This will shock her grace, no doubt. Stubborn. She glared some more, as though it had done any good the first time. She needed lying lessons from Varric and glaring lessons from Avellini before she could even approach significance. Maker's breath, lying lessons from Avellini and glaring lessons from Varric could help her. All right, Sarah Hawke, if you won't abandon this. Let me offer you something. The Templar you seek is a radical who has grown unreliable. Confronting him may do us all a favor. And his relation to you is? He raised an eyebrow. He is my former bodyguard, Ser Varnell. Assume what you wish, but I offer him to you as reconciliation. Trap. Meet me at this location. Trap. I invite you, Sarah Hawk. Trap. Come see the unrest these Qunari have inspired. Come walk into my trap. He sighed. And he was going to have to, if he wanted any chance at getting the Qunari back alive. He glanced over his shoulder at his companions, and received 3 nods. Let's go. Hopefully, she was as good at setting traps as she was at prevaricating. They found Varnell giving a speech to an assembled, well, personally, he'd go with nug-humping half-wit gullible fanatics. The Qunari were bound, and not in good shape. Like any beast, remove the fangs and it is lost. They are weak before the faithful of the Maker. The only certainty in their precious coon is death before the righteous. Ser Varnell, Petrice's voice rang out. Take a knee, faithful. The chantry blesses us. You claim a blessing when you have used the authority of the Grand Cleric so openly? You have brought wrath down upon you. Petrice gestured at Gabriel. You remember Sarah Hawk? She was actually smirking now. The Qunari have friends, Templar. How will you answer their allegations? Gabriel sighed. Great. Now he was going to have to kill everyone. Must be Tuesday. You want to fight? Face someone whose weapons are not bound. Righteous. Varnell lifted his blade as he sounded the attack. Petrice ran for it. Sebastian volunteered to fetch the Viscount, and brought him back quickly. Viscount Dumar paced, staring at the carnage. Madness. Madness. That's a word for it. Gabriel sighed. Stupidity was another good word. What a waste. All that, and he hadn't even managed to save the Qunari. Varnell had slit their throats before he and his companions could close. Viscount Dumar stood over Varnell's body. Chantry involvement, even if they are fringe elements. It could not be worse. Her Grace had no knowledge of this affair, Sebastian assured him. I trust she will deal with it swiftly. You killed them. Viscount Dumar gave him a hopeful look. All of them. He was genuinely sorry to disappoint the man. A mother serving the Grand Cleric allowed this to happen. Are you quite sure? She held a blade with them. Told them to fight you. No. I cannot say that. Her prevarications had served her that far. But he had cause enough to watch her. Of course not. Viscount Dumar shook his head. A blasted mother. It was clear the man believed him. You have no idea the storm these allegations would cause. It would destroy what support I do have. This may have scared her off. She claimed this was not her intention. Not that he believed a word of it. That is something. I will make my inquiries. Gently. And you should be careful in your associations. For now, we have other problems. He turned to the dead Qunari. We have the delegate but I can't return the bodies to the Qunari in this state. He looked back at Gabriel. Sarah Hawk, you know the Arishik. What should I do? From what Seamus had said what seemed a lifetime ago, the bodies themselves mattered little. Still, if nothing else, the Arishik had proved repeatedly to value honesty. The lie might be worse than the crime. Hiding this would only make it worse. It would, wouldn't it? I am losing my sense of how to balance this nightmare. I appreciate your help in this matter. As bad as this is, it could have been much worse without you. Kirkwall owes you. I owe you. Gabriel accepted the handshake. I'll inform the Arishik. At least we know he won't kill me for delivering bad news. So, you could not rescue my delegate, but you killed those responsible. How do you explain the condition of their bodies? A fanatic used them to incite others of his kind. Gabriel handed the swords to one of the other Qunari. Fenris had claimed it was the weapons that required respect. Thus far, he seemed to be correct. I accept that. Well, that was easy. I have seen every vice and weakness of your kind and how few of you take responsibility. Your Viscount remains a fool, but you are not. Pana Eden, Hawk. I will keep one good thought about your kind. Oh. Delightful. Maybe he'd have the man over for tea after all. And to make the day even brighter, Gomlin was waiting for him at the house. The man appeared to be losing an argument to Sandal. No, Leandra. Lee. Anne. Dra. Shouting won't make him understand you better, you know. Gabriel walked over to forestall the noise. Sebastian moved to pet Runt. There you are, Gomlin said, turning to face him. Where's your mother? Is she feeling all right? I'm tempted to say she isn't, just to see your reaction. Your mother didn't show up for our weekly visit. Is she ill? She is here, isn't she? No, Gomlin. Bodhin came out of the kitchen. We haven't seen her all day. Where could she be? Gomlin shook his head. With her suitor, perhaps. Suitor? Gomlin looked almost affronted. Leandra never mentioned a suitor. Well, those lilies arrived for her this morning. Bodhin gestured at where some white flowers were sitting on a side table. Gabriel felt a chill go down his spine. White lilies. I know something about that. Don't just leave me waiting. Gomlin glared. What is it? He closed his eyes. There's a killer in Kirkwall who sends his victims white lilies before he takes them. He's murdered several women already. He turned, and gestured to Sebastian. Sebastian immediately left to get the others. No. Gomlin was shaking his head. You're wrong. Leandra is fine. Ignoring the facts doesn't change them. Gabriel picked his staff back up. You don't know for sure that she's in trouble. Gomlin sounded more hopeful than argumentative. He wrung his hands. Maybe Leandra took another path to my house. I could have just missed her. I'm going back to Lowtown. He fled. All right, Bodhin said, his face betraying his fear. The boy and I will stay here in case she returns. Gabriel nodded, and followed Gomlin out of the house. Varric. Varric jumped at the sound of Sebastian's shout. Maker's breath, choir boy. You just about gave me a heart attack. He blinked. What's wrong? Leandra's missing. White lilies. Shit. Varric strode down the hall and knocked on Isabella's door. Rivani, we've got trouble. He glanced at Sebastian. You let Avellini know. And Fenris. They are already with Hawk. Varric nodded. As soon as Isabella opened the door, he told her to get Merrill and Anders, then followed Sebastian out of the inn. They found Gomlin berating a boy. Varric paid the kid a few silvers to learn that Leandra had apparently followed an injured man deeper into Lowtown. He started to follow the trail of blood. Somehow, Hawk had beaten them to the foundry. Fenris and Avellini both looked disturbed. Hawk looked. Varric had never really thought of his friend as scary, before. You've been here before, haven't you? Varric asked. This is where you found the human remains all those years ago. We shouldn't have known there was something else here. Mother must be here somewhere. We need to look around. Hawk followed the trail. Varric had barely managed to get Bianca off his shoulder before Hawk had blasted apart the first group of demons. He noticed that in the fight with the next batch, Fenris never got more than about 10 feet from Hawk. They found Alessa's body just inside the secret passage. She hadn't been dead long. Hawk immediately started moving again, and the rest of them hurried to catch up. The place smelled foul, like lime and rot. He saw Hawk bend and pick something up. Mother's locket. This isn't a good sign. Part of the underground passage had been turned into something resembling living quarters. More demons appeared, and corpses began to rise as they entered. Varric and the others took care of the group that appeared on the right. The tempest Hawk summoned was more than sufficient to take care of the group on the left. Does he live here? Hawk bent, and looked at some papers on the ground. Sebastian's voice was angry as he examined some books. Tomes of dark magic. Hawk narrowed his eyes before rising and walking towards a shrine positioned against the wall. What is this? That woman in the portrait looks like Leandra, doesn't she? Avellini's voice was disturbed. The man is either very devoted or very insane. Fenris gave Hawk a worried look. Hawk turned away and continued deeper into the tunnels. I need to find her. Now. The robed man was standing in front of another figure, one seated in a chair. He looked up as they entered. I was wondering when you'd show up. Leandra was so sure you'd come for her. Hawk continued forward. Mother always knew me best. Varric cocked Bianca, and saw the others preparing for a fight. Yes, and she spoke so fondly of you. What a lovely, gentle woman. The robed man stepped towards them. You will never understand my purpose. Your mother was chosen because she was special, and now she is part of something greater. You're crazy. Hawk shifted his grip on his staff. I get it. Where's my mother? The man raised his hands. I have done the impossible. I have touched the face of the Maker and lived. Do you know what the strongest force in the universe is? He turned back towards the seated figure. It's love. I pieced her together from memory. I found her eyes, her skin, her delicate fingers. He touched the figure. And at last, her face, oh, this beautiful face. He helped the figure to its feet. I've searched far and wide to find you again, beloved, and no force on this earth will part us. After rising, the figure faced them. It moved towards them, its motions jerky. Above a red line on the neck that Varric didn't want to think about, was Leandra's face. Mother, Hawk said, his voice shocked. Demons started to come to the robed man's summons. Hawk lifted his staff, and the world around them seemed to explode in flames. Varric and the others focused on the rising corpses and shades coming in behind them. Fenris positioned himself to keep anything from coming up behind Hawk, and then, well, other than that, they pretty much stayed out of Hawk's way as the man dealt with the demons. For once, words failed him. He dimly heard Anders tell Hawk there was nothing he could do, that the dead mage's magic had been all that kept Leandra alive. He heard Leandra say goodbye. And then he watched as the strongest man he knew broke. Did you find her? Gomlin asked as he came down the stairs. I'm sorry, uncle. She's gone. You were right about the flowers and everything. Gomlin punched the wall. I can't believe she's gone. I was too late. So you're to blame. Gomlin gestured wildly. If you'd been quicker or stronger, you could have. He lowered his hands. She could be. A sob escaped him. Why her? Why Leandra? Mother's gone. Will knowing why ease the pain? No. It won't. Gomlin folded his arms. It will always seem senseless, won't it? He hit the back of his head against a bookcase. Where's the one who did this to her? Did you find the person who killed Leandra? Let's just say his killing days are over. Gomlin nodded. It won't bring Leandra back, but I'll take comfort in knowing that. He sighed heavily. Carver needs to be told. He looked towards Gabriel. I'll send a message to the Grey Wardens and hope it reaches him. He hesitated a moment. Take care, my boy. Fenris stood at the door for several minutes, watching the man inside. Hawk hadn't moved. He just stared into the fire. Finally, Fenris entered. I don't know what to say, but I am here. Just say something. Hawk's voice was empty. Anything. They say death is only a journey. Does that help? He doubted it, but it was all he had. Leandra had been kind to him, treated him like part of her family. Even fussed over him sometimes. It just raises questions. Journey to where? Fenris sat down beside him. I don't know. It's just something people say. There was a hole in the world. To be honest, I don't think there is much point in filling these moments with empty talk. Hawk nodded, then stood. One last matter to settle. They headed into Dark Town. Dupuis was gathering his things. Hawk? He looked around desperately. I'm really sorry about your mother. You're just saying that because you're afraid of me. It's not my fault. Dupuis backed away. I didn't know he was going to take your mother. Fenris glanced at Hawk, then nodded. He took a step forward, and shoved his hand into Dupuy's chest. The pain you feel is just the beginning, mage. What do you want from me? Dupuy choked out desperately. He screamed. Yes. I lied. I knew Quentin from the start. Fenris dropped him, and the man fell to his knees. It was never about revenge. I never had a sister. The portrait in my house belonged to a woman. I experimented on, when Quentin refused to teach me necromancy. He looked up as Hawk stepped forward. Killing me isn't going to bring your mother back. It won't bring her back, Hawk acknowledged. But it will make me feel better. He didn't use magic. Didn't reach for his staff. He just shoved a blade beneath Dupuy's ribcage and twisted it. He didn't withdraw the blade until the man had gasped out his last breath. One less blood, mage. Fenris nodded, and they walked back to the secret entrance. One less blood, mage. The dwarf stopped talking. Leliana couldn't really blame him. She'd been to that particular edge, and knew Cassandra had been as well. They left Varric to collect himself. Fanatics, and a blood mage. Cassandra shook her head. She glanced back at the room. What Varric described, those spells. I wonder how much he was exaggerating. Leliana sighed. The champion isn't a Mel. She shrugged at Cassandra's blank look. I've seen many things, Cassandra. Many terrors. An archdemon was the most frightening. A close second was also up there on Fort Draken. Lenora Mel, defending the people she loved by raining fire down upon the horde. If anything, Varric may have been understating the matter. Cassandra raised an eyebrow, and then slowly nodded. It wasn't long after this that they went to Vinmark. She glanced at the papers scattered on the table. You have the report. Here, she said, pushing it towards Cassandra. Then she sighed. I have the official report, the one Senator wrote based on the notes Jarath left. Whatever report Carver gave him vanished with him. As did Carver. That is not a coincidence. No. Jarath sent him away deliberately, with Nathaniel of all people as protection. From us. Cassandra narrowed her eyes. Sedita believed Jarath was concerned that Weishaupt might have a continued interest in the boy, and wished to avoid further unpleasantness. She sighed. Varric may be our best chance at learning what really happened. Cassandra nodded, and went back into the room. She listened to the dwarf start to talk again. He told her about the champion returning an ancestral longbow to the Prince of Starkhaven, miraculously finding the Tathra's signet ring, and presenting Guard Captain Avellini with the gift of a new shield. Finally, she began to lose her patience. Chapter 15, Legacy. I have a report you might find interesting. Cassandra folded her arms. It tells of a chasm in the Vinmark Mountains, and a secret that was said to be buried within. Yet when the Chantry went to investigate, they were turned away by the Grey Wardens. And why would I find that interesting? Varric raised an eyebrow. She glared. Because the champion was there. She gestured. I can't help but notice you've failed to mention this, adventure. Oh, that. Varric spread his hands. I didn't think you'd be interested. Just some business with Hawk's family, a few Carta dwarves who went too far. He sighed. You're not going to believe me. I'll take my chances. All right. Don't say I didn't warn you. Gabriel heard a commotion as he entered through the cellar. He stepped into the house just in time to see a dwarf shove Orana over the railing. The elf girl put out an arm to break her fall, and there was a snapping noise. Another dwarf drew a knife and advanced on Bothan. He grabbed his staff and sent a blast of fire. The dwarves immediately turned towards him. He heard one shout, the hawk must not be killed. Break into his home? Hurt his people? Not a sentiment he felt like returning. When the last had fallen, he glanced at his servants. Everyone all right? Bothan glanced around frantically. Sandal. He breathed a sigh of relief when the boy came out of the room where Run had been guarding him. Bothan checked his son, then nodded to Hawk. I'll go fetch the guard. He nodded, and went to check on Orana. Fenris and Varric came through the door when he was still setting Orana's arm. Avellini must not have been much further, as she'd arrived by the time he actually began the healing spell. Master Hawk. Orana whispered urgently. He turned towards her. I heard something in the basement. I'll check it out. And don't call me Master. Yes, Master. Gabriel sighed, and gestured for the others to follow. They put their cards down, and headed after him. He saw a shadow move, and started to take aim. Then he blinked. Carver. The young man in warden armor smiled at him. I take it you are aware someone is trying to kill you. They dealt Carver into the game. And since she was interested in me for being a hawk, the warden commander thought there was a reasonable chance you might also be in danger. And there might also be a chance that you'd know something about what they wanted. He sent you because this Janko was asking questions. Anders asked. Carver shook his head. No, he just told her to bugger off. Somehow, Carta found their way into the vigil a couple nights later. They tried to kill Sorsha and capture me. It was pure chance I woke up in time. Combine their attempts to take me alive and the letter the commander got from Weishaupt demanding I be handed over, and they might as well have hung out a sign saying something was up. Gabriel frowned. So, let me get this straight. You actually managed to get a woman into your bed. He smiled as Avellini threw a ball of paper at him. Avellini sighed. Someone looking to capture you for some purpose, rather than just kill you. From what I've found, Varric said, this group of Carta has been up to something in the Vinmark Mountains. Carver nodded thoughtfully. Then that's my next destination. He started to get up. He blinked. Look at that, my little brother all grown up and rushing headlong into danger all on his own. He put a hand over his heart and smiled. I'm so proud. He narrowed his eyes. Not going to let him, but proud all the same. You are coming, then. Carver actually looked surprised. Of course. They did try to kill me too. And they hurt one of his people. Who else is in? Avellini sighed. Much as I'd like to, I can't be away from my duties that long. She'd be able to keep an eye on the estate. He glanced at the man on his left. Fenris. He got an immediate nod in response. I'm in too, Varric said. Sebastian didn't wish to leave the Grand Cleric's side. Anders and Isabella, however, both volunteered, as did Meryl. Roses. Carver stared out into the garden. She and Meryl had been discussing them for several days before. Gabriel sighed. Meryl planted them just after the funeral. Gomlin's letter. Carver shook his head. You got the bastard. And his apprentice. Carver sighed. You can't blame yourself, brother. She was my responsibility. Gabriel leaned on the wall. As were you and Bethany. It's. He shook his head. You didn't fail me, brother. And you didn't fail them. He stepped out into the garden, and went to take a closer look at the roses. Our lives have just taken strange paths. You want to know something strange? Sure. When I got the letter, 2 men sat with me and listened to me go on about her. The warden commander, and Loghain MacTier. He managed a small smile. The same guy who abandoned me and my fellows at Ostagar is the guy who sat up most of the night helping me toast my mother. He put a hand on Gabriel's shoulder. So, I guess what I'm saying is, as screw UPS go, you've still got a lot of catching up to do. Gabriel tackled him into the fountain. There it is, Varric said. They'd been traveling through what appeared to be a wasteland for the better part of 2 days. If the sun got any hotter, he was going to melt. Carver narrowed his eyes. It doesn't look all that dwarven. Varric shrugged. These are Carta dwarves, so they're more criminals and smugglers than anything else. He looked around. They're not usually stupid, though. I don't know why they'd attack you. They gave it their best shot. Carver smiled. I can't believe they snuck into the vigil. I'm sure they didn't want you to feel left out, Hawk said. What with everyone normally trying to kill me. He tried not to smile. After well, it was good to see Carver. Even better to see the brothers getting along. So what if there were assassins? That was just life in Kirkwall. You have a plan, then? I found their hideout, but my sources couldn't tell me anything else. It's all very... He sighed. Strange. Why do you say that? Hawk asked. It's just the Carta, isn't it? As far as my contacts in the Carta know, they shouldn't be here. There shouldn't even be a here. He hated mysteries. This place is invisible. A big blind spot on the map. Bianca's never been this suspicious, and she's twitchy to start with. Carver put a hand to his sword. Does it matter? We just need to stop them trying to kill us. A fine point. So what's the plan? Varric turned to look at Hawk. Oh, I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding. Hawk started walking. Later we'll all have tea and we'll laugh. Varric grinned. Oh, your name is Hawk? I thought it was Locke. He laughed. Carver rolled his eyes fondly. Yes, we were looking for some other combination of general and ringmaster. Whatever happens, they won't get the chance to attack again. Fenris took up his usual position just to Hawk's left. Varric narrowed his eyes slightly. The elf had grown even more overprotective of Hawk since the argument back in the slave pens. And at some point, he'd added the Hawk crest to his belt. He shrugged, and started following after his friends. They found some destroyed merchant caravans. He pointed out how strange it was for the Carta to attack guild members. A dwarf met them in a stone passageway. Both brothers. You're here together. You've come. Is. Carver glanced at Gabriel. He referring to you and me? The dwarf turned away and gestured. Everyone. It's the children of Malcolm Hawk. They've come to us. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. What does my father have to do with this? It began with him and ends with you. Blood for blood, that's what we were told. Carver raised a questioning eyebrow. Did Father cross the Carta, somehow? You've come to us now, and that's the only thing that matters. Their father had died 3 years before the Blight. A broken neck, suffered when footing gave way. He'd never been entirely satisfied with that answer. You tell me, how could I refuse such a delightfully worded invitation? The dwarf gestured urgently. We must have the blood. You don't understand. Oh. Blood. Gabriel drew his staff. Why didn't you just ask? We will take it. Corypheus will walk in the sun once more. The dwarf drew a pair of long knives and rushed to attack. They tended to injuries. Why would they be after our blood? Carver asked. Crazy people like blood. A lot. Gabriel took care of a cut on Fenris while Anders tended to Varric. Clearly, these dwarves are insane, Fenris said. Perhaps even more so than Varric. I heard that. I've never heard of a dwarf doing blood magic. Do you suppose this Corypheus taught them? But why would they want you in particular? Meryl frowned as she looked from Gabriel to Carver. The Carta doesn't normally act like this. They're businessmen. I'd like to know who this Corypheus is. Gabriel stood up. With a name like that, he's bound to go Mwahaha at some point. I just know it. He shook his head. And really? More blood? Why can't it ever be spit, or a lock of hair? You really want to encounter a spit mage? Varric gave him a disbelieving look. For variety, sure. Gabriel winked. Isabella laughed. So now you're the target of batty dwarven assassins? You do attract the strangest types. Gabriel waggled his eyebrows at her. Yes. Like lust-addled pirates. She laughed again. Oh, touché. He spread his hands. Someday I'll visit a place with no ancient evils, horrors, devouring plagues, or insanity. Maybe a beach. I can recommend a few, if you'd like, Isabella said. Please do. Varric smirked. The day you go to the beach is the day an armada of angry demon pirates show up. Gabriel glared at him. I've got a bad feeling all of a sudden. So, Meryl. Do you have any plans I could interrupt? Carver matched his pace to Meryl's. She smiled at him. Probably casting spells at whatever's trying to gnaw through your brother's shins. Strange how many creatures go for the shins. I was thinking more along the lines of the hanged man. He shook his head. Although I suppose the same warning could apply there. What I mean is, or meant to say is, wow, how do you still muddle me? Isabella's eyes widened. Interesting. Gabriel laughed, and Carver shook his head and took point. Meryl blinked. I missed something again, didn't I? They caught up with Carver a few moments later. He gestured at the view that spread out before them. A fortress. He shook his head. Here, in the middle of nowhere. Anders walked forward a few more paces, then knelt next to a corpse. Legion of the Dead armor. It's a dwarven tradition. Anyone accused of a crime can clear their name if they die fighting Darkspawn. Not surprisingly, they bump into Grey Wardens a lot. He stood. I had a friend from the Legion once. A girl named Sigrun. Not nearly as dour as you'd expect. She's still a warden, Carver said. Most cheerful dead person I've ever met. You know she's got a Maberry now. Does she ride it? She always wanted to try riding the wardens. Meryl blinked. I thought wardens rode griffins. She's still working on that dragon-drawn chariot idea, Carver said. I like her already, Gabriel said. More dwarves. More insane rambling. And not just from his companions. Some of the dwarves were babbling about drinking from the master and other such creepy nonsense. The hawk's blood. The master will rise. He will be free. Another of the crazy dwarves walked towards them. Garov. Varric stepped forward. Varric. Garov shook his head. And no one told me you would be part of this. We were just going after the hawk. Why has the Carta been attacking me? Gabriel asked. It would be nice if there was some kind of reason. I see, can't he say? The master must be free. Really, Garov? Varric shook his head in disapproval. I thought better of you than this. I mean, gutting the occasional competitor for fun and profit, that's the game. But what are you all even doing here? Worshipping demons. We drink the Darkspawn blood. He calls us. Gabriel saw Carver react to the dwarf's words. He narrowed his own eyes. Why would you do that? Won't you just die? Gabriel asked. It's the only way, to hear the music. Oh, come on, you nuglicker. Snap out of it. There's no gold in hallucinating. Manners, Varric. Gabriel turned towards his companion. Introduce me to your lunatic friend. Hawk, this is Garov. He's a greedy, brilliant, bastard son of a nug from the Carta. Garov, this is Hawk, the one whose blood you want to drink or bathe in or whatever. Varric shrugged. But if you're after eternal youth, I've got to tell you, he's no virgin. The master is calling. He needs the blood. Garov, buddy. This isn't like you. Varric drew Bianca. Look. I've still got Bianca, never misfired a day in her life. You don't want her to see her papa like this, do you? Gabriel glanced down at his friend. Varric? You want to spare this bastard? He couldn't ask Varric to kill a friend. Even if the friend was insane. Not if he's after you, Hawk. Varric cocked Bianca. Bianca, I think it's time to say goodbye. More dwarves poured in to attack. You've certainly. Isabella let her eyes trail over Carver. Filled out, Carver. Shame, really, I hear joining the wardens separates the men from their boys. We rarely have children, true. He smiled. But don't worry, that just means I try ever so much harder. Isabella gave a delighted laugh. Oh, I like you all grown up. Varric blinked. Junior took down the Rivani? Who's telling this story? Anders just shook his head, then glanced at Carver. Does Okaren still call the Warden Commander Junior? Carver shook his head. I made the mistake of reading Varric's letter out loud, and Sigrun immediately arranged a ceremony that officially conferred the nickname to me. He shook his head. Not all that fair. I am actually older than he is. Well, When folks start jumping off 100-foot-tall cliffs just to avoid the possibility of having to fight you, you can pass the nickname on to someone else, Anders said. Varric raised an eyebrow. No way that really happened. I was there. Further in, they found a heavily armored dwarf unloading a Bronto. Hawk. They told me you were going to be trouble. He smiled. And look, you brought the whole family. How generous. He stepped away from the Bronto. I swore to Corypheus we'd bring him Malcolm Hawk's blood. One way or the other. What does this have to do with my father? Gabriel was getting a bit tired of the crazy talking. The master wants you. I don't ask why. The dwarf removed a strange-looking staff from the Bronto and set it on a table. So, it's Corypheus who's after me. What kind of name was Corypheus anyway? It almost sounded Tevinter. What Corypheus wants, Corypheus gets. From us, or from someone. Gabriel sighed, and shook his head. Really, how many was he going to have to kill before they decided leaving him alone was the better option? Corypheus wants some blood? Sure. Let me just open a vein. How about a kidney, too? Corypheus, we have done as you command. The dwarf threw his head back and raised his hands. Your sacrifice is here. You will see the surface once more. Fenris stepped in front of Gabriel as the dwarf charged. The dwarf more or less ended up impaling himself on Fenris's blade. Gabriel and Anders both threw up barriers as more dwarves attacked. Varric checked over the corpse of the armored dwarf. He started to turn to ask Hawk something, and saw his friend pick up the strange staff. The staff shimmered. What the Desh Hawk started to say. Then he screamed as the staff started to glow. Fenris and Anders immediately tried to rush to him, Carver only a step behind. All three were thrown back by a barrier that seemed to spring from the staff itself. Both Hawk and the staff were glowing. The light vanished, and Hawk would have collapsed had not Fenris managed to catch him. Maker's breath. Varric said. Anders' hands glowed with healing magic, and then the man frowned. He seems to be all right. He narrowed his eyes. Hawk. I'm fine, Hawk replied. That was. He examined the staff. Father used this. The enchantment needed to do that. Carver shook his head. What did Father know? Hawk held up the staff. This will take us to Corypheus. A barrier sprang into place behind them as they descended the stairs. Those sons of bitches. He shook his head. The whole blasted thing's sealed over. Gabriel sighed. He'd have thought he'd have learned by now. I guess we should have seen that coming. Be bound here for eternity, hunger stilled, rage smothered, desire dampened, pride crushed. In the name of the Maker, so let it be. I can do nothing about the Warden's use of demons in this horrid place. But I will have no one say any magic of mine ever released one into the world. Carver took his hand off his sword hilt, and shook his head. Who was that? I feel like I know that voice. Gabriel was staring at the binding that held the demon trapped. It sounded like Father, but, how? His father would never have been mixed up in anything that involved demons. He glanced at Merrill, who was examining the bindings. Merrill. I think if you activate that thing there, you'll be able to bring this down and kill the demon, Merrill said. Would that bring the barrier down? Isabella asked. I don't know, Merrill said. Worth a try, Gabriel said. When the demon died, they heard the voice come again. I can do nothing about the Warden's use of demons in this horrid place. But I will have no one say any magic of mine ever released one into the world. Do you hope to learn something about your father down here? Isabella asked. So long as it doesn't also involve my mother. Some things about your parents should never see the light of day. Well, I think your father sounds like someone worth knowing. Isabella smiled. According my mother, my father wasn't. Not even for one night. The man who approached them moved oddly, as though he'd been severely injured. His hair was falling out in clumps, and his skin was mottled gray. Both Carver and Anders winced as he approached. The key. Did they find it? The dwarves. I heard them, looking, digging. How do you bring the key here? Gabriel held up the odd staff. You mean this? How is this a key? The thing shambled towards them. Magic, old magic, it is. Magic from the blood. It made the seals. It can destroy them. I came in here to find Corypheus. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. Do you know where? Maybe there was a better question. Or what? And please don't say demon. He is. Do not say his name. The thing cringed. He will hear you. Do not wake him. Now when you hold the key. Let me guess, you want to drink my blood too. Was everything down here going to be creepy? Blood. The blood of the hawk. Are you the hawk? It looked at him, glazed, dead eyes narrowing. Yes. I smell magic on you. But you hold the key. The key to his death. It nodded. Yes, I can show you out, yes. Who are you? Gabriel shook his head. What's wrong with you? You ask me that? I am the one who belongs here, not you. You are no dark spawn. Behind him, Carver spoke up. That armor, it's warden issue. No one has that. You hear it, no. The thing looked at his brother, and then at Anders. Hear it calling? I smell it in you. I know the way out. Follow me. Down and in. Down and in. Gabriel sighed, and rubbed his hand across his forehead. Because I always like to follow the advice of tainted, crazy people. Not crazy, no. Trust me. Like that was going to happen. I know the prison's secrets. The seals hold us in. Anything comes in, nothing ever leaves. Not without the key. You must use it, yes. On the seals. Every seal, you touch the key to it. Only then they open. Only for the hawk. Not back. Not up. Only way out is down and through the heart. Down. It started to shamble off. Down in the depths. Gabriel looked back at Carver. Carver sighed. Careful. Things down here, they can get complicated. The voice came again when the next demon died. I may have left the circle, but I took a vow. My magic will serve that which is best in me, not that which is most base. That which is best in me. Carver looked up at Gabriel. Father used to say that, didn't he? To you and Bethany? She never felt like she could live up to him. I hope they're together, wherever they are. Talking about magic, gossiping about us. Gabriel managed a smile. Merrill put a comforting hand on Carver's arm, and his brother smiled. Gabriel turned away with a small smile of his own. Well now, Isabella was right. That was interesting. He healed the wound Fenris had taken. Fenris smiled at him. Thank you for asking me to come along again, Hawk. Gabriel managed a smile again. Why wouldn't I? More the merrier. I just... Fenris's stance became awkward. Am pleased to see you. That's all. He heard Varric snicker. Smooth. Oh, Fenris, Isabella said, as Carver just laughed. Oh. I think it's sweet, Merrill said. Gabriel sighed. I think when I find the way out, I'm not telling any of you. Let me guess. Gabriel stared at what appeared to be some kind of giant monster frozen inside a green barrier. The first seal. 2,000 years, the magic holds. Never broken. Give it the key. Let it take the magic back to itself. Absorb it, all who came before. Gabriel walked up, the strange staff in his hands. This is a bad idea, isn't it? Yes. We don't actually have a choice, do we? No. He sighed. Here goes. And the creature he'd just freed attacked them. Wonderful. He touched the staff to one of the pillars, and let it draw in the magic. The warden thing nodded with approval. The blood works. It is good. All this talk about my blood is a little creepy. Are you at least planning to tell me your name? Gabriel glared. Name. It paced back and forth. So long since I've said my name. L.A. Larius. I was Larius. There was a title, too. Commander. Commander of the Grey. Then you're. Carver shook his head. Like me. But so far gone. You've had your calling. Yes. The calling. Larius nodded. The songs get louder. Only death stops them. I am dead. But I never died. Well, that was disturbing. His brother was going to end up like that thing? How does a warden? Anders too, for that matter. No wonder the man was crazy. End up like this? I thought you were immune to the taint. It's more complicated than that, unfortunately. Carver sighed. Eventually. Anders gestured at Larius. The calling. It comes to us all. The voice we can't resist. Our death. Larius shifted his weight from foot to foot. If you're a warden, then do you know? He turned a slow circle. What just happened? What does the seal have to do with my blood? The magic, it calls to the blood, reads the thoughts of those who hold it. The last to hold it, the hawk. I. Larius looked away. I was there when he laid the seals. Before I became this. You favor him. Seek Orpheus calls. In the darkness. What waits there? He shuffled away again. Carver came to stand next to him. I felt something after that seal. We have a thing, the joining. It was in the blood, like that. Fenris shook his head. It seems your blood is special, Hawk. Why am I not surprised? The sooner we find our way out of here, the better. And there was Varric. The voice of wisdom. How deep does this hole go? Fenris looked over the ledge, and shook his head. How is it you get into these situations so often? What do you mean? Gabriel asked. Attacked by dwarves, approached by strangers, stumbling upon ancient riddles, madness. It's a gift. Fenris laughed. Well, I think you should return it. Carver raised an eyebrow at Meryl's happy expression. Is it my turn to have missed something? Oh, she said. It's just nice to see them getting along again. They had a fight. Isabella was very upset by it. Why would Isabella be upset by? Carver laughed. Oh. He glanced at her. Mother said you would join her for tea. She never yelled at me for picking flowers out of the garden. She was way too nice to be a noble. Meryl sighed. I miss her. And you? I've bought our freedom, Leandra. We can go home now, us and the baby. We'll be together. I hope it takes after you, love. I would wish this magic on no one. May they never learn what I've done here. Carver elbowed his brother playfully. Father didn't want a child with magic? He got that one wrong twice over. He sure didn't show any regret back home. The attention he gave you in Bethany. Well, I guess he figured the worst that could happen to me was tripping on my sword. Gabriel got him in a headlock. You did trip on your sword. A lot. My weapon's not a walking stick. And the first time I wore armor it was like strapping a topsy water barrel to my head. Just as dangerous as your demons. He managed to free himself, then got his brother in a wrist lock. Sort of. I did worry sometimes, for you too. Bethany just wanted to be normal. As if I made a good case for it. Nobody thinks you're normal. Gabriel twisted out of it, and tried for a leg sweep. Don't worry about that. Carver laughed as he dodged the attack. His training was paying off. Fine, I suppose I deserved that. I miss her and father. Mother's food. You sometimes. Gomlin can go suck an egg. Come on. This mess down here, it's not following us out. When I left the Wardens, I swore I'd never spend another minute in the deep roads. Anders glared at their surroundings. Left sounds like it was a mutual arrangement. Fenris said. Fine. I ran away. What's it to you? Ran away from the circle, ran away from the Wardens. Fenris shrugged. It sounds like a habit. Running away from your family, straight to Daenerys. Running away from Daenerys, straight to Hawk. Maybe we're more alike than you think. I've always said so, Varric said, netting a glare from both men. Oh, look. Gabriel said. A lovely patch of mud. Perfect for tossing annoying people into. Just say. Anders stumbled, and grabbed his head. Gabriel immediately went from mocking to concerned. What's wrong? I'm not listening. Anders shook his head. I'm not listening. The abomination's hearing voice, Fenris said. How unexpected. Gabriel put his hands on Anders' shoulders. Anders. He shook the man gently. Anders. After a moment, Anders nodded at him. I'm all right. I think I'm all right. He is waking. Larius shambled towards them again. The magic grows lax. He feels us walk where no step goes. Are you talking about Corypheus? Gabriel frowned. Still no actual information on who or what Corypheus was. He calls. Like an old god. He mimics their cry. Larius gestured. He calls them to free him. The dark children and the light, any with taint in their blood. Maybe bringing Anders along hadn't been a great idea after all. If Corypheus isn't an old god, what is he? Human, demon, darkspawn. More than darkspawn. More than human. Larius shook his head. He thinks. He talks. He pieces the veil. Carver blinked. You're talking about an awakened darkspawn. The Wardens have only encountered them once. Gabriel stared at his brother as Larius continued to talk. He wants what was once his. How could this Corypheus be sending people after me if he's asleep? Gabriel asked. He can call, dream, but not know. When the seals are gone, he will wake. And he must die. Why are you down here? How have you survived? Gabriel folded his arms. They needed answers. Any would do at this point. The calling. The music. It is our death. The corruption. Carver's voice sounded reluctant. Once it gets that bad, the darkspawn can't sense you anymore. The last advantage. Yes, Larius said. I lived, but I died. The corruption feeds me. So many years in darkness. When you run off, where do you go? I know the darkness before the seals. Here, the voice is too strong. Larius shambled off again. I cannot stay. They hadn't gone far when Anders staggered again. Stop. Just make him stop talking. Make him stop. Carver's eyes widened. It's Corypheus. He can hear Corypheus. Hang in there, Blondie. We're going to get you out of this. Gabriel tried shaking him again. When that failed, he sighed. Then he punched him. As soon as Anders gave him an upset look, he used a healing spell. Sorry. You weren't coming out of it. It's all right, Anders said. That. He turned towards Carver. What about you? I don't hear anything, Carver said. He frowned. But you're a mage, and you've been a warden a bit longer than I have. Gabriel frowned. You will tell us if you do start hearing things. He narrowed his eyes when Carver nodded, and then glanced at Meryl. Meryl, if you think he's hearing things, zap him. She nodded. I can do that. Isabella, stick to Anders like glue. He hears voices again, punch him. Isabella gave him a salute. Anders sighed. How's this going to fit into your grand tale, Varric? Hawk and friends walked for a really long time in nasty tunnels that smelled like nug shit. Well, I'd probably say something like. Then around the corner, we caught the sight of an entirely new type of darkspawn. You had to ask, Blondie. Anders sighed. I've already done the and around the corner we caught sight of an entirely new type of darkspawn thing. You'll have to come up with something else. Gabriel examined the altar. Fenris gave him a concerned look. Don't even think about making a sacrifice here, Hawk. Whatever happens, I promise it won't be good. I can't believe I'm saying this but... Anders took a deep breath. Fenris is right. I have no intention of even touching the thing, Gabriel said. I'm more concerned with... He shook his head. Feel it? There is power in the thing. But, if Damat is dead, how could there be? He straightened, then left the thing behind. They found the body of what seemed to be one of Varric's ancestors, and delivered the last rites. Varric seemed oddly touched by the sentiment. Anders stumbled again. Isabella started to draw back her hand, and he shoved her away. Ah! What's wrong? Gabriel said, turning around. Wardens, the joining. I have too much taint in my blood. I can't shut him out. Anders bent over, holding his head. Help me. He started to glow. Always a bad sign. I will not. Justice's voice took over. Be controlled. Gabriel sighed. I can't take you anywhere. The abomination twirled the staff, and started to call up a spell. Gabriel started to call up a barrier, and Carver stepped forward. Energy surged from his brother, and Gabriel saw the spell die in Anders' hands. His brother, a Templar? He'd worry about that later. He stepped forward, and punched Anders in the mouth. It took 3 hits before Anders hit the ground and stopped glowing. Thank you, Anders managed to say, despite the fact blood was streaming from his nose. Gabriel offered him a hand up. I guess they're right. You never can leave the Wardens. He sighed. I hope I can hold against him. Against them both. Gabriel nodded. Just to be safe. He took the staff away from Anders, and handed it to Isabella. Stick to healing and barriers. Carver, he tries anything else, shut him down. And I'm so going to want to know where you picked that trick up. Just to be annoying, Carver said, I don't think I'll tell you. Let's just try not doing that again. Bianca hates being turned on her friends. He feels the seals weaken. Larius shambled out of the shadows again. He knows you are close. You must be ready. Suddenly he turned, and started looking around. A moment later, Carver did the same thing. What's that? Who? No. No. They're here. Who is it this time? Gabriel drew the staff, and Fenris immediately took up a defensive position. Puddles the turtle? The holy cheese wheel of Andraste. The Wardens. They listen to Corypheus. They want to bring him to the light. Stop them. You must stop them. He shuffled away again. Voices floated down the tunnel. Something's happening. The prison's breaking down. But it's stood up to tunneling before. What can Desh? The woman leading the other Wardens stopped short. You. You have the key. And you've come through the seals. But how? She narrowed her eyes when she saw Carver. Ah. You're the Elder Hawk. So the child commander was curious after all. The Carta said they were close. I am Janka. I lead this unit of Grey Wardens. Carver narrowed his eyes. Senior Warden, why are you interested in my father? Then you don't know? Without Malcolm, this prison would have fallen over 20 years ago. Gabriel gestured at the staff. Let me guess, it had something to do with this fancy thing. The Grey Wardens built this prison to contain one of the most powerful darkspawn we've ever encountered. She gestured. But even the best magic fades. The Wardens need to reinforce the seals. This requires the blood of a mage untainted by Warden training. The last to perform the ritual was your father. My father was a blood mage. She was lying. She had to be lying. To avert the blights, forbidden magics are sometimes necessary. For us, maybe. Carver glared. My father knew better. She shrugged. He did not bind the demons, if that is your concern. That was done in another era, before the Chantry's laws. Why do my family stories never involve embarrassing vacations in Antiva? She was definitely lying. Or there was far more to the story. We need your help, Hawk. I have done extensive research on this darkspawn and I believe the original Wardens were wrong. She gestured arrogantly. He isn't a threat to humanity, he's our greatest opportunity. A darkspawn who can talk, feel, reason. Corypheus cares nothing for blights. Larius's voice rang out. He used you. One of the Wardens with her gaped. The Warden Commander. Janka narrowed her eyes. Don't listen to this creature. He's half Darkspawn himself. I know how to harness Corypheus, use his magic to end the blights. No, Larius said. The Wardens knew. Corypheus is too powerful. Carver nodded. There are rules to the order, and with good reason. Father wouldn't want this. Varric shrugged. Worth the risk. If he doesn't help, it's one more big Darkspawn to stick a bolt in. No big deal. Fenris just shook his head. A Darkspawn and a mage. Just what the world needs. Corypheus calls her, and she listens. Larius gestured. She brought him the Carta, sent them for you. Janka stepped forward. The foolish child commander wouldn't let me have your brother. I need you. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Carver's stance become hostile, and there was a tiny flash of glowing blue in Anders' eyes. This was just going splendidly. How could you trust any deal this Darkspawn makes with you? Do not think me foolish, Hawk. I am making no deal. I have a spell which can control Corypheus, bind him to my will. He will be a new, important weapon in the war on the Blights. No more, no less. She'd gone a few steps beyond merely foolish. Downright stupid sounded more accurate. Binding Darkspawn. Are you talking about using blood magic? Everything that was done to him was through the power of blood. The Wardens imprisoned Corypheus before the Chantry banned such magic. It is the only way to hold him. A convenient excuse, Fenris said. Gabriel agreed. Corypheus may be as great a threat as the next Blight. We can't risk freeing him. We'll find a way to do this with or without you, Hawk. This prison will be broken. The Blights will end. Come. She gestured to her companions, and they left. Larius gestured to him. With me. We will beat them to the seal. He sighed. It seemed like just killing them all would be easier. He glanced back at Carver, then sighed. Though perhaps killing Wardens might not be the best plan for the situation. They had a plan. So, naturally, everything went wrong. That was an important lesson he should probably learn one day. The Carta set off the wards, blocking their path. According to Larius, they had to reconnect some kind of beam to get past the barrier. After 30 seconds of Isabella's help, he simply stepped back. All right, you do it. Fine, she said. I will. Meryl glanced over. Cheer up, Fenris. This isn't so bad. He glared at her. We're in a black pit full of evil. How can you imagine this isn't so bad? She spread her hands. It's not going to rain. And there's almost no chance of being attacked by bears. Fenris shook his head. And we put our lives in your hands. Astonishing. Oh, I know. She giggled. It surprises me, too. Ha. Isabella gave them a triumphant look. Got it. Janka kindly took a few moments out of her busy day to taunt them some more. They managed to get past the rest of the traps, as well as a nest of deep stalkers. Somehow, they also managed to talk Meryl out of bringing one of the deep stalkers home as a pet. He wasn't entirely sure, but he thought he heard Carver promise her a baby dragon. Though, from the look of things, she already had a perfectly good pet warden. Oh, that's nice, Varric said. What's so nice about it? Gabriel stared at the tower with the glowing statues. I was just wondering what someplace sinister and foreboding would look like. And here it is. They started forward, and Janka stepped out to block their path. You're too late, Larius. Hand over Hawk, and I'll give you a quick death. She had to be kidding. Even the villains in Varric's stories weren't quite that daft. Did she really think he was relying on Larius for protection? Or did she simply not notice the rest of the group with him? Larius shook his head. Hawk has made his choice the right one. The right choice, or the only choice. She folded her arms and her face became smug. Malcolm Hawk was not allowed to disagree. It is the past. It doesn't matter. Larius tried to wave her away. Finally. The plot thinned. Larius? What does Janka mean by not allowed? How does she know this? Larius glared at one of the other wardens. Alec, did you tell her? He shrugged. Malcolm Hawke was reluctant, had to be, persuaded. I was warden commander. It was my duty. Larius took a few steps away. I delivered an ultimatum: help us, or you'll never see her again. Carver put a hand to his sword. You did what? You were going to kill our mother. Everything was about to go boom. No, never. Larius held up his hands. He came with us. I never had to decide her fate. She was never told about what passed between Malcolm and me. That doesn't excuse it, Carver said. You see, Hawke. Janka was all but sneering. How can you trust anything Larius says? He was running out of reasons to not start chucking wardens off the tower. His father hadn't been a blood mage by choice. Larius's threats were reprehensible, but he's still right about Corypheus. You can come willingly or not, Hawke. I just need your blood. Not. He was going to go with not. Not seemed the best option. Definitely not. And just to make the not perfectly clear, blast of ice to the face. He stirs, Larius said. Slay him now, before he wakes. Before his strength comes. Larius shambled past the dead wardens. The key. It's not strong enough. Use your blood. Free him and slay him. Gabriel sighed. This was a bad idea. Horrible. Terrible. And Varric could probably come up with even more words. He glanced at Fenris. After a moment, the elf gave him a reluctant nod. He sighed, and drew his dagger. Once all 4 of the pillars were deactivated, he walked to the dais in the center, and used his blood again. The key floated in the air, glowing with a soft orange light. Then the light exploded, throwing both him and the key clear. Fenris and Carver helped him back to his feet as something began to emerge. It was, well, he'd seen Darkspawn before. This one appeared to be an emissary. One equal in height to an ogre. It floated in the air. Be this some dream I wake from? Am I in dwarven lands? Why seem their roads so empty? Its voice reverberated throughout the chamber. It turned its strange gaze to them. You. Serve you at the temple of Domat? Bring me hence. I must speak with the first acolyte. He speaks of the old gods, Larius said. The Imperium. It was always so helpful to have someone along to state the obvious. The creature stared at Larius. You are no man. Do you belong to the Empire? Or be you of dwarven blood? How come you here? He glared. Whoever you be, you owe fealty to any Magister of Tevinter. On your knees. All of you. A Magister of Tevinter. He'd been wanting to shove a fireball up one of those. You're a dark spawn. Dark spawn. Ravaging the deep roads, spreading the blight. Does this ring a bell? It narrowed its eyes at him. You are what held me. I smell the blood in you. It turned away, and raised its hands. Domat. Lord. Tell me. What waking dream is this? The light. We sought the golden light. You offered, the power of the gods themselves. But it was, black, corrupt. Darkness, ever since. How long? The Golden City. Larius shook his head. The first violation. The Magisters who brought the blight. The original Magisters. Fenris stared. It is their depravities the Magisters of today strive to live up to. The elf drew his sword. If they exist, in any form, we should wipe them from the face of Thedas. At last, someone was making sense. He tainted the world, Larius said. He speaks to all who carry the corruption. Darkspawn. Wardens. He brought Janka here. Brought you. Corypheus began to gather his magic. If I cannot leave with you, I will leave through you. I seek the light. They got singed despite Anders' barrier. Gabriel sent a few spells at Corypheus, but none of them seemed to do anything. The pillars were glowing again. Well, nothing else seemed to be working. He started deactivating them again. Each time, shades appeared. Isabella brained one with Anders's staff. Deactivating the last pillar seemed to bring down Corypheus' defenses. Not long enough. I made your sacrifices, Lord. Strengthen me now. Rocks began to fall from, where had they come from? Matter for later. It made dodging the fire Corypheus was sending everywhere much more difficult. Fenris yanked him out of the way of another gout of flame. He started deactivating the next pillar as Fenris stood behind him, sword ready for the shades. Carver had yanked Meryl into another alcove, and was waiting for the fire to pass them. Anders was holding a barrier to protect Isabella. He couldn't see Varric or Larius. Shades down, on to the next. Varric was there, still firing Bianca at Corypheus. Gabriel dropped the last of the pillars, rendering Corypheus vulnerable for a few more precious seconds. Isabella took a hit, and Anders dragged her to safety as he began to work his healing magic. Corypheus drew power from another pillar, and ice began to fall. And the rocks were now electrified. And there was still fire everywhere. He growled. Varric pulled Meryl out of the path of some falling ice. With Carver and Fenris at his back, Gabriel started deactivating the pillars again. Corypheus kept yelling taunts. The defenses dropped again. Gabriel inhaled, and hit Corypheus with everything he had. The creature collapsed to its knees, and looked up at him. Its eyes glinted oddly for a moment, and then Gabriel hit it again. This time, it stayed down. Gabriel would have fallen as well, had not Carver and Fenris still been next to him. He fumbled a lyrium potion out of his belt and drank it before going to assist Anders with healing their companions. It was almost a surprise to see everyone was alive and in relatively few pieces. Bianca had a scrape on one side. They would mourn later. You did well, Hawk. More than the Grey Wardens of old were able to accomplish. Larius's voice was steady now, and he stood up straighter. Walking, not shambling. I will tell the Warden Commander of your service here. I'd be careful, Carver said. We don't usually come back from the calling. I must try. Larius managed a small bow. You've gained an ally today. Gabriel tried to shake some of the fatigue out of his head. Why are you talking like that? My head is clear now. Without Corypheus's call, I can think again. I thank you for my freedom. That made sense, he supposed. And here I thought I just gained a headache. I will never forget what you did here. The prison stands no more. My gratitude you have, for my freedom. Varric looked up at Cassandra defensively. I said you wouldn't believe me. She paced. When the Seekers arrived at the structure, this prison, it was destroyed. She shook her head. The Grey Wardens were there, but they did not mention this Larius. They claimed everyone was dead. She glared. And now you claim the champion was not only there, but defeated a Magister, one of the Magisters of old. Left there by the Wardens themselves. She put her hands on her hips. A curious tale. I wonder if there's more to it. A small matter. Varric's voice was heavy. A moment for the last of the family, and an echo. You'll forgive me if I take a liberty or two. The attacks, Darkspawn, every bloody part of it, all because of what happened years ago. Carver paced in front of the fireplace. What he did for Mother. For all of us, really. Blood magic on top of leaving the Amel name. No wonder he kept it secret. Still, to do all that. You never liked that he spent so much time with Bethany and I, but it wasn't all bad. Gabriel put a hand on his brother's shoulder. He started training me too, best he could. Then I picked up some things from those soldiers who came through. He smiled fondly. Remember when I beat him? Took the blade clean away. He was holding back, Gabriel said. On magic? Sure, Carver said, punching him lightly in the shoulder. But not the blade. After that, well, he knew I could handle the house while he was off with you two. He sighed. I suppose I see why he was so concerned. You know, I don't think we had it that bad. Gabriel shrugged. For a while. A short while. I think I blinked and missed it. Carver straightened. I think. He smiled. I think it'll be all right, you know. Not real soon, mind you. Gabriel laughed. I suppose it will. Not real soon. Take care, brother. They hugged before parting. She stood next to him, staring into the fire. He could see her when his eyes were closed. Malcolm would be happy you two aren't at each other's throats. Not all the time. He sacrificed so we would have a life free to choose. It must have been a terrible burden. Much like the burden you've assumed. That's me, banging my head against the walls of tyranny. You know, your father was the same way. Taming the shadows with questionable wit. The best of him is still with you. The best of all of us. It's what makes you try so hard. You will always have that. We will always be family. It'll be all right. He opened his eyes, and she was gone again. Is this information Sedita left out of her report, or information Jarath did not share with Sedita? Cassandra narrowed her eyes. My guess is some of both, Leliana replied. I noticed something else interesting. Oh. Several wardens were present. Leliana folded her arms. One was unaffected by Corypheus. Cassandra's eyes widened slightly. Carver Hawk. The same man. Jarath immediately took steps to keep away from Weishaupt. It seems we finally have an inkling as to why. Cassandra's face became suspicious. Carver used the abilities of a Templar. I do not suppose you have an idea of where he may have learned such a skill. My guess? From Jarath. The warden was not a Templar, Cassandra said. He never studied at the Chantry. No, Leliana said. But the king of Ferelden did. An interesting notion. Perhaps it was that training that kept Carver unaffected. She folded her own arms. And the altar of Dumat. That has me wondering as well. She sighed. What Anders did. I wonder if it was in any way due to the lingering effects of this particular adventure. I suppose we will find out. Cassandra shook her head. The warden disappeared shortly after receiving this report. Leliana started to say something, but then shook her head. And I haven't the slightest idea what to do with. Chapter 16, The Long Night Terrors. Brennan greeted them as they headed into the barracks. Hawk, Fenris. She glanced behind them, and her eyes widened just slightly when she saw Sebastian. Sebastian Viel, Gabriel said. He glanced at Sebastian. This is trouble. Guardsman Brennan. Is Avellini in? She's in her office. Brennan gestured, and they continued in. And here we are in the center of power. Smell the oppression, everyone. Fenris spread his hands. Gabriel snickered as he walked into Avellini's office. From the glare, she'd heard the remark, but there was no real heat behind it. Her expression was a little odd, actually. It wasn't often she actually looked relieved to see him. Hawk. I need. She hesitated. A favor that I can only trust to you. It better not involve roofs. He got enough of that with Isabella. Oh, this should be good. It should be a small matter, but I worry. If she was worried, he was going to need an army. Or at least Varric, Isabella, Merrill, and Anders as well as Fenris and Sebastian. I need you to give something to Guardsman Donnic. Here, in the barracks. No questions, and he is not to know it's from me. What? He blinked. Donnic? The one we pulled from an ambush? Maybe there was another Donnic. An abomination or something. The event that put me here. But this is. She couldn't meet his eyes. A different need of the guard and its captain. She managed something that might have been an attempt at a glare, but since it was directed at his elbow, it really didn't have much effect. And you're doing very badly at the no questions part. He sighed and held out his hand for whatever it was. If that's all you need, I'll walk the 100 feet to him. Thank you. And please, hurry back with his reaction. She handed it over. It seemed less demony than he was expecting. I appreciate this, Hawk. I really do. Guardsman Donnic. Sarah Hawk. It's been some time. You're here in Hightown now, right? I think the captain mentioned it. I see your uncle now and then on my patrols, but Donnac shrugged. We don't talk. No ill effects from the ambush, I trust. He certainly didn't seem like an abomination. They got me pretty good, I'll admit, but they fared worse, so I can't complain. Donnac smiled. Guard is a good career if you're careful. A short one if you're not. And the captain makes sure we're careful. Gabriel shrugged, and handed over the package. I have it on good authority that you are going to enjoy this. Whatever it was. Am I now? Donnac unwrapped the package, and gave it an odd look. Gabriel couldn't blame him. It's a copper relief of... He squinted. Marigolds? And it helpfully says so. Marigolds. He looked up at Gabriel. Well. How crafty. Is there a meaning to this that I should know? Probably. But Avellini hadn't bothered to tell him. Possibly. Here, you throw this away. Well, it certainly conveys that. Donnac backed away from him slightly. Right. I'm sure we both have things to do. Of varying import. Sarah Hawke. He gave a small bow before leaving. Fenris watched him go. I am not seeing the sense to this. Revenge for the Nug incident, maybe? Sebastian just gave them both a confused shrug. Gabriel sighed, and went back to Avellini's office. She was pacing. Nervously. You're back. Of course you are. You're efficient. Get things done. Good or ill. She fidgeted. Avellini was actually fidgeting. So, how did Donnac react? To your garbage, you mean? If Avellini had found out he was responsible for the Nugs, she'd just toss him in a cell for the night. Probably with Isabella, just to make sure she covered all bases. I thought it was clear. Metal is strong. Copper ages well. Flowers are soft. He just stared at her blankly. She sighed, and started pacing again. I've clearly gone about this the wrong way. Don't talk to him again. Just, take this. The patrols for next week. Post it to the roster and just, listen. She shifted from foot to foot. I want his honest reaction without the captain present. What he wouldn't give for a nice blood mage right about now. Then things would be making something approaching sense. Maybe Donnac was secretly a blood mage. Actually, being Kirkwall, that particular notion wasn't all that far-fetched. You could just have him hauled off. This isn't about an accusation I can put in a report and explain. I need someone. She sighed. Unofficial. Someone unofficial. Might as well be his title here in Kirkwall. Maybe he'd get it embroidered. All right. Posting the roster just over there. I need to know exactly how he reacts. That's key. She smiled nervously. Thank you. Fenris followed him out. Such doubt. He glanced back at Avellini. Unusual, but clearly important. Gabriel nodded, and put up the roster. He walked a few paces away, close enough to overhear but far enough to make it look like he was merely waiting for Avellini rather than eavesdropping. At least, that was the idea. Fortunately, the guardsmen were used to his presence and few looked twice other than to give him a friendly nod. Hey, Donnac, Brennan called out. Whose pucker have you been greasing to get Hightown? Donnac walked over to her. What? You're daft. I'm working dockside on those smugglers. She gestured at the roster. Says here you're guarding the square. Always been a make-work job, that one. You someone's pet. Donnac was clearly irritated. Check your eyes. It's a mistake. He peered at the roster himself, and then groaned. You have got to be kidding me. What did I do to get that post? Gabriel sighed, and headed back to Avellini's office. Donnac thinks I'm punishing him. But Hightown is a safe patrol. A reward. You wanted his reaction. Gabriel narrowed his eyes at her. She had to be messing with him. Any moment now, Isabella was going to jump out of the closet with a bucket of ice water. She sighed. All right, I can fix this. I need. She paced back and forth. I need 3 goats and a sheaf of wheat. You'll take them to his mother. She turned towards him and caught the look on his face. It's a dowry tradition. Maybe it will smooth the process. Suddenly he was so very, very glad Isabella was not present. And very, very sorry Isabella was not present. A dowry? Then. Fenris shook his head. This isn't about accusations. Behind Fenris, Sebastian was trying hard not to smile. No, it's not. She's courting the man. Fenris's eyes widened. With a fear reserved for dragons. Sebastian turned around to look at the wall, but his shoulders were shaking just slightly. Gabriel ran a hand down his face. If he laughed, she'd hit him. How, exactly, did you think this mess would work? She leaned against the wall, her arms folded. I don't know what I thought. I've been focused on being captain for so long, that's all I know. Fenris was still staring. But you were married, were you not? That was. She started to get defensive, then sighed. A long time ago. It was easier. Or seemed to be. So you've been by yourself since we came to Kirkwall. He supposed he knew that, but maybe he should have gotten her a night at the Blooming Rose instead of a new dagger last winter sent. I am. The look she gave him suggests that she knew what he'd just thought and that it would not have ended well. For him. Diligent on behalf of my men. And I've neglected many other things. I can't imagine you having trouble speaking your mind. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Sebastian was still staring intently out the window. It's just. She unfolded and refolded her arms. Fear. I know it's foolish, but I can't get away from it. She raised an eyebrow. What about you and Fenris? How do you deal with the danger of your lives? Maker's breath, did everyone know? He and Fenris exchanged a look, and he sighed. Maybe we're not the best example. Quite possibly they were the absolute worst example. She seemed oblivious to the look. But you understand. I feel paralyzed. I hate it. Gabriel looked down at his feet. If he brought up Wesley, she'd accuse him of being overprotective. Possibly with some justification, and also with considerable hypocrisy. 04. Donnic practically swallowed his tongue every time Avellini walked by. He and Carver had even discussed the possibility they were going to have to run the man out of town, and now. I can drag him in here right now. Just say the word. Oh, and how would that look? She glared at him. The captain ordering her guardsmen to. She caught his facial expression, and her glare intensified. It wouldn't help. Fenris saved him from her wrath. If the existing relationship prevents a new one, go somewhere you are equal. She blinked. What, just, go out somewhere? Like it's that easy. What? Gabriel's voice was just a tad strangled from his efforts not to laugh. Too simple. Tell Donnic. She unfolded her arms. Invite him to the Hanged Man. She gestured. Don't tell him about me, make something up. It's a surprise, or just you, or a group. Anything to get him there. She couldn't meet his eyes, and stared instead at his chin. He's not like the others. I don't want him to think he's meeting the captain. He had to pull Sebastian from the room, and gave the man a disgusted look. Stop smiling, or I'm going to tell Isabella you've decided to rethink your vow of chastity. Sorry, Sebastian said, his voice almost a squeak from his efforts not to laugh out loud. Gabriel sighed, and took a few deep breaths before heading in. Why couldn't it have been demons? Guardsman Donnic. How are you? Donnic looked at him questioningly. Good, I suppose. Doesn't matter. Free for an evening. I have no immediate patrols. Donnic gave him a suspicious look. Why? A night at the Hanged Man for all the guard. You'll come? Of course, you'll come. Should I have heard of this? Donnic frowned. Very well, Sarah Hawke, I guess I'll be there. He walked off, muttering about it not being good to be the last to hear of things. They'd made it all the way back to Lowtown before Sebastian helpfully pointed out the flaw in his plan. If it's for all the guard, shouldn't you have invited more guards? Fenris nodded, then helpfully pointed out the other flaw in the plan. And if we do this in the Hanged Man, there is no way we will be able to keep Isabella and Varric from finding out. He stopped, walked to a wall, and started beating his head against it. Maybe he'd get lucky, and Kirkwall would get invaded. Avellini was actually hiding behind him. Avellini was hiding behind him. You go first. I'll be right there. Just. She ducked away. Don't tell him this is about me. And cue the awkward silence. Donnic looked around after a minute. There were supposed to be others coming, right? Gabriel glanced over at where Fenris and Sebastian were sitting. At a different table. Looking highly amused. He hated them both so much. Plans change, apparently. Right. Look, I should really. What? He could get a Bronto, sure, but how would he get it into Avellini's office? No, sit, drink. Mikon would balk at a Bronto, but Brennan would help. Out of morbid curiosity, if nothing else. And underpants. Pink lacy ones, he'd have Orana embroider Avellini's name on the chantry board. For tradition's sake. Another round. Maker, yes. At least he wasn't the only one feeling awkward. Varric was now at the table with Sebastian and Fenris. From the look on the dwarf's face, his so-called friends were filling him in. If this ended up in one of Varric's stories. And where the hell was Avellini? Oh, and look. Now they were telling Isabella. The pirate's face was actually gleeful. Donnic narrowed his eyes. Next thing he knew, he was getting a lecture from the man on the best way to go about courting Avellini. Look, if this was all a plan for you to get closer to the captain, maybe you should just talk to her. I mean, how sad would it be if you needed a go-between? Have some backbone. Varric actually fell out of his chair. Donnic stood. I have to go. Thanks for the drink. He sighed, and drained his own glass as the other table broke into laughter. Where is she? Varric's room, Fenris managed to say. I just want you all to know that my vengeance will be brutal and prolonged. Promises, promises, Isabella said, waggling her eyebrows. I couldn't do it. Avellini was sitting at Varric's desk. What did he say? They'd followed him. He was going to kill them all. Twice. He thinks I arranged this to get to you. The only thing holding Isabella up was the wall. I'm an idiot, Avellini said. Admitting it is a good step. He put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Isabella knew. That was probably revenge enough. Where are you heading next? The barracks. Ferelden? The deepest hole I can find. And at the end of the day, she was still Avellini. Family. You've never been the hiding type. I know, all right, but I freeze up. She shook her head. The only place I'm not a mess is on patrol. She shrugged. And killing highwaymen doesn't afford much opportunity for banter. Fenris stood at his shoulder. Again, she deflects. I will not risk. You're squandering something you don't understand. Fenris had a pretty good glare of his own. You can't ignore advice from such a stable source, Gabriel added. It was stupid of him to be touched by Fenris's words. But then, he supposed he did know a thing or two about relationships making someone stupid. She was shaking her head again. But I can't fight and talk. Gabriel shrugged. I'll clear the way and you can see if he's the one. Her smile was warm. You're too good at this. Is it any wonder you've all but taken Hightown? She hugged him before leaving. He turned to the others. They didn't even bother to try for straight faces. So, Valun. He hadn't gotten the word out when they'd all raised their hands. Isabella was also insisting they bring Meryl. He sighed, and started hitting his head against the wall again. Orana's music teacher was still there when he got back to the estate. He waved for her to continue the lesson and went to the kitchen. A pot of stew was positioned by the fire to keep warm, and the bread was fresh. He made himself a plate, then went to listen. Her skills really were coming along quite nicely. The music helped fill the silence of the big house. She bid the teacher farewell, they immediately came to clear his dinner plates and offer him wine. No thank you. There is a letter waiting for you on the desk, master. I'll take a look. And don't call me master. Yes, master. He sighed, and went to the desk. The letter was from Ariane. He had just finished reading it when he heard Orana greet someone. He went into the kitchen, and found her handing off a basket of foodstuffs to Anders. He smiled. Almost forgot it was Friday. How is the clinic? Better, now that my patients can eat. I appreciate this, Hawk. Thank Bodhin, he's the one doing most of the work. You busy tomorrow morning? Need me for something? Anders smiled. Remember Fenrir? He waited for Anders to nod, then held up the letter. Ariane is requesting my help with a matter concerning him. I'll meet you at the alienage. Fenris was hesitant, but willing to come along. Isabella was heading to the Hanged Man as they passed, and invited herself. Mostly to hassle him about his courtship of Avellini. She took an unholy glee in filling Anders in when the man joined them. Anders almost stumbled on the stairs into the alienage. I hate you all, Gabriel said. Ariane met them in front of her house. She smiled with relief when she saw them. I was hoping you would come. You did so much for my Fenrir already, but... Her smile fell. I visited him among the people, but he turned me away. I know the demons still plague him. She shook her head frantically. And now they've taken him. 2 days ago, Fenrir went into a nightmare and hasn't returned. He can't be woken up. She nodded. The keeper said he is near death. His lips still fog a mirror, but that is all. He vaguely recalled something his father had mentioned. Surely there are mages who can pursue him in the Fade. She gestured for them to enter the house. I have contacted Keeper Maradhari. The Dalish have an ancient ritual that might help. But it requires someone Fenrir trusts to enter the Fade to free him. Gabriel nodded. So you're, what? Hoping I can yell really loudly in his ear? Maybe give him a good shake. He put a comforting hand on her shoulder. She nodded. I'm hoping you can reach him. You made a strong impression when you rescued him from the slavers. My Dalish friends tell me he speaks of you all the time. She fidgeted as she moved around her house, and eventually settled on trying to offer them various foodstuffs. The keeper says Fenrir's powers are a throwback to ancient magics that once let elves shape the Fade. The only way to reach him is through his dreams. He nodded. What does the ritual entail? The keeper can explain it better than I. Her ritual will send you into the Fade. She sighed. Once there, I imagine you face down the demons until Fenrir regains control of himself. You will be unable to return from the Fade until he does. She couldn't quite meet his eyes. It was clear she had a fair notion of exactly what she was asking. He'd done stupider things. Some of them just yesterday. I've made worse deals. The look of hero worship on her face made him uncomfortable. I've already called for the keeper. We need to begin the ritual as quickly as possible. Would you like to stay here or return when she arrives? If he went home, someone would come looking for him with some urgent errand or another. This is too urgent to delay. A tear fell from her eyes. You have been far kinder than I had any right to expect. The elves in the alienage treated the keeper much like the people of Lowtown would have treated a visit from the divine. She greeted them before heading to where they were waiting, and entered Ariane's home. I came quickly, Ariane. I did not wish to tell you by letter how grave your son's situation is. She gestured. The magic he possesses makes him what the Tevinters called Somniari, a dreamer. Dreamers have the power to control the beyond, what humans call the Fade. Fenrir is the first in 2 ages to survive. Gabriel nodded. What exactly are we going to do here? The elves of the Dales were experts in the Somniari arts. They could even help those with no power enter the Fade. I have done my best to recreate the ritual. We will use Fenrir's childhood home as a focus to draw him back through the veil. Might as well get this over with. With any luck, a demon would eat him and he wouldn't have to help Avellini court Donic anymore. Just send me into the Fade. I told you he was amazing, Ariane said. There was so much hope on her face. He found himself really hoping he wouldn't let her down. Keeper Maradhari nodded to Ariane. Now, Ariane, please excuse us. We must prepare. Oh, of course. Ariane gave him one more worshipful look, then went to go busy herself sweeping the spotless porch. The keeper took his arm, and pulled him away into the other room. There is more I must tell you that is not for her ears. That sounded bad. You're not really my type. She narrowed her eyes at him. This is a serious matter. She gestured. Finreal cannot become an abomination. The destruction he would cause is unimaginable. She met his eyes, and gave him a look that made him realize just what the title of keeper really meant. If you cannot save him from the demons, you must kill him yourself. A death in the Fade will make him what your circle calls tranquil. He will be no threat after. For once, he couldn't come up with a good wise crack. I will not let him become a danger. Her nod was grave. I wish you luck. She glanced at the others. Gather your friends, and we will begin. Be careful, for all will face temptation. Isabella grinned. I never give in to temptation. I worry what a journey to the Fade might bring out in me, Anders said. That was a disturbingly good point. But on the other hand, the man was the closest thing to an expert he had available. Gabriel's eyes went to Fenris. He nodded. I have no desire to explore the Fade, but if you need me I will go. The keeper directed them all to lie down, and began a chant. Within moments, his eyes were heavy, and he slipped across. They found themselves in what appeared to be the Templar Hall. It was definitely the Fade. Items moved of their own accord, and here and there books and candles floated. The voice behind him was deep, resonant. And the last time he'd heard it, it had been ranting. I had not thought to return in such a way. He turned, and saw Anders was glowing. The spirit actually smiled. It is good to feel the breath of the Fade again, not the empty air of your world. You look. He shrugged. Different. I am Justice. Anders has told you of me. The spirit strode forward. Come. I sense Finreal's mind straining. We will not have much time. Gabriel glanced at his companions. Fenris was clearly on edge, but Isabella just looked fascinated. He shrugged, and followed the spirit. If anyone did know the way. They hadn't gone far when a demon approached them. Well. Its voice was soft, indolent. It's rare to see two forgotten magics in one day. Justice narrowed his eyes. A demon of sloth. It exists to make men forget their purpose and their pride do not relax around it. Call me torpor. I have a proposition that might interest you. It had to be kidding. One would think with the number of demons he'd killed over the past couple years, word would have spread. I will not give in to temptation, fiend. He reached for his staff. Have it your way. The demon attacked. Justice led them to a door. Desire, the spirit said. Gabriel nodded, and stepped through. And found himself wearing the form of Ariane. Well, that was disconcerting. Maybe he wouldn't mention this to her. He continued forward, and saw a man he recognized as Vincento standing over a younger version of Finreal. That's it, Finreal. Hard on the downstroke, then lift. Good. The man smiled, a proud father. I'll have you scribing all my letters soon. If I'd known you were such a bright lad, I'd have brought you into the business years ago. The boy's eyes were wide, eager and hopeful. Does that mean I can come with you to Antiva, father? Mother said maybe this summer. Right, mother. Oh. They were talking to him now. Pull the strings, and let the illusion come apart. Your father never wanted anything to do with you. Don't trust him. Finreal blinked, then turned to Vincento. Why are you lying to me? Don't listen, son. She's always been ashamed of you. She wanted you gone so she could go back to the Dalish. I'm the one who loves you. But. Finreal found the string, and pulled. Why can't I remember you? Another string. This is a trick, Finreal. He wants something from you. Why? The boy took it, and pulled again, fraying the edges. That's right. I spent my whole childhood waiting for you. Your mother never allowed dash. The demon tried to put the pieces back together. My mother loves me. She showed me the letters she wrote you. You never wrote back. The boy shoved the papers off the desk. And it was mother who taught me to write, not you. I've never met you before. Who are you? Don't question. It fell apart, and the demon was forced back to her normal form. Me. Fenrir cried out and fled. She glared at them. You. You turned him against me. He drew his staff. Complete accident. I was trying to help. Honest. She smiled. Take away my pets, and I'll take away yours. How loyal are these friends you drag into the fade? She turned her eyes to Isabella. Would your pirate queen stay if the open water beckoned? What do you say, sweetheart? A two-mast brigantine, square main topsail. The smile became lascivious. 100 well-built lads to answer your every whim. I know you've been looking for a stiff masthead. He was going to kill her for that pun alone. And, damn it, he really should not have brought Isabella into anything involving a desire demon. Should I turn around now to let you stab me in the back? Or would you rather it be a surprise? Isabella actually smiled. You are just the sweetest. The Siren's Call 2 awaits in Kirkwall Harbor. I'll be under the firs in the captain's quarters. I like big boats. Isabella drew her daggers. I cannot lie. It seemed rude to hit her with a fireball. So he went with lightning. She will awaken, Justice told them as they left the room. Gabriel nodded. I hope you are right. There was a sound from the central room. Rage demons, Justice said. They seek the dreamer's power. Gabriel nodded, and sent forth a blast of ice. It was rather interesting to note that the magic Justice used seemed slightly different than the magic Anders used. Despite what Anders often claimed, it seemed they were still separate beings on some level. He wasn't sure what he could do with that information, but it seemed good to know. Actually, when Justice wasn't furious, ranting, and trying to kill everyone, he actually seemed an interesting companion. This must be the spirit as Anders had initially befriended him. He wasn't sure what he could do with that information, either. The spirit led them to another door. Pride. Well, that should be simple. His friends did an excellent job of making sure he had none of that hidden anywhere. He wasn't entirely sure whose form he wore at the moment. Keeper Maradhari was giving a speech. My people, I present to you. She gestured at Fenrir. Our hope. He came to use to learn his heritage, to release the power from a lineage as ancient as our race. Fenrir's face was wondrous. I don't know what to say. Find the strings. This is a trick. First enchanter? What are you doing here? Fenrir shook his head. Mother told me the Dalish are honorable. Why would the keeper lie? Well, now he'd know what the first enchanter looked like if they ran into each other. One potential bit of awkwardness dealt with. Why would she entrust her people to a human? He felt cold for saying it, even if he knew it to be true. The demon that was pretending to be Maradhari turned to Fenrir. You are one of us, Fenrir. Your magic will restore our greatness. But. And once again, Fenrir caught the string and pulled. You told me this magic was outlawed for a reason. Even the Dalish don't practice it anymore. Could the elves trust you with the power to shape reality? Actually, that was a damn good question. Fenrir hesitated. Could you trust yourself? Don't listen to him. The demon tried to draw Fenrir back. The first enchanter is trying to keep you from realizing your greatness. Fenrir pulled it apart. Trying to keep me from temptation, just like you were. You're not the keeper. The boy raised a fist. Begone, fiend. When the walls came down, Fenrir vanished. And Gabriel was left facing a pride demon. Wonderful. He hadn't taken on something 5 times his size in at least a week. The demon turned its head towards him. With my power joined to his, Fenrir would have changed the world. Have you ever seen an abomination? They are usually. He winced, and made a mental note to apologize to Anders later. The demon showed a hint of fang. You put such stock in appearances? Perhaps that is why your friend's loyalty only goes skin deep. It gestured at Fenris. You think this slave would choose you over his freedom? Cast your eyes elsewhere, demon. Fenris gestured, and Gabriel smiled. I won my freedom from the Magisters long ago. But you fear them still. The demon's voice was soothing. They have left their marks on your body and your mind. With my aid, you could be free forever. You could have power enough to challenge any who would chain you. Gabriel shook his head. How transparent could you get? But Fenris looked at him. To face them as an equal? He looked back at the demon. What? This was not good. Would you want from me? A moment of your time, nothing more. If justice hadn't been present, it might have ended there. The barrier came into place just in time to block Fenris' swing. Gabriel shook his head and drew his own staff. Despite the words of justice, he couldn't bring himself to focus his power on Fenris. He called up a tempest, then focused on the demon. Justice offered him a hand back to his feet. Gabriel accepted it. The spirit nodded, and they walked again back to the central chamber. Fenrir was waiting for them. I'm not sure if this is real. If so, it is the second time I owe you my life. The young man smiled. The fade feels different now. I see the stitches, the seams holding it together. I feel I could wake at any moment. Dreamers control the fate and the dreams of people in it. Fenrir nodded. I see why the Chantry fears us. I've heard tales of Magisters who stalked their enemies and used their own dreams to destroy them. You're right. I must master it, find someone to study under. The Dalish do not have what I need. He paced back and forth a few steps. Perhaps Tevinter. If these powers can be trained, it would be there. He hesitated. My mother would not look kindly on such a journey. Can you give her my farewell? May the Maker guide your path, Fenrir. Perhaps. Fenrir gestured, and Gabriel felt the fate around them start to shift. It was disconcerting. There is a way out of this. He inhaled. I can do this. Gabriel sat up. He saw Anders do the same thing. The man was no longer glowing. Always a good sign, really. The other two places were empty. Gabriel rose, and went to find the keeper. Fenrir has mastered his powers. Then he lives. Ariane sagged with relief. You saved him. I cannot thank you enough. She turned to the keeper. Keeper Maradhuri, may I return with you to the Sunderlands? I would like to ask my son's forgiveness. Of course, Maradhuri said graciously. It was you who chose to stay away. He must go elsewhere to train. Gabriel looked from one woman to the other. There is no one in Kirkwall to help him. He asked me to say goodbye. My son. No. I must find him before he goes. Ariane's face nearly turned to panic. It is wise for him to seek guidance. Maradhuri held up a reassuring hand. Kirkwall cannot provide what he needs. She turned to him. I truly did not think what you did was possible. You are rare human, indeed. Does this mean I'm not getting my ship? Isabella's voice was joking, but her face was apologetic. Bugger it all. Fenris couldn't meet his eyes. And I must apologize for my weakness. I would have thought myself above such influence. Anders actually looked smug. I find there's nothing like being possessed to keep you on the straight and narrow. He'd wade through that particular swamp later. He turned back to Maradhuri. She gave him a knowing look. Your friends awakened here some time ago. We all have weaknesses the demons find. You accomplished a miracle with Fenrir. She offered him a tome. This book belonged to the last dreamer of our tribe. It has a rare magic beyond price. Please accept it with my gratitude. After yesterday, going on a bandit killing spree up the coast so Avellini could flirt actually sounded like fun. And he didn't care to think on what, exactly, that said about his life. He didn't really care to think on the past day at all. He found himself a good spot to observe Avellini's trip, and immediately regretted it. Maker, she's bad at this. He did the same thing after they'd killed another group of bandits. How many bandits were there in Kirkwall, anyway? Maybe Varric had been right about the armada of angry demon pirates. And now Avellini was talking about swords. And not in an innuendo kind of way. Ugh. Painful. They took out the last group, and he turned to his companions with a raised eyebrow. He got nods from all of them, and then stepped out into the path. Avellini was coming. Well, guardsmen, good patrol. I think we're done, and She saw him. Hawk. If looks could kill, pieces of him would be washing up from Par Vollen to Orlais. What a surprise. What are you doing here? Avellini. Hawk. Don't. We don't have all night, you know. He had far better things to do. Like teach Sandal to make shadow puppets, and suggest lewd phrases for Orana to embroider on Isabella's tunics. Donnic looked from him to Avellini, and then back again. Would someone please tell me what's going on? Meryl made a squealing noise. You two are adorable. Kiss him already. He took it all back. The look on Donnic's face made the whole thing worth it. Even the fact that Avellini was about to kill them all. Captain? Donnic asked. Avellini gave an awkward laugh. Donnic was actually starting to turn red. Should get back to the barracks. He fled, proving he was the only smart one present. I thought we were friends. Avellini narrowed her eyes at him. Friends sometimes push. I have to fix this. He'll file a complaint, ask for a transfer. She poked a finger into his chest hard enough to rock him backwards. You're coming to the barracks to explain why you put him on the spot. Double time, Hawk, or so help me. She stalked away. He turned to his companions. Anders was standing behind Isabella, his hand over the woman's mouth. So that was why she hadn't been offering advice. Sebastian was trying desperately to keep a straight face, and he and Fenris were pointedly not looking at each other. Varric was taking notes. He'd need to make sure those were burned when they got back to Kirkwall. Well, that was fun. He left them all behind when he went to the barracks, mostly for the sake of his own sanity. He could easily have gone the rest of his life without Isabella's suggestions for how he would explain things to Donnic. The Bronto and the pink lacy panties looked good by comparison. Avellini was pacing. Maker, where is Donnic? I have to head this off before it goes to the Viscount. She wrung her hands. Maybe a formal apology. Something that shows the guards they can still trust me. Try the copper marigolds again. In hindsight, they weren't the worst option. It's not funny. I beg to differ. You'll beg for more than that if you keep this up. A cough from Donnic probably saved his life. My apologies, Sarah Hawk, but I need a moment with the captain. Guardsman Donnic. He watched the two go into her office, and moved to where he could best eavesdrop. He'd been standing there only a few moments when he heard perhaps the most disturbing sound ever. Avellini. Giggling. He beat a hasty retreat. Fenris was staring into the fireplace when Gabriel entered. He turned, awkwardly. I have been thinking about what happened in the Fade. That a demon could have played so easily on my fears. He sighed. Disturbs me. He looked up, and met Gabriel's eyes. I failed you. I won't let that happen again. Gabriel nodded. Everyone gets one free demonic possession before I hold it against them. Good to know. Fenris smiled, and the tension broke. As for the boy, we shall see what he becomes, and if he regrets the mercy you provided. He shook his head. But that is not important now. Let's just hope we face nothing similar in the future. They faced each other over the game board. The bottle of wine was nearly empty by the time Gabriel remembered the book he'd found. I have something for you. It. Fenris blinked as he accepted it. It's a book. He shook his head. I see your eyesight is still working fine. He moved his piece. The book is by Shartan, the elf who helped Andraste free the slaves. You know about him, right? A little. It's just. Fenris stared down at the board, hunched a bit awkwardly. Slaves are not permitted to read. I've never learned. It's not too late to learn, Fenris. Isn't it? Fenris moved his own piece. Sometimes I wonder. He sighed, then smiled. I don't mean to seem ungrateful. I do appreciate the thought. I've always wanted to learn more of Chardon. Perhaps this is my chance. Gabriel looked down at the board. Mine in too. Fenris sighed, and laid his piece down. More wine. He nodded, then picked up the book. As Fenris refilled their glasses, he started to read aloud. Avellini. Guardsman Donick. She smiled. Did not file a complaint. She laughed softly. This was all incredibly stupid. And you made it wonderful. You finally mastered the obvious. He winked at her. I'll take your word on the second part. You'll get the chance. I was mute, and now I want to sing. He winced. Please don't. I just. She shook her head. There's no way I can ever repay you. She kissed his cheek. Perhaps it's simple. Thank you. She started to walk back to her desk, then turned. Hey, can I ask you something? When he shrugged, she continued. Was there a moment when you thought I was beyond help? He'd counted 47. Don't ruin the moment. It was hard work getting here. She punched him lightly in the shoulder. All right. Fair enough. Shout when you need me, Hawk. I'll always be here for you. Just. Her smile became mischievous. Knock first. He put a hand over his heart and pretended to look scandalized. She aimed a kick at him as he left her office. Isabella and Meryl were sharing a drink at the Hanged Man. He smiled as he watched Isabella be a very bad influence, much to Meryl's evident delight. Oh, look. It's Hawk. Isabella looked a bit nervous when she caught sight of him. He shrugged, and walked over, sitting next to Meryl. I like big boats, I cannot lie. Really, Isabella. She took a drink, then glared at him. Well, I do. Blighted Demon knew it too. She sighed. I'm sorry I abandoned you in the Fade. That was foolish of me. She stuck out her lower lip. I mean, I didn't even get the ship in the end. Isabella would remain Isabella. Oddly comforting, in its way. I don't blame you. I understand what it's like to be under the influence of a demon. You. She blinked. What? That's it? No angry rant. She grinned, and gave him a coy look. Are you trying to get me to jump into bed with you? Because it's working. He laughed. Friends forgive each other. Now you're making my insides feel squishy. She put a hand on his cheek and pushed playfully. Oh, go away. Cassandra found Leliana staring contemplatively out the window. Thoughts. I was trapped in the Fade once. I don't know if I ever told you. Burhan mentioned it. At the circle, yes. Leliana nodded. I know enough to know that the champion took a massive risk. Keeper Marathari was right when she expressed disbelief at his success. She sighed. There were a dozen of us trapped at the circle. One saw through to the path. I expected that story to end in the boy being made tranquil. A somniary. And one that owes the champion a considerable debt. Cassandra nodded. Yet another thing we must look into. She started to walk back. Cassandra. Yes. Leliana shook her head. The other parts to the story. Anders running the clinic, distributing food. The champion risking his life for a boy he barely knew. She sighed. We may have more wrong than we thought. These were good men. We know who blew up the chantry, Leliana. Cullen was there. I know. Were they acting, or reacting? She sighed. When we got here, I wanted to know what. Now, I think, I want to know why. Cassandra sighed, then nodded. As do I. Chapter 17, Mirror Image. He found Meryl standing in a corner in the foyer, counting. Meryl. Oh, Hawk. Give me a moment, it's my turn. She continued counting, and when she hit 30, called out, "Ready or not, here I come." She immediately dashed into the house. Bothan smiled as Gabriel followed her into the house. "Welcome home, sir. There is a message for you on the desk." "Thank you, Bothan. How long has Meryl been here?" "Oh, she came by about an hour ago to water your plants. And now she's playing hide and seek with Sandal and Runt. Set her a place for dinner, would you?" Varric said he was pretty sure Meryl had been forgetting to eat again. "Of course, sir." He counted an extra plate, then shrugged as Anders came up through the dark town entrance. Bothan, Sandal, and Orana took their own seats. He was glad to see Orana no longer looked uncomfortable sitting down at the same table as her employer. "How's your work going, Meryl?" "I'm close, but..." she sighed. "It doesn't work. I've tried everything, and I think it's because it needs to be finished with a special tool." She pushed the food around on her plate. "An Arulan Holm. And my clan has one. It's been in their hands for generations. I hear a but coming." She fidgeted, then looked up at him. "I can't go back there alone." "You have no idea. The keeper. I can't talk to her. We fight or talk circles around each other. She has a disappointed frown that turns your bones to jelly. Please help me." "You will, won't you?" "The puppy eyes." "Dear Maker, not the puppy eyes." "I'll go with you. Ma Serenas. I'll find some way to repay you, I promise." She took a bite of the pie, and her eyes lit up. "Oh, this is marvelous." Orana smiled proudly as Gabriel and Anders also praised her efforts. She cleared the table as the three mages moved the conversation towards improving their abilities to provide barriers to their more combat-oriented companions. It grew late enough that Gabriel wound up insisting Meryl spend the night in the guest quarters rather than risk the hike back to Lowtown. He offered the other guest quarters to Anders. Varric shuffled the cards. "I'll let you run your fingers through it, if you want." "Your chest hair." Isabella batted her eyes. "My fingers?" "Oh, Varric, stop. You're making me quiver." He dealt. "You know you want to." "Oh, I do. I can't resist you." She looked at her cards, and tossed a couple coins into the pot. "No woman can." "I know. It's a terrible burden." Fenris just rolled his eyes at them before tossing his own bet into the pot. Thrask glared at his cards, then folded. Varric collected his winnings. Thrask glanced at the door. "I'm surprised Hawk isn't here." "He's probably off summoning demons and dancing naked under the moon," Varric replied. "Oh, really?" Isabella said hopefully. "He doesn't actually live at the Hanged Man, you know," Fenris said to Thrask. "I'm aware, I just..." "So are you checking up on him officially, or?" Varric tossed coins into the pot. "The Order has taken no official notice of Sarah Hawk." Thrask sighed. "But there have been rumors regarding apostates in the city." He raised. "One of these rumors places an apostate among the city guard. I am concerned that if that particular rumor is pursued." Varric sighed. "How much coin to make that rumor go away?" Thrask shook his head. "I'm dealing with it for now. But if you could pass on the warning, a brief spell of laying low would help me considerably." "I'll pass the word." Varric looked up when he saw Hawk enter, and waved his friend over. "Hawk, I've got some news. You might not want to be near anything breakable when I tell you, though. Why don't I buy you a pint and we'll talk?" Hawk gestured to Nora. "You just keep making this harder. Although I won't say no to a pint, if you're buying." He sat down at the table, and took a drink to fortify himself. "I've had an ear out for Bart Rand. After the deep roads, he ran to Riven, probably because he knew I couldn't track him. But I hear he might be back in Kirkwall. He called in loans from a few of his contacts in Hightown." Hawk narrowed his eyes. "Was he staying in Hightown, or just passing through?" "If my information is good, and it's always good, he has a house there. Which gives us a good shot at having a word with my dear, sweet brother." Words. Bolts. Close enough. "How are you holding up, Varric?" There was actual concern in his friend's voice. considering which of them had lost the most in that little debacle. He was still surprised, some days, to realize Hawk genuinely didn't blame him for any of it. Me? My no account, backstabbing brother is practically in arm's reach. I couldn't be better. I've really missed Bartrand. We've got a lot of catching up to do. It had been a long time, but that particular score could finally be settled. I agree. Bianca's been missing him something awful. Let's stop by his new house. Welcome him back to the neighborhood, and all that. Fenris will want to come along. Pay his respects. Hawk smiled. Tonight. Tonight. After dark, anyway. I've been asked to request you keep a lower profile for a couple weeks. Varric shrugged. The Templars have been eyeing guards lately. Not that I think any would sell you out, but might be best to give the rumors time to die. I will be the soul of discretion. Sebastian joined them as they waited for sundown. No use attacking Bartrand's manor in broad daylight, after all. The prince actually looked eager. It's been very exciting working with Hawk. Varric just stared. Are you for real? It seems like he's involved every time there's a crisis in Kirkwall. Actually, Sebastian did have something of a point there. Some days it felt like the city would have fallen apart if the blight hadn't driven him here. Sebastian smiled cheerfully. I've never had so many opportunities to help people. All right. I thought I was getting tired of Moody. Varric glanced at Fenris, and shook his head. I take it back. He turned his gaze back to Sebastian. You're making my teeth ache. Isabella swaggered in just after Orana had served the pie. She waved off Bothan's offer to bring in another chair and plunked herself down in Gabriel's lap before helping herself to his pie, ignoring his protests towards both actions. Sebastian shook his head at her. Is this getting you any closer to your ship? Huh? Isabella asked around a mouthful of pie. I just don't understand why you're working with Hawk. You don't seem to care about anything we do. He tilted his head at her. What's keeping you here? She took the wine glass out of Gabriel's hand and drained it. Mostly the blooming rose. I'm paid up through the end of the year. I'd hate not to use it. Sebastian nearly choked. Brothel. What? Women can't go to brothels, too? You're just not using your imagination. She elbowed Gabriel. Oh, look. Now he is. She grinned at Sebastian. You're cute when you're blushing. So, are we? We had something we were doing, yes? Sebastian asked. The door to the manor was shut. And dusty. There were even cobwebs in one corner. Bartrand really hasn't done much with this place, has he? Varric shook his head. I don't get it. He looked around. My sources saw people making deliveries here just a week ago. This looks like it's been empty for months. You think he put the cobwebs up to discourage tax collectors? Not everyone had a pirate to take care of such matters. Varric kicked open the door, yelled for his brother, and started shooting enemies left and right. Within moments, Bartrand was begging for mercy and... While I know about this? Cassandra narrowed her eyes. Varric shifted in the chair. What do you want from me? I broke in, I found my brother, and it was awkward. Family business. She folded her arms and glared. No. I think there's more to it. He sighed. Fine. He shifted again. You want the gory details, I'll give you the gory details. There were corpses scattered about. Some weren't even stiff yet. The guards that attacked them were ranting, mindless, practically throwing themselves on the swords of Fenris and Avellini. Hawk put up a wall of fire, only to have the guards burn themselves to death trying to charge through it. Anders put up a barrier just in time to keep one of the men from slamming into Sebastian. Bartrand. Varric looked away. What have you done? He'd known some of those men. Some of them had served the house for a long time. More bodies were strewn about. From the looks of things, the guards had been fighting each other, when they weren't slaughtering the other servants. In the kitchen, the blood was still sticky on the floor. He was actually starting to worry about Bartrand. A shadow moved upstairs. And then a voice. Varric? Is that you? Praise the ancestors. Varric held up a fist to his companions. Hold up, I know this man. He's Bartrand's steward. He turned his attention to a dwarf that emerged from one of the rooms. Hyojin? What happened here? Hyojin was pale. Varric, your brother. He inhaled, and wouldn't meet Varric's eyes. That statue he brought out of the deep roads. Bartrand said it sang to him. Even after he sold it. I've been hiding in here, but the guards. He gestured. They're like crazed animals. I didn't dare go past them. Everyone in this house has gone mad. Hawk knelt next to the body of one of the guards. He and Anders exchanged a look before Hawk turned his gaze to Hyojin. What did he do to the guard to turn them to this? He's been forcing them to eat lyrium. Some of the servants, Hyojin swallowed. Cut pieces off them while they were still alive. He says he's trying to help them hear the song. Please, stop him. Bartrand's not exactly a nice guy, but... Varric shook his head. This doesn't sound like my brother. He's hearing things. Hyojin gestured. Seeing things. He gave Varric an apologetic look. Talking to someone who's not there. That's when he's feeling good. Bartrand took the servants and locked himself inside the study. No one's come out for days. And those sodding lunatics just keep prowling the halls. Varric gestured for Hyojin to leave, then heft Bianca. Then we go in after him. Come on, Hawk. Let's finish this. Bartrand had 3 arrows in him, a gash across his side, and half his beard singed off before he stopped attacking and started ranting again. I can't. He lifted his hands. I can't. He shook his head. Hear it anymore. I just need to hear the song again. He looked around wildly. Just for a minute. He gestured wildly. Stop saying that. I know I shouldn't have sold the idol to that woman. It was a mistake. A mistake. Varric held up a hand to stop his friends from attacking before stepping forward. Bartrand, get a hold of yourself. Do you know where you are? Do you know what you've done? He wasn't sure which answer would be worst, actually. His brother actually smiled at him. Varric. You'll help me, won't you, little brother? Help me find it again. You were always the good one. Help you. Varric just stared. Bartrand, you left me to die. You left all your men to die. And for what? Some trinket. He was surprised, even after 3 years, how much it still hurt. He turned away, and gestured at the carnage. Look at yourself. Look at what you've done to the men and women who served you. Where's your nobility, brother? Where's your dwarven honor? He sighed, then looked helplessly at Hawk and Anders. Anders shook his head. This doesn't feel natural. If he wasn't a dwarf, I'd think a demon did this. His mind has been. Anders took a step closer to Bartrand, narrowing his eyes. Poisoned by something powerful. He gestured, the blue light of his magic surrounding his hands. His eyes half closed in concentration as he wove the spell into Bartrand. That's all I can do. He gave Varric an apologetic look. It won't last. I'm sorry. Varric slowly turned back to his brother. Bartrand was looking around, his face growing horrified. Varric. I'm here. He didn't know what else to say. Varric, what have I done? I don't know. He was almost grateful he didn't. I honestly don't know. Bartrand put his hands on Varric's shoulders. Make it stop, little brother. Don't let me. His voice was pleading. Don't let House Tathras fall like this. I know. There were actual tears in Bartrand's eyes. I don't deserve it. But please, Varric. Don't leave me like this. Make it stop. Enough with the speeches. I'll get you to a healer, and you'll be fine. He'd told more blatant lies. He glanced back at his companions. Hawk nodded. He turned back to Bartrand. Sit tight, brother. Help is on the way. His friends stayed with him until Bartrand had been taken away. There were a few hours left before dawn. He started walking, then slowed, and sighed. Hawk put a hand on his shoulder. Did you need something, Varric? A stiff drink, maybe. I feel like I've been kicked by a horse. He shook his head. It would have been easier if Bartrand had just been gloating about his wealth, and he'd been able to put a crossbow bolt between his eyes. Or let Fenris do that heart-crushing thing. Or just sit back and let Hawk shatter him into icy little bits. You'd think being left for dead in the deep roads would have prepared me for Bartrand going nuts, but it really didn't. Look on the bright side, you can spend the rest of your days as a caretaker for a murderous lunatic. To his surprise, the remark actually helped more than sympathy would have. Hawk was Hawk, and if anyone understood dealing with crazy people. Varric actually smiled. Thanks for reminding me. You're a real ray of sunshine. I'll. He sighed. Deal with Bartrand somehow. Maker, that'll be even more of a joy than it used to be. He adjusted his glove. I still can't believe. He sighed again. What he did in that house. It's one thing to walk away and leave us to die, but that. Hawk nudged him to start walking again. Come on, Varric. Let's go drink until we can't see straight. That'll make you feel better. Ah, that's sweet. But watching you get sick won't cheer me up. He smiled. Much. Anyway, thank you. I'll keep looking into who bought that blighted statue. At the very least, they need to be warned about what happened. He started heading back towards Lowtown, but Hawk's hand on his shoulder became firm as he steered him towards the estate instead. He woke to Orana bringing him a tray of pastries and Merrill bringing him a pot of tea. And a pounding hangover. Maybe getting into a drinking contest with the elf and the Riveni had been a bad idea. He started to get up, then wrapped the sheet around him when he realized he wasn't wearing any pants. Orana's lips twitched as she set the tray down and left. Merrill poured him tea, then plunked herself down on the edge of the bed and began fussing over him as he drank. The tea did wonders. Whatever else you could say about the Dalish, they knew how to deal with a hangover. Daisy. Yes, Varric. Have you, Er? He sighed. There was nothing to do but just go for it. Have you seen my pants? Oh, yes. He nodded, then sighed. Where did you see them? On the chandelier. How did you get them there? He shook his head. Ah. Friends. He was going to kill them all. After the events of the previous evening, a nice walk up Sunder Mount seemed just the thing. Naturally, bandits attempted to attack them, which helped Varric work out some of his lingering issues. They made their way into the Dalish camp. Lots of people were staring at Merrill. It really didn't look all that friendly. Gabriel glanced around before walking towards the keeper. She, at least, looked pleased to see them. You return to us, Delenn. Have you reconsidered this path at last? Merrill glanced at Gabriel and sighed. He shook his head. Hello again, keeper. Don't you look lovely? She narrowed her eyes at him suspiciously, but gave him a gracious nod. My apologies, Hawk. Be welcome among the Dalish. Merrill found her backbone. Or borrowed Isabella's. Keeper, I need the Arulin Holm, the ancient carving blade that Master Island keeps. I see. Maratheri's voice was flat with disapproval. You wish to rebuild the Eluvian. She shook her head. You don't have to approve. Merrill tilted her chin up defiantly. I'm invoking Vir Sullivanan. I'll to whatever task you wish. The keeper folded her arms. Well, I'm glad to know I can still disapprove. Her glare included all of them. It is your right. I will give you a service to perform, if you insist. Exactly how much trouble was Merrill about to get them into? He sighed. Marit Hurry gave him a pointed look before turning the gaze back to Merrill. A Vardaral has taken the lives of 3 of our hunters. It lairs in a cavern in the mountainside. Seek it out. Slay it. No one else must fall to its anger. She frowned again. Do this for us, and I will give you the Arulin Holm. May the dread wolf never catch your scent. Giant spiders. Of course it was giant spiders. With their creepy legs and glistening eyes and clicking mandibles. Was mandibles the right word? Pincher mouth thingies. He put up a wall of fire to drive them back as Isabella worked quickly to cut Meryl and Fenris free of webbing. Meryl gasped when she saw the first of the dead hunters. They found the second in a side tunnel, and a third in the spider's nest. She collected their amulets, and got a comforting hug from Isabella. He heard footsteps. Whoever's hiding had better come out. He considered a moment, then added, unless you're a dragon. Then feel free to keep hiding. Hello. A young elven man peered around a corner. Praise Andres. I mean, the creators. I thought I'd never get out of Desh. He came towards them, then caught sight of Meryl. Fear filled his face. That was odd. Meryl. Anathera, Pol. She gave him a worried look. Are you hurt? He started backing away. Stay back. What do you want from me? Gabriel exchanged a confused look with Varric. Meryl took a step forward and held a hand out to Pol. Pol, what's wrong? I'm here to help. Stay back. Don't touch me. Gabriel held up a hand to stop Meryl from continuing forward. Meryl couldn't hurt you if she tried. At worst, she might make frowny faces. Pol shook his head and continued backing away. She'll do worse than hurt me. Don't you know what she is? He turned and ran. Creators, help me. Someone please. Meryl went after him. Pol, no. We have to catch him. Hurry. Gabriel went after her, followed closely by the others. They hadn't gone far when they saw the creature drop down onto the elf. Meryl screamed. Hold on, Pol. We're coming. He sent a spray of fire to try driving the creature back. It turned and focused, where the hell were its eyes? It came at them. Anders got the barrier up just in time to prevent Isabella from being skewered, but the pirate was thrown backwards into the wall. Gabriel focused, and fire trailed up Fenris's sword. He lost sight of Meryl as the creature kept attacking. Fenris broke the head off his axe in the thing's shoulder, only narrowly managing to avoid the thing's counterstrike. Gabriel tossed the elf his staff, and Fenris caught it, using the thing as a spear and driving it into the thing's underbelly as Gabriel focused his magic. It fell. Meryl was weeping over Pol's body. She begged Anders to help, and the healer apologetically told her there was nothing he could do. Isabella wrapped her arms around Meryl and held the girl while she cried. Gabriel sighed, and went to heal Fenris. Fenris handed him back both halves of the staff with an apologetic look on his face. He looked around, then went to go cut Varric free of the spider webs. The Vardaral is dead. He was too tired to be polite. Ma Serenas. I'll breathe easier, knowing that we will lose no more people to it. Meryl gave her the amulets, and told her what had befallen Pol. It seemed the keeper had been warning the clan against Meryl. He sighed. All the warning had done was get a young man killed. Frankly, he wanted to grab both women by the scruff of their necks and give them a good shake. The Eluvian is poison. It killed Tamlin. It stole Mahariel. It led you to blood magic. Will you let it twist you further from who you are? Marathari was still pleading with Meryl, who had her stubborn face on. Finally, Marathari just shook her head, and turned to him. Hawk. She thrust a carefully wrapped item at him. Because Meryl won't listen, I give this heirloom of my clan to you for safekeeping. Please, don't let her do this. And with that, she walked away, leaving him holding the bag. Knife. Whatever. Maker. It would help if the keeper actually bothered to tell him why the Eluvian, cleansed of corruption, was dangerous. He wondered, for a moment, if the keeper had just tried to kill him. Meryl, at least, looked relieved. Thank the creators. I thought. She smiled. Maybe she'd go back on her word. He tried. Is it worth restoring the mirror if it turns your clan against you? You know what it's like to lose everything, Hawk. She shook her head. Not just our land and freedom, but history, stories, language, magic, rituals. Even our gods are gone. It is a sacrifice, but if the mirror restores even one fragment of the past, it's worth it. He started walking from the camp. Take the knife. Just try not to cut yourself with it. She hugged him with a delighted squeal. How many times had Bethany done the same thing, back in Lothering? Thank you. I knew you would understand. She coughed, and got hold of herself. Let's be away from here. The others are giving me the evil eye. Gabriel ran into Sebastian in the market. The prince smiled, and almost immediately began his usual attempt to convert he and Fenris into faithful Andrastians. Mostly to humor him, Gabriel headed into the chantry to put his usual coin into the donation bin. He narrowed his eyes when he recognized the woman in the corridor. Sarah Hawke, it is good to see you. The shame that Varnell brought his order is most unfortunate. Sebastian bristled. The shame he brought. Praise the Maker that you were his champion in that dark place. Look, we're all adults here. And sometimes they even acted like it. Can we drop the pretense? She had that smug look again, the one that made him want to just start beating her about the head with his staff. I think you'll find I have said nothing threatening or untruthful. Like it mattered. She might as well have crazy fanatical murderer tattooed on her forehead. Maybe he'd talk to Isabella and see if he couldn't make that happen. You and your careful language. Perhaps add a mermaid or something else colorful, just for interest. I gave you what you wanted at considerable cost. She gave him another of her lackluster glares. Varnell is more manageable as a martyr, but his loss will be felt. You have avenged heretical Cunnery with human blood. Surely that is good enough for you. He'd have Orana compose a new tune. Ode to suicidal nug-humping bigots. Something catchy he could whistle. It might be, if you were going to give this up. But you're not. And if she ever left the chantry, he might just take care of the matter. He'd left enough bodies strewn about on chantry grounds since arriving in Kirkwall. Varnell was a fool, but the facts remain, an offense to the Maker goes unchallenged. She looked past him to glare at Sebastian. I will give you no further cause to shame the chantry today, but we will have this argument again. She started to walk away, tossing one more remark over her shoulder. The Viscount's incompetence all but guarantees it. Sometimes, you just know trouble is coming, Fenris said. I really hate that woman, Gabriel muttered. He glanced at Sebastian. You mentioned her to the Grand Cleric. I did. Grand Cleric Elthina is keeping an eye. Good. You keep one as well. Gabriel shook his head. It's not that I think she's a direct threat to the Grand Cleric, but... No, I see what you mean, Sebastian said. He sighed. I'll go talk to the Grand Cleric again. He strode off. He stayed for the sermon. It was actually a pleasant one. Feed the sick, love the hungry, clothe the neighbor. They went looking for Sebastian after, and found him arguing with Elthina. I'm giving it all up. I made a vow to the chantry, and it was wrong to turn my back. Sebastian, listen to yourself. You're as impulsive now as the day you turned away from us. Elthina's voice was firm but gentle. Do you think the Maker wants another rashly spoken vow that you'll abandon when the next passion takes you? I will not dash, Sebastian sighed, and hung his head. This is your life, child. Don't spend it being blown about like a weather vane. She saw him, and gave a warm smile. But here's Hawke. Maybe you can talk some sense into him. Gabriel gave her a bow as she left, then glanced up to see Fenris smirk. He shrugged. I don't think sense is really my strong suit. Sebastian's sigh was frustrated. How long has she spent telling me to return to the chantry? And now that I want to, she won't take me. He shook his head. It was wrong for me to break my oath to the chantry. I've turned against the Maker, and for what? He looked out over the railing. Why would I want to rule Starkhaven and deal with jackals like Lady Hurryman for the rest of my life? He shrugged. Do you see yourself as a prince or a priest? Frankly, Sebastian struck him as a knight looking for a banner. The man seemed to enjoy himself most when they were backing up the city guard or off making the world safe for orphans. That's exactly the question I've been praying for guidance about. He gestured. When I think of going to Starkhaven, calling on allies like Flora Hurryman and all the corrupt, scheming nobles. My throat swells shut in horror. When I think about staying, I'm at peace. What was the world coming to, when people looked to him for wisdom? You're wise to stay here. No one trusts a man who breaks his oath. Sebastian nodded. I cannot return to Starkhaven and subject my people to war without a clear sign that it's the Maker's will. Grand Cleric Elthina nodded to him. Your grandparents would be so proud of you. When I was a girl, the Amels were one of our most prominent families. I'm glad to have one of their line in the estate again. How can I help you? He blinked. You knew my grandparents. Her smile was fond. I dedicated your mother into the chantry. She was a beautiful baby. Your grandmother was a very proper lady, but she was beside herself that day. She laughed in memory. And your mother put a fist in my eye. I'd always welcome your benediction. She set her hand on his bowed head. Andraste, guide your steps in this difficult time. There had been a time in his life when those words would have lifted a weight from his shoulders and lightened his step. He walked by the memorial wall. Sebastian had added Leandra's name, as well as Bethany's. Wesley's was there as well. He stopped, briefly, to touch his fingertips to the names. You don't speak of your sister, often, Fenris said. She should be here. Dressed in fine clothes, attending salons. She wanted to join the chantry, back before her magic manifested. He sighed, and started walking. All she ever wanted was to be normal. Do you? I wouldn't know what to do with normal. What the idol drove that man to do. Leliana shook her head. We should examine Bartrand, before we leave. See how much of the truth Varric is telling. The names. Chundun. Harshal. Radha. Pol. Pol had only found Sabre clan a few days before Bruhan had to go to the Wardens, but he spoke of the others. Radha taught him how to set snares. He could have known of your association with Bruhan, made sure to get the names right. You are the one questioning him, Cassandra. How many are there, really, who can link Seeker Cassandra, right hand of the Divine, with Warden Constable Bruhan Mahariel? Cassandra sighed, then nodded. I see your point. She frowned. Bruhan visited his clan, did he not? Did he tell you what they said? Only a little. If Varric's story differs from what he reported, I will tell you. Chapter 18, Descent. You have got to hear this, Hawk. There's this tale making the rounds. They're saying you single-handedly fought off a pirate invasion, at midnight, on the sacred ground of the chantry. Well, it wasn't single-handedly. And at least one pirate had been on his side. But it had been midnight in the chantry. Come to think of it, what exactly did the chantry do with all the bodies they'd left lying around? Don't the stories mention my stunning good looks? What about my cunning wit? Varric shook his head. No, they skip straight to the part about the lovable dwarf with the gorgeous crossbow and the heart of gold. I try to steer them straight, but you know how stories go. Just, don't be surprised if people seem in awe. What compels you to spin these ridiculous tales? Gabriel accepted the drink Varric passed him. I love the sound of my own voice. Varric shrugged. And I'm a compulsive liar. Honestly, I don't know. It's just something I do. There's a power in stories, though. That's all history is, the best tales. The ones that last. Might as well be mine. Gabriel narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I find it hard to believe you're spreading these stories without getting something in return. That just shows what you know, Hawk. The stories are their own reward. You really need to see the look on someone's face when I tell them you ripped the arms off an ogre. Just once. Wouldn't it make more sense for you to be the main character in these tall tales of yours? It wasn't as though Varric hadn't been present at most of these things. The last time they'd caught a warehouse on fire had actually been the dwarf's fault, come to think of it. There's a recipe to a good hero, Hawk. It's like alchemy. 1 part down to earth, 1 part selfless nobility, 2 parts crazy, and you season liberally with wild falsehoods. You let that percolate through a good audience for a while, and when it's done, you've got your hero. Only 2 parts crazy? He resembled that remark. I guess all works. A little reverence wouldn't hurt, though. You may not be my best dressed or cleanest friend, Master Hawk, but you're all right in my book. Varric snickered as Hawk reached threateningly for the staff. Anyway, I'll quit exaggerating before it goes to your head. He came home to find Meryl in his garden again, pulling weeds and transplanting some seedlings. He let Orana take his staff, then went out to see what was wrong. Hawk. She scrambled to her feet when she saw him, then hugged him. I could never have faced the Keeper myself. I never imagined a human would help me restore Dalish history. No one ever understood. Not the Keeper, not my clan. She released him. Just you. She was lonely again. No offense to your people, Meryl, but anyone who runs into a monster to escape you has their priorities wrong. They're just confused. But it doesn't matter. I'll still save them. You're the first real friend I've had since. She trailed off, and dusted her hands off on her clothes. Ma Serenas, Lethalin. She looked around. What would you like me to plant next? He looked around. I barely know half of what you've planted now. Oh. I'm sorry. I should have. He sighed. Meryl. He put a hand on her shoulder. As far as I'm concerned, the garden is more yours than mine. Plant whatever you like. Well, as long as you don't plant anything that tries to eat anyone. He considered a moment. Unless it's Gomlin, of course. She giggled. He walked in to see Avellini having a bit of a spat with the Senes Chal over some parade armor. She waited until the man left before turning to him. Trouble, Hawk. You say that like you expect it. You don't know the half of it. She shook her head in frustration before glaring at him. And why don't you, by the way? Why aren't you tail deep in the problems of this city? Sure you do good, but petition a title, take a job. The guard is always looking. Don't blame me for not being you. I'd make a poor guard. And it wasn't like he didn't spend at least one evening a week playing guard anyway. Well, we agree on that. Her smile softened the glare. I don't really see you taking my orders. Besides, you won't catch me saying you don't have an effect. You've certainly had one on Hightown. But she was worried about something. Maybe it's time to get serious. Before the option isn't your own. She leaned on her desk. You don't want me as sour and dour as you. You need a counterpoint. I don't think I've asked to be made the butt of your jokes. He raised an eyebrow at her. Donnick. She folded her arms, and then conceded the point. Okay, sometimes I have asked for it. I do wish there was more time for levity. It comes so easy to you. Maybe a little too easy. That's all I'm saying. What's this really about, Avellini? I worry about you. She looked up at him, and then shook her head. Not the scrapes, I know you can take care of yourself. She sighed. Where are you going, Hawk? To the Hanged Man, for drinks. He waggled his eyebrows at her. Coming. You know where you are going tonight. Where are you going tomorrow? Or the day after? She sighed. I don't think I've seen you plan anything more than a day in advance since Leandra. She folded her arms. Bodhin is running all your business affairs. Have you even been out to that mine you own this past year? She shook her head. You throw yourself at the causes of your friends. I won't lie, I benefit from that as much as anyone. But Hawk, you need to. She put a hand on his shoulder. Your family, Hawk. And I worry. Is this what having a big sibling is like? He gave her a teasing smile. No wonder Carver was cranky all the time. Anders came up through the dark town entrance. Orana let him know she'd have the basket ready shortly. Apparently, the children of Darktown were getting cookies this evening, and they weren't quite done. Gabriel gestured for Anders to join him in the study for a drink while Orana fussed about the kitchen. Have you noticed how many Tranquil are in the gallows courtyard lately? Anders gestured. And don't tell me I'm just sensitive to it. I've been watching and every day there are new Tranquil, selling their bloody wares. Good mages, too. People I know past their harrowing. Are you imagining some sinister plot to turn all the mages in Kirkwall tranquil? Being Kirkwall, sinister plots weren't really all that surprising. I'm not imagining it. The Templars are using the right of tranquility to silence those who speak against them. They're working on a deliberate plan to turn every mage in Kirkwall within the next 3 years. And here I was worried you were having delusions of persecution again. Alon had told him of Karaz's threat to turn Alon tranquil if the boy told anyone what Karaz was doing. Unfortunately, no opportunity to deal with Karaz had presented itself. There are groups in Kirkwall who help those fleeing the circle. I've talked to people on the inside. The plan is the work of a Templar named Ser Ulrich. I've had a run-in with him myself. He's the one who did the ritual on Karl. Nasty piece of work, likes to make mages beg. He remembered Karl. His eyes narrowed. What happened between you and Ser Ulrich? I've been involved in an. Anders sighed reluctantly before continuing. Underground resistance. Mages, living free in Kirkwall, who help others escape. I can't tell you any more, for your sake and theirs. You have too much involvement with the guard and nobility. Suffice it to say, I've been in the gallows. I've seen his work firsthand. As if he wasn't well aware and hadn't done several favors for this group. Still, Anders had taken steps to keep him away from some of it. Or perhaps, more accurately, to keep some of it away from him. What else do you know about Ser Ulrich? If the man was a threat to his friend. The Knight Commander is at least sincere in her convictions. However misguided, she believes she's helping people. Ser Ulrich's a sadist. Cold-blooded as a lizard. He likes to experiment on mages, find out what it takes to push them into the arms of demons. Don't Templars have anything better to do than come up with new ways to torment mages? If Karaz ever left the gallows, he'd have taken care of that problem already. Frankly, he couldn't understand why Thrask hadn't. No. Anders' voice was flat. My friends in the Mage Underground know a way inside. A secret entrance under the walls of the gallows. Come with me, tonight, please. Help me find evidence of Ser Ulrich's tranquil solution. What do you mean, tranquil solution? That's what he calls it. His idea of a peaceful solution to the mage problem, to sunder the mind of every mage in the free marches. I'm told he's bringing his proposal to Valroio, to the Divine herself. He would turn every mage in Thedas into a drooling simpleton under his command. Well, Avellini had told him to find a cause. I wouldn't let you face this alone. Anders gave him a relieved and hopeful smile. You are the one bright light in Kirkwall. I've always feared being made tranquil. Now more than ever. I'm ready to go when you are. Our entrance is concealed not far from my clinic. Let me grab a couple others, and we'll be going. Sebastian certainly enjoyed helping hand out the food to the Darktown refugees, even if he didn't actually seem to believe a word of Anders' tranquil solution. The prince wouldn't have been his first choice to bring along, but he'd nearly tripped over the man on his way back from Fenris's manor. After the clinic was clear, Anders led them further into Darktown to a sewer entrance. This is it. This tunnel will take us into the gallows. Fenris sighed. With any luck, we'll simply be mistaken for thieves and not conspirators. Are you ready to help me find evidence of the tranquil solution? Anders asked. Let's go. If it did exist, perhaps Sebastian and Fenris were the two who needed to see it up close. They fought their way through a group of lyrium smugglers, then traveled further through the tunnel. Gabriel tried very hard not to think about how much water was over their heads. He heard voices. Several men and... He narrowed his eyes. A girl. Pleading. No, please. I haven't done anything wrong. An older Templar was standing over a girl in mage robes. She couldn't have been much older than 14 or 15. That's a lie. What do we do to mages who lie? The Templar's voice was soft and cruel. I just wanted to see my mum. Tears fell from the girl's eyes. No one ever told her where they were taking me. Beside him, he heard Anders whisper. No. No, this is their place. We cannot dash. It was really never a good sign when that man started talking to himself. So, you admit to your attempted escape. Ulrich's voice was smug as he moved closer to the girl. You know what happens to mage girls who don't toe the line around here, don't you? Gabriel glanced at his other two companions. Sebastian looked horrified, while Fenris looked disgusted. Please, no. Don't make me tranquil. I'll do anything. That's right. Once you're tranquil, you'll do anything I ask. Ulrich started to reach for the girl. Everything was going to go boom. The Chantry frowns on Templars who take personal advantage of their charges. Ulrich turned towards him. Who's this? Anders began to glow. Shit. The voice of Justice rang out through the chamber. You fiends will never touch a mage again. Ulrich was dead. Along with about 20 other Templars. Alas, none of them was Kara's. Gabriel started to put his staff away, then hesitated. Anders was still glowing. They will die. I will have every last Templar for these abuses. The Templars are gone. He held up a hand. You can stop glowing. He really hoped he wasn't going to have to punch the spirit in the face again. The spirit continued to rant. Every one of them will feel Justice's burn. The girl scrambled backwards. Get away from me, demon. I am no demon. Justice started moving towards her. Are you one of them, that you would call me such? Shit. Not good. Anders, that girl is a mage. Gabriel moved to where he could get between the spirit and the girl quickly. He saw Fenris and Sebastian both reach for their weapons, and waved them aside. We rescued her from being made tranquil. She is theirs. Justice narrowed his eyes. Or Anders' eyes. Whatever. I can feel their hold on her. She's the reason you're fighting, Anders. Don't turn on her now. Please don't make me hurt you. And please don't hurt anyone. Please, Messera. The girl put her hands up in a warding gesture. Justice started to raise his staff, and Gabriel started to call up a barrier as he moved to interpose himself between the girl and the demon. And then the glow vanished. Anders fell to his knees, and started shaking his head. Maker, no. I almost. He looked up at Gabriel, his face horrified. If you weren't here. He scrambled to his feet. I need to get out of here. He fled. Gabriel looked down at the girl, who was staring at him. You saved my life, Messera. What was that thing? He's a demon, Gabriel said. He sighed. Whether he admits it or not. That had been far closer than he liked. For a moment. Can I? The girl looked around, glancing at his other two companions before turning her gaze back to him. Go home now. Ser Ulrich is gone. You'll be safest in the circle. He hated himself for saying it, but he was afraid it was the truth. Kirkwall was not a safe place for a young mage. He'd mention her to Thrask, make sure she was looked after. Without Ser Ulrich. She nodded. Maybe it's not so bad. Thank you again, Messera. She fled back towards the gallows. Gabriel closed his eyes for a moment, then bent to search Ulrich's body. He read over the letter quickly before showing it to the others. So he was right, and wrong, Fenris said. You heard Ulrich. That girl wasn't his first. Gabriel stood, and kicked the man's body. Too many damned monsters and fools on both sides. Sebastian headed back to the Chantry, to pray for the souls of the dead. Gabriel tried to suggest Fenris go with him, but Fenris shook his head. You are going to find Anders. Gabriel sighed, and nodded. Yes. Then you aren't going alone. Fenris. I have no intention of doing him harm unless he tries to attack you. But you are not going to brace an abomination in its den by yourself, Hawk. I will not allow it. I love it when you get all forceful. Fenris tried to glare, but the slight twitch of his lips ruined the expression. They walked to the clinic to find Anders furiously sorting things into two piles. Trash. Trash. Keep. Trash. Trash. Won't be needing that anymore. At least he was keeping something. Gabriel walked towards him. Throwing everything out isn't going to make you feel better. Should I feel better? Anders stood. You were the only thing that kept me from murdering an innocent girl. It's all gone wrong. Slowly he turned to face them. Justice and I. We're just another monster, same as any abomination. Justice has been warped by my rage. I cannot contain him any longer. Maybe it's time to realize your limitations. Fenris's voice was surprisingly gentle. It didn't help. Anders narrowed his eyes defensively. Yes, fine. Kick me while I'm down. Clearly you're right about everything. It was a suggestion, Fenris said. Not a condemnation. He took a few steps backwards, clearly on guard but allowing Gabriel to do the talking. So you're just going to stop? Gabriel asked. Let the Templars win. The girl had been begging. Just like Orana had been. What Ulrich had been planning to do. Maybe they deserve to win. Maybe they're right. How can I fight for the freedom of mages, when I am the example of the worst that freedom brings? Mages are dangerous. Gabriel gestured at himself. That's why this has been so hard. Make yourself the proof that we can control our powers. I don't know how. How can I even trust myself to heal anymore? What if that creature of vengeance turns on a patient? Will I, resist? Or will I lose his fury? Anders' voice was thick with emotion. You were out of control. Gabriel put his hands on the other man's shoulders. But even then, you heard what I was saying. You knew, in your heart, that you had to stop. You have too much faith in me. Without you, I'd never have known who was there until it was too late. He sighed. Did you find anything on Ser Ulrich? Or was the tranquil solution just another of my delusions? It exists, but it was Ser Ulrich's plan, no one else's. He offered Anders the documents. Let me see that. The divine. Slowly a trace of a smile appeared. Rejected the idea. Meredith rejected the idea. This was. He shook his head. Not what I expected. Perhaps I should try talking to the Grand Cleric. Maybe she's more reasonable than I thought. Thank you. I will think on what you've said. Gabriel nodded. Why don't you come up to the estate, take the guest quarters? You shouldn't be alone right now. Anders sighed, then nodded. Thank you. He made sure Anders was settled comfortably before walking back into the study. Fenris was sitting by the fire. Gabriel took the chair across from him, and sighed. I don't know what would have been easier. Him being wrong. Or him being right. At least either way, I'd know what to do next. He's dangerous, Hawk. So am I. So are you, for that matter. Gabriel shook his head. I think he's finally starting to realize it, anyway. Fenris nodded. A good sign, perhaps. We saved a girl from slavery today. If nothing else, we have that. True enough. Fenris picked up the book, and opened it to the marked page. Slowly, he began to read aloud. He did ask the Grand Cleric about Ser Ulrich. Her response was less than comforting. There was such a thing as too much pacifism. After a couple hours, he decided to talk to someone else. He found who he was looking for just outside the gallows. Your Ser Ulrich was working on a plan to turn all mages tranquil. Colin narrowed his eyes as he looked over the papers Gabriel had thrust at him. I will not ask how you came by the personal effects of a man recently murdered within our own walls. He sighed. It's true there has been some discussion of the idea. But as you can see, it has gone no further than that. You expect us to believe that? Anders demanded, shaking his head. Sebastian narrowed his eyes at Anders. Contrary to your belief, not everyone is out to persecute mages. The harrowing has served us well enough for centuries. Colin gave Anders a pointed look. It will be up to mages themselves whether they push us to more stringent measures. It sounds like you support this. Gabriel stared at a man that, until just moments ago, he'd held in considerable respect. The tranquil ritual was created as a mercy so that mages need not be killed out of hand for a threat they might pose. Colin gave him an apologetic look. There is an argument to be made for applying it more widely. Are you going to listen to this? Anders gestured Cullen in disgust. He's no better than Ser Ulrich. Cullen shook his head and actually raised his voice. Do you think it's easy to contain a mage who truly wants to deal with demons? He gestured. We have done our best. But many mages have made it clear they view the ritual as no better than death. They want no controls on them at all. He stopped, then took a deep breath before giving Gabriel a slight, jerky bow. Make her watch over you. He walked away. Well, that got everything nice and clarified and squared away. There were many mages who would admit that there were problems in their ranks. It would be nice if a few Templars were willing to admit the same. He stopped in to check on Meryl. She was fiddling with the mirror again, but stopped when she saw him. He really wished she'd remember to lock her door. Granted, he was somewhat hypocritical on that subject, but he had Bothan, after all. And 2 friends who made a habit out of picking his locks. I've got something for you. He handed over the carving. Oh. Did you get this from Master Island? She blinked, and gave him a startled look. Her voice sounded guilty. Mythal. Did I miss some important occasion? I'm so sorry. I'll make it up to you, I promise. He laughed. I think I missed the elvish sign for, this present induces terrible guilt. I'll shop more carefully in the future. She stopped herself. Of course. You're just being thoughtful. She smiled. Ma Serenas. I'll find a good place for this. While she was fussing over where to display it, he looked around and frowned. What little food was in the house was going stale or limp. He knew she had coin, so it meant she simply wasn't shopping. You should come for dinner. Bothan found Orana a book on Dalish cooking, and she's been wanting to try. She'd been taking part in the reading lessons, and now regularly spent time haunting his library. He preferred not to think about the books Isabella had purchased for the young elven woman. I'd like that, Meryl said. She apparently decided above the fireplace was the best location. Her hand caressed the carving gently. Master Island was always a bit obsessed with carving Hala. Tamlin preferred to carve birds. He liked the wings. She smiled. Which was funny, because Bruhan actually means raven, in Elven. Does Meryl mean anything? Oh, no. Most Elven names don't, really. Does Gabriel mean anything? I think it was my father's grandfather's name. Other than that, not that I know of, Gabriel replied. Did you know your father's family? Just a few stories. His father died when he was very young, and it was his grandfather who raised him until he was taken by the Circle. He shrugged. My mother's family are the more famous ones. Your cousin was one of the wardens in Ferelden. I wonder if she and Bruhan are friends. Meryl smiled. It would be nice if they were, like you and I are. I imagine it's hard to go through something like a blight together and not end up friends. He shrugged. Look at me and Avellini, and we only passed through the edge of the blight. He returned a grimoire to its owner, and was absently handed a bag of coin by someone who clearly didn't recognize him. That was nice. It was good to know not everyone in Kirkwall knew all his business. He glanced inside the coin purse, and found it full of silver. With a shrug, he headed into Dark Town to find his urchin. As usual, Greta was just outside Anders' clinic. Her father had clearly taken it upon himself to act as a guard for the place, and she'd decided that made her the lookout. Both greeted him with a nod, and he handed her the coin purse to distribute. Usual rules. Those with children to feed first, then she and her father could use their judgment with whatever was left over. Inside the clinic, Anders was setting a bowl down. What are you doing? Gabriel asked. Putting out milk. Anders' tone made it clear he thought it had been obvious. I miss having a cat around. He sighed. But I think the refugees have scared them all off. Or maybe eaten them. He gestured for Gabriel to follow him further into the clinic. You know, I've been meaning to thank you. Having someone like you making a name for yourself in Kirkwall, it's done a lot for mages. You're the kind of leader we need. To tell the world we won't be punished any longer for our maker-given gifts. It was good to see the man feeling better. Then again, helping in the clinic did tend to make him feel better as well. Who said anything about me leading? I was going to watch. With snacks. Mages in this city look up to you. Anders gestured. They want what you have. Just knowing you exist is enough to light the fire. If he lit any more fires, Avellini was going to throw him off the docks. Why criminals insisted on only meeting in flammable places was beyond him. Most of Kirkwall was built out of stone, but no, they had to meet in the abandoned wooden warehouses filled with empty wooden barrels and wooden crates. I didn't realize you were planning anything that big. No small change would address the injustice that mages face. The chantry itself must be overturned. There will always be mages born in Thedas. But Templars are made by men. Anders shrugged. And they can be unmade. There were good men and women among the Templars. Wesley. Emmerich. Thrask. Moira. Even Cullen, for that matter. If only they were the normal ones, instead of folks like Karas and Ulrich. Why does this matter so much to you? Why do you think your parents gave up everything to keep you and your sister out of the circle? In the circle, they tell you day and night that magic is sin. A mark on your soul of the Maker's hatred. But for all the talk of demons, the most common death I saw for a mage was suicide. He'd been 8 before they'd settled down in Lothering. He could still remember those early days, never staying in one place longer than a few months. Even after they'd found a home, he'd still had to hide. Always be slightly wary of the neighbors. Feeling useless when there was a problem he could have solved by magic and secrets had kept his hands tied. Now, most of the guard knew what he was. He was helping, doing good. Keeping people safe. It should be like that for everyone. Together, we'll win this fight. Your faith inspires me. Sometimes, I fear I cannot do this. Not while I struggle against this vengeance inside me. But I know you won't let me lose myself to him. The look Anders gave him almost made him uncomfortable. He shrugged. Why do none of my friends ever just want to be the best Wallop player in Lowtown? Anders laughed. That was good to see. His friend didn't do that quite often enough. Would the Great Hawk deign to associate with the best Wallop player in Lowtown? Seriously, though, I couldn't do this without your support. I couldn't. He sighed. Hold on to this spirit of vengeance inside me. But I know you won't let me lose myself to him. When you get like this, I think it'd be hard for anyone to turn you down. He was about to say something else. It would probably have been witty. Clever. Poetic. But he was cut off by Anders kissing him. Anders stepped back. If we could die tomorrow, I didn't want it to be without doing that. Well. Shit. Anders. He shook his head slowly. I'm sorry. The other man sighed, then nodded. No. I am. I shouldn't have done that. I apologize. He closed his eyes. I shouldn't have done that. Can we just forget that happened? At least nobody had been around to see it. Forget what happened. A fascinating breed. Such intelligence and strength. Fenris petted Runt. Do you ever wonder what he thinks about? Sometimes he wondered if his friends dropped by the estate more to visit Thimmeberry than they did him. He still thinks about dog things. Just with more clarity. Are you aware that this breed originated in Tevinter? The Magisters bred them. It's said Thimmeberry defected during the Imperium's invasion of Ferelden. Merely a tale, but I rather like the idea they found the barbarians more. Fenris hunted for a word. Palatable than the mages. Runt barked happily. Fenris nodded to the dog. Exactly so. He shrugged. Let's hope your hound doesn't take after his ancestors too strongly. These days he seems to mostly have a taste for guardsmen and bribes. Gabriel gave the hound a scratch before walking further into the estate. Staying for dinner. I was hoping you'd ask. Isn't Ser Ulrich exactly what the Seekers are supposed to prevent? Cassandra nodded. We'd heard rumors about Kirkwall, but... She sighed. Well, you heard many of the same ones. With the Resolutionists, we... She shook her head. We should have looked deeper. Assuming, of course, the dwarf is telling the truth. The divine received such a proposal. And she did, indeed, reject it. Leliana's voice was quiet. You know this for fact. I was in the room when she read it over. It infuriated her that anyone could consider such a thing. After a moment, Cassandra nodded. Yet, if Varric is telling the truth, it seems Ulrich was going ahead with the plan anyway, and the champion learned of it. And even with Ulrich's death, there remained others. Such as this Karas. We can talk to Cullen about him and Ulrich later, see what else he can add. Chapter 19, Demands of the Coon. He looked into the mine because he was part owner. Not because Avellini had told him to. Next thing he knew, Hubert was going on about thieves and lothering and missing shipments, and he was interrogating some poor idiot. At least he managed to talk Hubert out of having the man killed. Then it was time for the actual killing. Revenge killing, for his dead employees. And a hunt for those responsible, then more revenge killing. As it turned out, this being Kirkwall, violence did solve problems. And then, giant spiders. Undead. Arcane horrors. Rusty pickaxes. Then a vow to let Bothan continue to handle all business affairs. Apparently, just him expressing an interest in anything made it all go to hell. How are you so successful with men? You're not that pretty. Avellini narrowed her eyes at Isabella. Cast a wide enough net, and you're bound to catch something. Isabella gestured. Avellini laughed. At least you're willing to admit it. Trust me. I've heard, get away from me, you pirate hag. More times than I care to count. Doesn't that bother you? Avellini raised an eyebrow. Isabella gave her a blank look. Why should it? They don't know me. I know me. Gabriel sighed. He tossed the bag up, then bent to boost Fenris out of the hole. Fenris reached down to help pull him out. Avellini emptied the bag. 4 sovereigns, a rotting hat, and what had once been a very nice Dalish-style short sword before the blade had rusted through. Well, it's a relic, Gabriel said. Maybe Castellian won't be picky. Isabella threw up her hands and made a vexed noise. Meryl smiled. Well, at least it's a nice day. And the view is lovely. She gestured out towards the sea, then frowned and narrowed her eyes. Avellini. Yes. Why are your guards hiding? They approached the area quietly. A guard caught an arrow in the throat. Gabriel moved in quickly, and managed, just barely, to keep the man from bleeding out. Avellini nodded at the young woman who appeared to be in charge. Lieutenant Harley. Avellini. Harley breathed a sigh of relief. Thank the Maker. I take it you know each other, Gabriel said, dragging the wounded guard to a more sheltered position. Harley is one of the guard, recently promoted. Harley nodded. This disaster is my first routine assignment. She raised an eyebrow at Gabriel. He shrugged. I happened to be in the area. Seeing the sights, killing bandits. The usual. Not the best time for jest. She shook her head. Bollocks. We're up against Yvette's marauders. You're certain about that? Avellini's voice became concerned. Fellerden's up there. She gestured. And Victor Longdeath's handiwork you've already seen. We tried 2 sorties up the path, but it's trapped to oblivion. Now I'd be thankful just to get out of here alive. No fair, guard dog. One of the bandits started yelling taunts. You've brought friends. Shut your mouth, Harley yelled back. The bandit only laughed. Avellini really was neglecting the witty repartee part of guard training. He'd chat with Brennan about it later. Fellerden? Victor Longdeath. Might as well find out what exactly he was in for here. What are you talking about? They've been robbing and raping for Maker knows how long. Did a broad daylight assault on the keep to rescue one of their number 2 years back. Harley shook her head. Fellerden, a blood mage, is here. Victor Longdeath. Sophie. Maker. Avellini shook her head. You certainly drew a fine first detail. Gabriel looked around at his comrades. Fenris and Isabella both nodded. Meryl was watching some clouds. The longer we wait, the more of us they'll kill. Let's attack now. I'm with you. But my men may be too rattled to join us. Harley looked around at the wounded men. Get as many of them as you can, and let's go. Men, we're taking the battle to them. Look out for traps. Be careful, Yvette's marauders are deadly. He made a note to also suggest they work on their inspirational speeches. Really, guarding didn't have to be all about hitting the bad guys with swords. He threw up a barrier as the guards started to move, then summoned a tempest into the bandits' positions. The bandits fled the lightning into their own traps and the waiting swords of the guardsmen. Then he narrowed his eyes, and focused on taking down the blood mage. It was over in minutes. That should be the last of them. He wondered idly if they should have bothered to take any of them alive, then shrugged. Harley was just staring. Slowly, a smile spread across her face. They're all dead? She clapped one of the other guards on the shoulder. I can't believe it. I'll tell Lieutenant Jalen at the keep what you've done. I'll make sure he rewards you. Good work yourself, Lieutenant. Avellini gave her a proud nod. Make sure the others know it. Men, we're heading home. Avellini smiled as she watched her guards leave. Thank you all. Rescuing guards in distress. Gabriel shook his head. It's what we do. She reached out and messed his hair affectionately. And it's appreciated. All I'm saying. Let's head back in. I could use a drink. They hadn't gone far when Avellini glanced at Isabella. You're right. Isabella gave her a confused look. About knowing who you are. Avellini spread her hands. I'm the captain of the guard. I'm loyal, strong, and I don't look too bad naked. Exactly. Isabella nodded. And if I called you a mannish, awkward, ball-crushing do-gooder, you'd say, shut up, whore. That's my girl. Fenris just shook his head as Gabriel ran a hand over his face. Then Hawk tore the door clean off its hinges, walked into the room, and Varric looked up, and waved his audience away. I guess we'll finish this later. Hawk greeted him with a cheerful smile. Have you got a minute, Varric? Of course, Hawk. Actually, I've been meaning to talk to you. Varric gestured for Hawk to follow him into his room. People say you and that elf you know, the Angsty Tevinter one, are becoming quite the item. So, what's going on, Hawk? Well. Hawk waggled his eyebrows and gave Varric a flirtatious grin. I never thought you were the type, Varric. I'm flattered. He put a hand over his heart. Hawk, I know I'm damned near irresistible, but you're just too high maintenance for me. Sorry. His tone became more serious. He liked the elf, but, well, after the incident at the slaver pens, he was frankly a bit surprised the two of them were still, well, whatever they were. Listen, as your friend, I feel like I'd be doing you a disservice if I didn't say anything. You do know the elf is covered in spikes, like an angsty porcupine? He might have some issues. The look Hawk gave him was amused. In all the time you've known me, have I ever given you the impression that I was turned off by crazy? He laughed. Okay, point taken. What did you need? I lost a bet with Isabella. So, apparently, I'm holding a winter send party. What were you doing that you lost a bet that involved a winter send party? He spent the afternoon helping in the clinic. Once the work started, the slight awkwardness between him and Anders vanished, and things seemed to settle back to normal. Well, what passed for normal, anyway. After the clinic was emptied, he glanced over at Anders. I brought you something. It's shiny and subversive. I thought you'd like it. Gabriel tossed the parcel at Anders. Anders caught it, and smiled. You got me a gift? I hardly think I've done anything to deserve that. Is it a? He looked down at the contents. That's a Tevinter Chantry amulet. Do you want me to get executed? It's sacrilege to wear those in any land under the divine. Here I thought you fight for mages' rights, whoever's bad side that puts you on. I like it. Maybe not on the outside of my clothes, I'm not that eager to face the hangman's noose, but I appreciate the thought. He turned it around in his hands contemplatively. I never really thought about what life would be like in the Tevinter Chantry. In the circle, they make it sound like the void itself. The Black Divine, stalking Thetas, making it unsafe for kittens and virgins. I haven't noticed too many of either in Kirkwall. Anders laughed. And fewer every day, I suspect. I appreciate the gift. Perhaps one day I can return one as meaningful. So Isabella is making me throw a winter send party. You coming? Sounds fun. Meryl was sitting with her head in her hands. It was a few moments before she realized he was in the room. Oh. Hawk. Come in. She sighed. Was just. She turned to face him. Am I crazy? All his friends were crazy. Yes, but in a good way. It's why they were his friends, after all. I thought the Arulin Holm would fix everything. The mirror would work, and everything would be right again. She sighed. But I keep dreaming of Pole's face. Everyone that I care for thinks I'm a monster. He sat next to her, and draped an arm over her shoulders. I don't think you're a monster, Meryl. She snuggled into him for a moment. I don't know what I would do without you. You're a true friend, Hawk. Someday, I'll make this up to you, Lethalin. Come to the estate for winter send, and we'll call it even. You really should post some guards outside your estate, considering all the trouble you get into. Fenris glanced around as he entered the estate. If I hired guards and told them to keep troublesome people at bay, I'd never get to see any of you, Gabriel said. Orana took the bottle of wine Fenris offered, and went back to fussing over the table. She'd really outdone herself on the meal. Brennan had taken up a position by the kitchen door, glaring every time Varric tried to sneak in to taste test. Isabella was deftly moving through the room, attempting to keep Avellini between her and Gomlin. Why had he invited Gomlin? Had he invited Gomlin? Maybe he should hire some guards. I think dinner is ready, Master. I'll chase everyone to the table. And don't call me Master. Yes, Master. Meryl sat next to Avellini, chatting away amiably. You must have really liked the Hawk family. Why do you say that? You came all the way from Lothering with them, didn't you? And they're not even your clan. Humans don't have clans, Meryl. Exactly. You came so far together, and you didn't even have a keeper to make you get along. So your keeper tells you to stop kicking each other, or she'll turn the Aravel around. Sometimes she also warns us to stop pulling hair, Meryl said. Bodhin served a second course, and they all fell to happily, sharing the occasional story. Gabriel smiled. It was good to see everyone enjoying themselves. He'd been privately surprised that Seamus had actually come, but the young man did seem to be having a good time. Does the city guard never ask where you wander off to with Hawk? Fenris asked Avellini. I am on a special investigation. And what does that make me? Gabriel asked. Someone who is helping me with my investigation. Fenris chuckled. How benevolent of you, Hawk. I'm a giver. Gabriel grinned. After the meal, Orana got out her lute and played for them. Isabella dragged Mikon into a dance, and a heartbeat later, Donnic did the same to Avellini. Varric bowed, and offered Meryl his arm to enter the dance. It took Brennan a few moments to work up the nerve, then she asked Sebastian to dance. Gabriel hid a smile in his glass as he saw Moira pull Anderson as a dance partner. Harley tried to get Cullen onto the floor, but the man demurred with an almost panic-stricken expression. She shrugged, then came over and asked him. He smiled, and joined her. As the evening began to wind down, Donnic cleared his throat nervously. Then, much to the delight of everyone present, he went down on one knee and asked Avellini to marry him. It took her 3 tries to get out a yes that wasn't a squeak. Varric was about to head back to Lowtown with Isabella when he heard the elf and Blondie bickering again. I can't imagine what Hawk sees in you. Anders glared at Fenris. Fenris narrowed his eyes. It is done. Leave it be. Well, good. Anders couldn't quite hid a smile. I always knew he had some sense. Do not make light of this. Fenris's stance became threatening. Leaving was the hardest thing I've ever done. Varric exchanged a look with a wide-eyed Isabella. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Isabella shook her head, then walked over to stop it from potentially coming to blows. With her usual style and tact. Oh, will you two get over yourselves? You're like two dogs around a bitch in heat. We were talking about Hawke. Fenris glared at her, but something about his face suggested he was relieved at the intervention. Not you. A letter from the Viscount had Gabriel heading into the keep. He lowered his voice and asked Fenris to get Avellini as he went to the Viscount's office. Viscount Dumar was pacing. It is apparently not enough that the Cuneri define my political life. They must also infect what I hold personal. He turned to face Gabriel. It is my son, Simius. The life you saved, he would now squander by converting to the Kun. He has left for the Cuneri compound. Dumar gave him a beseeching look. Please, Sarah Hawke. Convince Simius to come home. Did anyone else see him leaving for the compound? Viscount Dumar's shoulders slumped. He made no secret of it. I'm sure he intended it as another of his statements about closer relations. He folded his arms. Your example inspired him. I might agree, but now is not the time. These matters are. He sighed. Delicate. He is of age. The decision seems rightly his. If it was genuinely what Simius wanted. He wasn't close with the young man, but they were friends in their way. I want to let him find his way, but in my position. Dumar leaned on his desk. He's taken a great deal of inspiration from you. I want to allow his idealism, but not blindly. At best, my opponents will claim that my office is now in Cuneri hands. At worst. Dumar's voice broke slightly. I lose my son. Perhaps there was a better way. The Orishik had been interested in diplomacy once. Maybe Simius could be a liaison or whatever the word was. Maker, if there was a decent avenue of communication between the Viscount and the Orishik, many problems could be solved. He's your child. How fast can he be? Who knows, he might actually listen to you. Dumar's face was hopeful. No one else has dealt as closely with the Cuneri. I hope he will see that we can be accepting and still be a proud citizen of Kirkwall. Dumar sighed. I wish we could all see that. Avellini, Sebastian, and Fenris were waiting for him when he left the Viscount's office. He filled them in on the move, and started heading for the compound. They were moving through Lowtown when mercenaries attacked. And were promptly splattered all over the alley. So was that anti-Cuneri, anti-Viscount, or Simius himself not wanting to be rescued. Gabriel shook his head. Simius isn't the type. Let's go. And Simius and the Orishik both had a very good idea of their capabilities. Neither would have been foolish enough to send a small band of half-competent thugs. Sarah Hawke. The Orishik didn't appear surprised to see him. I'm here about the Viscount's son. Are you? The Orishik settled back on his bench. In 4 years I have made no threat, and fanatics have lined up to hate us simply because we exist. But despite lies and fear, Bass still begged me to let them come to the Kun. They hunger for purpose. The son has made a choice. You will not deny him that. No. He wouldn't. But perhaps there was still a chance of making it work for everyone. Converting the Viscount's son, his opposition will have a field day. And the enemy of your enemy should be your friend. It would be really nice if the Orishik would work with him just a little here. I don't fear the whole of them together, and it is not my role to reject the free choice of Vidathari. The son responded to his own demand of the Kun. He is neither my slave nor my prisoner. The Orishik gestured. He is not even here. He went to his father. Ask the Viscount why he would send you in a letter both. Gabriel blinked. That probably could have been mentioned earlier. He could feel a chill trying to climb up his spine. They are meeting at the Chantry. A last, pointless appeal, I assume. Sebastian shook his head. The Viscount has not tried to involve the Chantry before. No. Gabriel sighed. But we know who would. Mother Petrice. He really should have just killed her. The Orishik frowned. A suspect in many things. If she has threatened someone under my command again, there is only one response. On that, they could agree. I've had about enough of Petrice. Several times over. A threat against Vidadari can have only one answer. I will suffer only one outcome. The Orishik gave him a nod. I will be watching, Hawk. The demand of the Kun is clear. He tried the healing spell, but it was too late. Semuse's body was already cooling. He'd liked the kid. From the floor below came Petrice's voice. Sarah Hawk, look at what you have done. She sounded smug. To pounce upon the Viscount's son, a repentant convert, in the chantry itself? A crime with no excuse. She gestured at the armed men with her. Your Qunari masters will finally answer. Slowly, he rose to his feet. All this will do is make people hate you. She smirked. I have kept the fear of the Qunari fresh in every sermon, every prayer. They will know whose word to believe. She gestured. When people learn of this attack, they will rise. Not zealots or the unknowing, but the true majority. Dealing with crazy was easier. This was just plain dealing with stupid. Great plan, until people start dying in a war with the Qunari. To die untested would be the real crime. People need the opportunity to defend faith. Starting with you. She turned to the people with her. Earn your reward in this life and the next. These heretics must die. Gabriel sighed. With the exception of a couple Templars, she was sending unarmored men against him, Fenris, the Prince of Starkhaven, and the captain of the Kirkwall Guard. While they had the high ground, with 2 choke points. Avellini stood at one set of stairs, and Fenris at the other. Gabriel just shrugged, and called up a tempest, forcing any who wanted to try their luck at the warriors to first pass through a gauntlet of lightning. Next to him, Sebastian gave voice to a similar sentiment. Maker preserve their stupid souls. Petrice led Grand Cleric Elthina into the hall. Do you see, Your Grace? Traitors attacking the very core of the chantry. They defile with every step. Elthina's eyes traced over the state of the room. Her gaze went first to Sebastian, then to Avellini, and then to Gabriel. There is death in every corner, young mother. It is as you predicted. Her eyes narrowed. All too well. She's on to you, Petrice. Gabriel smiled. Quick, lie harder. Was Petrice just completely oblivious to who he was with? Don't you spout your Qunari filth. This is a hand of the divine. Petrice jutted her jaw out defiantly, proving that yes, she was really that stupid. I have ears, Mother Petrice. Elthina's voice was firm, a mother tired of misbehaving children. The Maker would have me use them. Gabriel gave her an apologetic look. Viscount Dumar's son is dead, killed here in your name. She closed her eyes for a moment, sorrow filling her features. I'm sure my name won't like that. She turned to look at Petrice, her pale eyes cold. Petrice. Semuse Dumar was a Qunari convert. He came here to repent and was murdered. Petrice stumbled over the lie. Love or hate the Qunari, Gabriel said. He gestured at the bodies. Sebastian stood near the still form of Semuse. A blind nug could see she took this too far. Petrice actually shook a fist at him. No price is too much when we speak of eternity. Eternity is long enough that we need not rush to meet it. Elthina cut Petrice off. They deny the Maker, Petrice said, her eyes hot with hatred. And you diminish him, even as you claim his side. Elthina's face was calm with disapproval. Andraste did not volunteer for the flame. She turned back towards them. Sarah Hawk, you stand with the captain of the guard. He saw Petrice's eyes widen as he nodded. Maybe she really didn't know who Avellini was. Elthina returned his nod. The young mother has erred in her judgment. A court will decide her fate. The chantry respects the law, and so must she. Grand Cleric. Petrice's face was shocked. Had she actually thought of herself as some kind of diabolical genius? Gomlin could have plotted this better. Grand Cleric. She stared beseechingly as Elthina started back up the stairs. Then she turned to face them. Her eyes suddenly widened as she caught sight of something over his shoulder, and an arrow suddenly appeared in her chest. She fell to her knees. Gabriel turned to see a Cunary archer fire a second arrow, this one catching Petrice between the eyes. He sighed. He'd wanted to kill her. He gave the archer a nod, and the man returned it. We protect those of the Kun. We do not abandon our own. Please, Elthana's voice came back through the room. He looked up at her. Her facial expression hadn't changed at the sight of the Cunary or the dead Petrice. Send for Viscount Dumar. He stood protectively as Dumar cradled his son's body. Below, servants were removing the other corpses. My son, Dumar said softly, tears falling from his eyes. Murdered in the heart of the Chantry, by those who held a sacred trust. What hope for this city, when we fail our own so completely? Gabriel wished he knew what to say. The Orishik is still here, Excellency. You must be ready to stand up to him. I cannot. I have already failed where it mattered most. Please, Hawk. Leave me. He hesitated a moment, then glanced over at where Elthana stood. She nodded to him. He returned the gesture, then followed his companions out of the Chantry. Avellini stopped just outside. This won't exactly ease tensions. The Viscount's son and Cunary aggression, even if justified. She sighed, and looked out at the where a warming of the sky hinted at the possibility of sunrise. It won't end, Hawk. I thought this could wait, but... She shrugged. I need to speak to you at your home. Very soon. He nodded to her. Check in with your guards. I'll see you in a few hours. Schisms and conspiracies within the Chantry itself. Cassandra paced. A perfectly normal situation then, Leliana sighed. One that went entirely too far. A reoccurring theme in Kirkwall. Cassandra nodded. Could the Resolutionists have played a role in this as well? Leliana nearly snorted. Give them some credit, Cassandra. Had they, I'm sure they could have come up with a far better plan than accuse the Prince of Starkhaven, the champion of Kirkwall, and the captain of the Kirkwall Guard of being Cunary supporters. That's... Cassandra smiled. A very good point. Chapter 20, To Catch a Thief. He heard Avellini and Isabella arguing as he headed into the hall. This is important. Don't interrupt with your selfish prattle. Get off your high horse, Isabella retorted. I have problems, too. Avellini scoffed. What drink should I order, and who's the father? Oh, you little. Isabella actually raised her hand to slap Avellini. This should be entertaining. Are there any good seats left? They both gave him looks that suggested he was the one about to be slapped. Hawk, Avellini stepped forward. The Orishik is sheltering 2 fugitives who have converted to the Kun. He must be convinced to release them. She shook her head. He's already feared because of Petrice. If people start to think he can ignore the law. She sighed. I need your help so this doesn't get out of hand. Isabella shoved herself between him and Avellini. I'm going to die. She gestured. There. Got your attention. Real problem. I heard Orishik and die. What's this about? And why couldn't they wait until after dinner for things like this? It was easier to deal with a world-shaking apocalyptic crisis when his stomach wasn't rumbling. He grabbed a cookie of the tray Orana left on the desk, and took a bite as he watched his companions. Remember the relic? The one Castellan is going to kill me over? A man called Waleed Sam has it. She gestured. If you help me get it, Castellan won't kill me. Please. Avellini glared. I'm trying to keep this entire city from rioting against the Cunary. Well, Isabella turned away, and stared at the fireplace. Maybe it's connected. What? Avellini asked as Gabriel nearly choked on the bite of cookie. Now you start being responsible? Shit. He managed not to die to a cookie. It took effort and willpower. NT. He sighed, and asked first Avellini, and then Isabella, for details. And discovered that Isabella had known what the relic was all along. If it was connected to the Cunary. He gave Avellini an apologetic look. The relic issue has to be resolved before we take on the Cunary. You trust her this much? Avellini asked. Probably not. I wouldn't. Isabella smiled. They won't wait at the compound forever, Hawk. I really do hope this helps, because if it doesn't, there would be trouble. It was, after all, Tuesday. Cassandra interrupted with a glare. Are you sure about this? The champion was asked to go to the Cunnery. I suppose you think he planned the entire thing? Considering what it led to. Come on, Seeker. I'm not going to sell Hawk short, but nobody could have foreseen the way that would go down. Varric shrugged. Or do you still think I'm lying to protect my friend? There are elements of your story that... Cassandra shook her head. Makes sense. And you couldn't have known about them otherwise. Well, that's a relief. But that doesn't mean you're telling me everything. I want this story to be told. You're not the first to get it all wrong. Varric leaned forward. I think I owe Hawk that much. Hold. The Cunnery blocked their path. You will surrender the relic. I don't have your stupid relic, Isabella said. The BAS has no honor. Kill it. The Cunnery attacked. It didn't end well for the Cunnery. Gabriel turned to look at Isabella. It appeared that the relic just might be related after all. Which meant she'd been lying to him for the better part of 5 years. If the Orishik asks why we killed his men, we'll say it was an accident. She'd gotten him stuck on the chantry roof for 6 hours. Yes. Isabella wouldn't meet his eyes. About that. The relic belongs to the Cunnery, and there's a small chance they want it back. Do the Cunnery look like the sharing type to you? Of course they want it back. If they had it back, they'd all leave, and get out of his hair end. And Seamus and many others would still be alive. I've always known what the relic is. I just didn't want to. She looked down at her feet. Worry you. She fiddled with her bracer, and sighed. The relic is a Cunnery text handwritten by that philosopher of theirs. Kausland, whatever his name is. Next to him, Fenris stared. That's the one, Isabella said, pointing at him. The founder of their religion, the most revered being in their history. Fenris gestured. That text would be sacred beyond measure. Isabella nodded. I stole it from them, they followed me here to reclaim it, and it's why they're still in Kirkwall. Avellini growled. And they can't leave without it. All of this could have been avoided. And here he'd been thinking Anders would be his biggest headache. Maybe giving it back would solve Avellini's problem. It couldn't hurt. Avellini stared daggers at Isabella. Says you. Isabella stared back. I know it will save my skin. She shook her head and sighed. Why can't this be as easy as you? Avellini asked. A million more questions ran through his head. None of them mattered. Except maybe why she never bothered to wear pants. Sounds like the Cunnery take their reading very seriously. Is there anything the Cunnery don't take seriously? Isabella gave him a hopeful smile. Look, the book's right in this building, and I'm not letting it slip away again. There's more at stake. But... Avellini sighed. The Orishik waited this long. Ugh. I don't know. It's the only thing that'll get Castellan off my back. Please tell me you'll give the relic to me. There were hundreds of Cunnery, and a city at stake. There was one Castellan, and a fireball should be adequate for that problem. Or maybe ice, so he didn't accidentally light another warehouse on fire. Ice was probably the best bet. Or stabbing. Stabbing was always good. The artifact belongs to the Cunnery, and you'll let them leave with it. Don't you understand? The relic is the only thing that will keep Castellan from feeding me to the sharks. I can't believe you're... She threw up her hands. Ugh. She sighed. Fine. You're right. I'll return the relic. It'll go straight to the Cunnery once we get it. She started walking towards the foundry. Come on. We've no time to waste. Oh. Wonderful. She was lying to him again. This was not going to end well. Tevinter was involved. Things just kept getting better and better. There was probably an archdemon in town as well, and it would pop up any minute to say hi. And then more cunnery. Sam ran for it, and Isabella gave chase. As much as he wanted to go after her, the mages throwing fireballs presented a slightly more immediate concern, as did the horned giants with very big swords. He threw up a barrier, then brought down a firestorm while Fenris and Avellini kept the armed men from closing. The fight lasted only a minute. It was enough to give Isabella a good head start. She's gone. She took it. That bitch-born whore. Avellini's face was furious. Well, now we get to deal with the Orishik and the fugitives ourselves. That's good. She sighed. He clenched his fists. That's enough. Let's go to the compound. He flanked Avellini as she approached the compound. She nodded to the guard. I request an audience with the Orishik. He will allow it, but not in this number. The guard folded his arms. I will bring only my friend here and a small complement of my guard. Is that few enough? It is. The guard opened the gate. Enter. He had a very bad feeling about this. The Orishik met them standing, weapon in hand. Probably not a good sign. Shan Eden. Avellini stepped forward. Greetings, Orishik. We come regarding the elven fugitives that took refuge here. Irrelevant. The Orishik stepped past her to look at Gabriel. I would speak to Hawk about the relic stolen from my grasp. Bad news traveled fast. One of my former companions stole it. Her part was clear. Your admission. The Orishik nodded to him. Is welcome. Avellini tried to draw attention back to herself. An issue for another time. We're here for the fugitives. The elves are now Vidathari. They have chosen to submit to the Kun. He narrowed his eyes. They will be protected. Have they truly converted, or are they simply using you as a shield? Maybe it could still be salvaged, but he had a feeling the Orishik had made his decision before they'd even walked through the gate. The Orishik's next words confirmed it. They have chosen, and so have I. You have not hidden the abuses of your zealots, or the corruption of this city. You will understand why I must do this. He gestured. Let us look at your dangerous criminals. Speak, Vidathari. Who did you murder and why? The older of the two elves stepped forward. A city guard forced himself on our sister. We reported him. The elf clenched his fists angrily. Or tried to. But they did nothing about it, no matter what we said. So my brothers and I paid him a visit. That doesn't excuse murder, Avellini said. Gabriel glanced at the guards. He saw the flash of one's expression. Are these elves telling the truth? There have been rumors, Avellini admitted. I will investigate, but they still took the law into their own hands. Sometimes that is necessary, the Orishik said. Like you avenged the Viscount's son. It was not right then, and it's not right now. How often had he broken the law to save her and her guards? And she brought him in for this? Braced the Orishik over. I would have done the same thing, in their shoes. He'd killed enough to prevent it from happening. Revenge after seemed an easy choice to make. He'd have killed Petrais too. Actually, he rather resented not being given the option. Hawk, that's not helping. Their actions are mere symptoms. Your society is the disease. They have chosen. The Vidathari will submit to the Kun and find a path your way has denied them. Avellini shook her head. You can't just decide that. You must hand them over. The Orishik took a few steps away, then turned back and looked at him. Tell me, Hawk, what would you do, in my place? Defend his people. No matter the cost. He started to form the barrier spell in his mind. Why pass up perfectly good converts? The Orishik's nod was surprisingly respectful. Exactly so. I cannot leave without the relic, and I cannot stay and remain blind to this dysfunction. There is only one solution. She tried. She saw it coming, but still tried. Orishik, there is no need for dash. He interrupted her with a gesture. And gave the order. Vinik Kothas. The barrier sprang into place as he moved his hands. He went for his staff, and Avellini grabbed his arm. Not here. Too open. Go. Go. A Qunari tried to block his path, and he punched the larger man in the face. On the other side of the gate, Fenris, Varric, and the other guards were moving, getting the gate open. They fled. There was really no other word for it. They ran like hell until they found a sheltered area. Already, the docks were starting to burn. Can you hear it? Avellini wiped blood off her brow, and he moved forward to provide healing. The Qunari must be spreading out. They're attacking the city. She let him tend her. Why? What could they possibly hope to accomplish? Somehow, I don't think the Orishik cares what happens after this. She sighed. You may be right. She turned to look at the others. We should head to the keep to rally my guardsmen. Whatever happens, be careful. They weren't far from Gomlin's house when they were attacked by yet another group of Qunari. A Sarbaz blew up the ground beneath Avellini's feet, sending her flying. Another Qunari raised his blade to deliver a killing blow to the downed woman. An arrow caught the Qunari in the eye before the blade fell. Gabriel blinked as he realized a band of 6 wardens was also in the fight. A dwarf, an elf, and 4 human men. A few feet from him, a familiar face cut down one of the last of the Qunari warriors. Somehow, I knew it would be you. Carver, Gabriel said. Hello, big brother. Fancy meeting you here. Carver shrugged, then glanced at the other wardens. The archer that had saved Avellini gave them a nod. This attack was, most unexpected. Carver glanced towards the city, then shook his head reluctantly. Nathaniel, we need to move. We've already delayed too long. Very true. Nathaniel shook his head. I cannot believe the Qunari would dare such an attack. This will lead to war with the Free Marches for certain. He gave Gabriel an apologetic nod. I fear pressing matters take us elsewhere, but we can spread word to the other free cities. Perhaps they will bring aid. Gabriel blinked, then gave a pointed look at where parts of the city were burning. There's something more important than an invasion. We can't talk about it, Carver said. Nathaniel nodded. The Qunari are of far greater concern to you, I am certain, but we must return to our mission. Goodbye, big brother. Take care of yourself. Maker watch over you, my friend, Nathaniel said. A woman was screaming as a Qunari dragged her through the Hightown market. The Qunari dropped her as he caught sight of them. Then the Orishik failed to take you captive. Unfortunate. Oh. That had been an attempt to take him captive. Funny how much it had looked like an attempt to kill him. See, this is why better communication would solve problems. And, on that note, Gabriel hit the Qunari in the face with a blast of ice. Communication was a glorious thing. Avellini and the 4 guards with her moved in, taking advantage of the barrier spell to close. Fenris remained near him, keeping the Qunari back as he threw spells more or less everywhere. Varric kept up a steady rate of fire, and between him and Gabriel, the Qunari were unable to regroup to deal with the warriors. Gabriel was just about to pronounce them victorious when an explosion nearby sent him, Fenris, and Varric flying. He blinked, trying to focus his magic as he saw the Sarbaz gather another spell. The magic died in the Sarbaz's hands, and a heartbeat later, the Sarbaz's head rolled through the courtyard. The Sarbaz collapsed, revealing a blonde woman in Templar armor. She walked to him and offered him a hand up. He accepted. She nodded. I am Knight Commander Meredith. She blinked. I know you. The name Hawk has turned up in my reports many times. Too many. Well. Shit. Avellini stepped forward. It's good that we found you, Knight Commander. The Qunari are dash. It's obvious what they're doing. She gestured. The Qunari are taking people to the keep and may already be in control. We will need to deal with them. Gathering people. Not just slaughtering. Possibly a good sign. Maybe. Why would they be gathering hostages? He glanced at Fenris. They're going to take every one of import and put them in the same place. Fenris shrugged. Those that agree to convert, live. Those that don't. Charming, Meredith said. Maybe it wasn't too late to run after Carver. Join the wardens. Hide in the deep roads for the rest of his life. Fuck that. His city. He gave Meredith a small bow. Always happy to help in a life-threatening crisis. Good. She returned the bow. I'll overlook your own use of magic, for the moment. She gestured. Head to the keep, and I will see if I can find more of my men. These creatures will pay for this outrage. Avellini and the guards gave him a worried look as Meredith walked away. He shrugged. Nothing to be done about it now. He started for the Viscount's keep. They were unsuccessful in rescuing the mages. The only survivor was First Enchanter Orsino himself. Gabriel helped the man back to his feet just as Meredith found them again, this time with a dozen Templars behind her. He recognized Moira and Cullen. First Enchanter Orsino. You survive. Your relief overwhelms me, Knight Commander. It was so good to see everyone get along. Meredith narrowed her eyes. There is no time for talk. We must strike back, before it's too late. Orsino shook his head. And who will lead us into this battle? You. I fight to defend this city, as I have always done. To control it, you mean? I won't have our lives tossed to the flames to feed your vanity. They started to bicker, Avellini jumping in as well. Gabriel shook his head, then slammed the butt of his staff into the ground. I won't have you at each other's throats. I'm in charge. Oh, look, there went his mouth again. What the hell had he just said? You? You're not even of this city. Meredith stared. Orsino, however, moved to stand at his shoulder. Neither am I, yet I don't hear you complaining about us both fighting to defend our home. A moment later, Meredith nodded. Very well, then. But whatever you plan, be quick about it. Shit. How the hell had that happened? He was going to have a very stern talk with himself later. They were all looking at him now. Let's find out what they're up to. An excellent choice. Let's move quickly. Meredith gestured at her Templars. I don't see any of my guardsmen. Avellini's voice was worried. Meredith put a hand on her sword. This is the only way in. We must assault them now, before their numbers grow. Are you mad? Orsino shook his head. They have hostages. We need a distraction. She started to step towards Orsino, then glanced at Gabriel. Decide quickly. We have no time. A distraction. Fortunately, it was something mages were very good at. Let's hear what you have in mind, Orsino. We'll need to get you inside and catch up as soon as we can. And just how will we do this? Meredith raised an eyebrow. Orsino gave her a confident look as he unlimbered his staff. Have confidence, Knight Commander. He stepped out, and started walking right towards the Cunnery. A few moments later, several of the Cunnery were on fire, and the rest were chasing after the mage. Gabriel gestured for the Templars to go to his aid, then headed into the keep. He put a hand on Avellini's shoulder as she knelt next to Harley's body. Several other guards were strewn about the room. They'd put up a hell of a fight. Avellini took a deep breath, then stood. She nodded to him, then walked to the end of the hall and kicked the door open. They'd arrived too late for Viscount Dumar. The Orishik casually tossed the man's head down the stairs. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. He'd liked the Viscount. You dare. One of the nobles stepped forward. You are starting a war. A Cunnery stepped forward and snapped the nobleman's neck. The Orishik shook his head. Look at you. Like Fetithrasi you feed and complain only when your meal is interrupted. You do not look up. You do not see that the grass is bare. All you leave in your wake is misery. You are blind. I will make you see. He looked up at Gabriel and his companions. But we have guests. He set his sword on his shoulders. Shan Eden, Hawk. I expected you. He started down the stairs. Miraz to Ibrishok. You alone are Bay Saladin. He gave an angry look at the crowd. This is what respect looks like, BAS. Some of you will never earn it. He turned his gaze back to Gabriel. So tell me, Hawk, you know I am denied Par Valen until the tome of Colin is found. How would you see this conflict resolved without it? His reply would have been clever. Witty. Legendary. But Isabella beat him to the punchline. I believe I can answer that. She strode into the room, boot heels clicking. Still not wearing pants. She shoved the book at the Orishik. I'm sure you'll find it's mostly undamaged. The Tome of Colon. She glanced at Gabriel. It took me a while to get back, what with all the fighting everywhere. You know how it is. He smiled at her. Later, when they were sitting over drinks, he was going to yell at her. He'd put her over his knee, but she'd probably enjoy it. I thought you'd be long gone by now. Her face took on a frustrated look. This is your damned influence, Hawk. She sighed. I was halfway to Ostwick before I knew I had to turn around. It's pathetic. As long as everything was his fault. He could work with that. It was normal. The Orishik handed the book to another Cunary. The relic is reclaimed. I am now free to return to Par Valen with the thief. What? Isabella's face revealed her shock. Oh, no, no, no. Avellini stepped forward. If anyone kicks her ass, it's me. She stole the Tome of Colon. The Orishik met Gabriel's eyes. She must return with us. Not happening. You have your relic. She stays with us. I'm sure he'll take that well. Varric gave Isabella a worried look. Rivani? You might want to move a bit this way. Then you leave me no choice. The Orishik pointed at Gabriel. I challenge you, Hawk. You and I will battle to the death, with her as the prize. Isabella shook her head frantically. No. If you're going to duel anyone, duel me. You are not Bay Saladin. You are unworthy. All right. Gabriel saw Fenris's eyes widen with fear as Gabriel accepted the challenge. Let's dance. Muravas. So shall it be. The Orishik was a foot taller than he was, and wider. The massive horned man held an axe in one hand, and a sword in the other. Close quarters melee combat was very much not one of his specialties. At that moment, something occurred to him. Despite his mother's best efforts, she'd raised some remarkably stupid children. He reached for his magic, and altered gravity, slowing the Orishik's charge. There was a gasp from the collected nobles as the spell manifested. Well, everyone knew he was a mage now. He sidestepped, and sent a blast of ice, slowing the other man's movements still further. With so many people around, he dared not call up a firestorm. He created a small tempest between himself and the Orishik, forcing the man to dodge lightning bolts to get to him. If the Orishik caught him with a charge, he was going to end up splattered. The staff twirled in his hands, sending forth several blasts of ice, then parrying a blow from the axe. The sword caught him across the shoulder, nearly causing him to drop the staff. He sent forth a blast of pure energy, knocking the Orishik backwards and giving him a chance to do a little bit of healing, preventing his arm from being useless. White light glimmered around the Orishik's armor as Gabriel focused, crushing the armor into the man. The Orishik's eyes widened when he realized what was happening, and the big man charged again, ignoring the lightning. Gabriel flung himself to the side, catching a glancing blow from the man's axe. He rolled back to his feet, and felt blood seeping. No time for healing, the man was charging again. He sprayed out a blast of ice, spun to the side, and sent a more focused blast. Around them, the tempest faded. He needed to conserve the energy he had left. The Orishik gave a triumphant smile as he turned for another charge. Gabriel used the staff as a focus, and hit him with pure spirit energy. The Orishik staggered. And fell. Gabriel almost felt sorry, as he watched the Orishik die. He hadn't liked the man, but he had respected him. Another Cunary bent, and picked up the Orishik's weapons. He gave Gabriel a respectful bow, and then, slowly, the Cunary started to leave. Behind him, the doors opened. Meredith entered, followed by several dozen Templars. She stopped in her tracks. Is it over? He nodded to her. Everyone in Kirkwall knew he was a mage. If the Templars wanted to take him, he didn't have much left to resist. But Isabella was safe. He supposed that was all that mattered. It's over. Around them, a cheer began to go up. The city has been saved, someone called out. Meredith glared. Then she slowly walked towards him. Well done. She nodded. It appears Kirkwall has a new champion. You seem confused, Seeker. The champion killed the Orishik in single combat? It just sounds so romantic. If I didn't know better, I'd say you're developing a little crush. Don't be ridiculous. The champion just seems very heroic in your tale. If you're telling the truth. She shook her head. If you are, then. She sighed. What happened at the gallows may be far different than we assumed. I need to hear it. Let's say I tell you. Then what? He folded his arms. Are you hunting for an infamous apostate? Is that what this is all about? Or is it revenge? No. It's not that. Then what about me? If what I tell you isn't what you want to hear, will you still let me go? I will let you go. Well, now we're talking. None of this is what I thought it would be. Tell me what really happened. Chapter 21, Between. He made it out of the keep with his dignity intact. Avellini and Fenris caught him before he fell, and got him to the estate. Isabella ran down to the dark town entrance to get Anders. Things got a bit fuzzy at that point. Gabriel woke up in his own bed. For a moment, he cherished the hope that it had all been some sort of hanged man-induced dream. The air carried the scent of smoke and char, and he sighed. As if his life hadn't been interesting enough before. They gave him a medal. And a title. And they didn't lock him away in the gallows. That last part was fairly nice. It became clear, very quickly, that the title came with a few strings attached. As champion, solving Kirkwall's problems was now his official duty, instead of just a hobby. It was rather remarkable how little everyone knowing he was a mage changed his life. Gabriel winced and rubbed his hand. Orana held the spoon up threateningly. Those are for the wedding, master. Fine, I'll get out of your hair. And don't call me master. Yes, master. He just shook his head and got out of her kitchen. Meryl was fussing over the flowers again. Bodhin was fussing over, well, everything. He sighed. If Avellini had really wanted a nice, quiet ceremony, she really shouldn't have told any of their friends. And she certainly shouldn't have told any of the guard. It was fortunate Fenris didn't mind him crashing at the mansion, or else he'd have had to take a room at the Hanged Man. What are you smiling about? Fenris asked. I tried to steal one of Orana's pastries. He met the other man's eyes, and a note of pride entered his voice. She hit me and threatened me with a spoon. Fenris's eyes widened slightly, and then he also smiled. He led Avellini up the aisle, and took his assigned place. Meryl was crying. Varric was pretending he wasn't, and failing, much to the amusement of Isabella. He wasn't sure if it was Sebastian's doing, but Grand Cleric Elthina herself performed the ceremony. Donnic looked at him like he was insane as Gabriel handed him the sheaf of wheat. Avellini was glaring. The glare only intensified as first Brennan, then Mikon, and Ewald, presented Donnic with goat kids. Her eyes promised the most dire of retributions. Completely worth it. Orana was shocked to learn that the jewels he'd given her to wear at the wedding were hers to keep. If things ever did go to hell, she'd easily be able to sell them for enough to get her wherever she wanted to go. Despite her skills, she'd thus far resisted Varric's efforts to have her perform at some of the local taverns. She'd been equally resistant about the idea of performing at a salon, at least, one not hosted by him. Most days, it seemed if she had her way she wouldn't leave the estate at all. Bodhin showed Brennan in, and Gabriel met her by the fireplace. The gang in Hightown. She gave him a relieved look. So you already know. I know the captain asked you for help sometimes, but she's still in Orlais End. She shook her head. They've got mages, sir. I don't know your standard arrangement with the captain, but she authorized me in her absence. Gabriel shook his head. She's my friend, and this is my city. Tonight work for you. Brennan's eyes were wide when she nodded. I'll get the guard. Meet me here before sundown, and we'll move as soon as it gets full dark. Not just mages, blood mages. Even the gangs were becoming desperate. He put a barrier up on the guardsmen, then he and Fenris focused on the mages while Sebastian and Varric made short work of the enemy archers. They'd ranged through half of Hightown when Brennan suddenly crowed triumphantly. "Sarah, I think I know where they are based." Gabriel smiled at her. "Let's go say hello, welcome to the neighborhood and all that." She returned the smile with a fierce one of her own. The leader of the gang was gathering a spell. Gabriel didn't bother with finesse, just hit him with a bolt from his staff to disrupt the casting. The guardsmen surged forward, meeting the other swordsmen as Gabriel kept the blood mage from being able to bring any spells to bear. Sebastian moved forward, and fired as soon as he had a clean shot. The arrow caught the blood mage in the chest. Which, probably would have been better had he not been, well, a blood mage. He brought forth ice, slowing the other mage's movements as Sebastian fired again. The second arrow caught the blood mage in the eye. Immediately, Gabriel switched to barriers and then healing. Several of the guards were banged up, and Mikon was perilously close to losing an ear. Gabriel did what he could and then advised the man to go visit Anders. "Is it just me?" Brennan asked, staring at the body of the mage, "or have the gangs gotten tougher?" "Blood mages," Gabriel shook his head. "The desperate and the stupid are just about all that's left willing to face the Kirkwall Guard." "That would be good news, if there weren't so many of both these days," Brennan replied. "Thank you for your help, champion." Suddenly she laughed. "What's so funny? It just occurred to me, I no longer need to come up with a way to leave you out of things." She shook her head. "I think the Senes Chow was getting a little suspicious about the number of random lightning strikes and lanterns that fell out of a window in my reports. Should have gone to Varric. He'd have helped you come up with something much better." Orsino was giving a speech on the stairs leading to the Viscount's keep. It was a pretty speech. Right up until Meredith showed up and ordered everyone to return to their homes. Gabriel sighed, and started to walk over. Orsino saw him. "Wait. Perhaps there are some who might disagree with you, Knight Commander." Meredith shook his head. "The champion has proven himself Kirkwall's greatest defender. I doubt that he favors sedition. Sounds like you two have quite the little argument going. And if someone didn't back down soon, it might turn to bloodshed." "This is not an argument." Meredith's eyes narrowed as she looked at Orsino. "It's treason." "Scratch might. Replace with definitely. I think the champion's views would be appreciated." Orsino walked down the stairs. "Or do you fear what he has to say?" "Not at all." "Do you agree with the first enchanter's accusations, champion?" All of the city knew he was a mage. Orsino clearly expected him to take the side of the mages. If he hadn't spent the previous evening helping Avellini and her guards deal with a bandit operation actually run by a demon some idiot had summoned, he might have. "Rogue mages are constantly threatening the city." Meredith nodded. "Exactly." She turned back to Orsino. "Would you have us do nothing in response? I would have you not paint us all with the same brush. Not all mages are waiting for the opportunity to wreak havoc. You know as well as I that temptation preys on every mage, no matter how noble their intentions." Orsino gestured. "You hear this, yes?" He glared at Gabriel. "She would lock you up too, if she were able." Meredith actually shook her head in denial. "The champion saved this city, unlike some who threaten it with their misguided outrage. You push us into desperate acts, and then use that as justification to press even further." Orsino spread his hands and shook his head. "What are you trying to do here?" Gabriel looked at Orsino. "Cause a rebellion. The people of this city need to know what is really happening," Orsino replied. "And then what?" Meredith asked. "They tear down the gallows with pitchforks and torches? That would be better. It cannot be worse." Orsino glared at her. "Your refusal to listen to reason leaves me no choice. What I refuse to listen to are excuses." She pointed a threatening finger at Orsino. "Perhaps you are ill-fit to your position if you cannot understand this." Damn it, neither of them was going to back down. He stepped closer, until he was almost standing between them. "Threatening each other isn't going to help matters." She nodded. "And what should I do, instead?" "Allow this to continue." He raised a hand in a calming gesture. Your measures have become more extreme over the past few years. And you could do better. She shook her head. How well did you guard your own mother? Did she not die at a blood mage's hands? He narrowed his eyes, and she actually stepped back slightly. Leave my mother out of this. Cold corpses speak louder than abstract freedoms, do they not? She sighed. As long as that's true, Kirkwall needs its Templars more than it needs a new ruler. And when will that end? Orsino asked. When will you stop seeing evil in every corner? When it's no longer there? Meredith's eyes were ice. If she kept this way, it was going to end badly. And not just for Orsino. She needed to see that mages themselves weren't the enemy. And, as much as he hated to admit it, she had a point. Sorry to break it to you, Orsino, but I think you're wrong. Her shoulders actually relaxed slightly as she nodded at him. Justice shall be tempered by mercy. That has never been your code. I will not submit to this. He was about to step all the way between them when the crowd parted to allow Grand Cleric Elthina through. My, such a terrible commotion. This mage incites rebellion, Your Grace. Meredith gestured. I am dealing with the matter. Elthina nodded, her expression serious. Ah, Orsino. So frustrated. Do you think this is truly wise? I. And the man finally found his sense of self-preservation. No, Your Grace. Of course not. She turned to the Templars. Young men, would you show the first enchanter back to the circle? Gently, if you please. Your Grace. Meredith shook her head in protest. He should be clapped in irons, made an example dash. That's enough, Meredith. The Grand Cleric's voice was firm, and sharp. This demeans us all, surely you can see that? Go back to the gallows and calm down, like a good girl. Elthina waited until Meredith had stalked off before turning to him. You have my thanks for stepping in, champion. If you had not. Short of putting those two in cells, I doubt anything will keep them from each other. Putting them in cells wasn't that bad an idea, actually. Unfortunately, there was no one with the authority to actually do that. Elthina sighed. Sadly true. The champion sided with Meredith. Cassandra shook her head. Leliana paced thoughtfully. It was Meredith who named him champion, after all. If Varric is being truthful, she certainly seemed to expect his allegiance. And we know both she and Grand Cleric Elthina made requests of him, in that position. It is odd, that she would allow a mage to live openly, when she was supposedly cracking down on the gallows. Varric's story is inconsistent. No. Meredith was simply being prudent. Leliana gestured at where a map was laid out on the table, and then touched her finger to several markings. Kirkwall was threatened 4 times during his time as champion. Faced with similar threats, Markham, Ostwick, and Wycombe sent armies. Kirkwall sent the champion. She shook her head. Let us not forget that the champion was Namel. It could just be as simple as she did not wish to suffer the losses she would no doubt incur if she did attempt to take him in against his will. Cassandra nodded slowly. And he did save the city. She would face opposition from the nobility if she tried. I see your point. Cassandra. Yes. Leliana frowned at the map. I've been going over it. Varric claimed that Nathaniel Howe and Carver Hawk were in Kirkwall when it happened. We know Markham sent aid to Kirkwall. But except for Varric's story, there's nothing that says the Wardens were involved. Do you think Varric is lying? No. On the contrary, I'm concerned because I think he is telling the truth. Why were they in Kirkwall, on a mission important enough that they could not aid the champion against the Cunnery for more than a single fight? A very good question. Chapter 22, On the Loose. Gabriel came home to find Runt making a racket. The greying hound was barking fiercely at the wardrobe. I'm sure the furniture's very sorry for whatever it did, old boy. Runt gave him an annoyed look. The dog had clearly been spending too much time around Avellini. All right. Let's see. A voice came out of the wardrobe. Please don't open the door. Runt barked. He may not be as fluent in Maberry as Sandal, but he was pretty sure the dog had just said told you so. You've caught a burglar. He rubbed the dog's ears. Good boy. Runt barked happily. The man in the wardrobe let out a long-suffering sigh. My legs are cramping. Please just let me go. The door opened, and a man climbed out, watching Runt warily. You expect me just to let you walk out of here? Gabriel leaned on his staff, and saw the burglar's eyes widen. It seemed the man didn't know whose house he had broken into. Amusing. Please, Sarah. I was seduced by crime at a very young age. The burglar held up a pleading hand. But your guard monster has scared me towards a path of honest work. Gabriel rubbed his forehead and laughed softly. The man had actually said that with a straight face. He shook his head, then tossed the man a sovereign. I'll give you to the count of 5 before I sick my mulberry on you. The burglar started to give him a grateful look before processing the words. What? Surely you wouldn't. 1. But. 2. The burglar did a fair imitation of a terrified 3-year-old before fleeing. Gabriel snickered. 3, 4, 5. Make sure our guest leaves quickly. Runt barked happily before giving chase. Gabriel shrugged, and went to go see if anything interesting was happening at the Hanged Man. Or, alternatively, to make something interesting happen at the Hanged Man. Isabella was in her usual spot. He walked up behind her. Oh, that looks like the house special. Whiskey flavored with rat droppings. She drained the glass. You don't have to keep checking up on me. I'm fine. He wouldn't have to keep checking up on her if she wasn't making such an effort to avoid him. I'm just here for the rat-flavored whiskey. Right. She sighed. Remember what you said after the mess with the cunnery. I'm proud of you for doing the right thing. He ordered them another round. It may have been the right thing, but it was also the dumb thing. She drained her drink, then took his. The relic was mine. I should have kept running. He bumped her with an elbow and made an attempt to grab his drink back. I couldn't have saved Kirkwall without you. She switched hands to keep the drink out of his reach. Bullshit. You could have stormed the keep and slaughtered all those cunnery if you had to. You and Avellini. I mean, look at her, she's a woman-shaped battering ram. The fact is. She downed his drink. You and I have nothing in common anymore. You're a champion, and I'm just a lying, thieving snake. He signaled the bartender for another round, then put a hand on her shoulder. Whatever you think you are, I still care about you. It must have been hard to give up the relic, and I appreciate it. Whatever comes, you have my support. Her lower lip actually quivered. It was adorable. She took her drink. Well, perhaps it's time to stop hiding, and I do miss the trouble we used to get into. She leaned her head onto his shoulder for a moment. He laughed. I bet there's a heart of gold in you. We just have to dig it out and sell it. A laugh escaped her. Tell you what. I'll be here if you need me. He watched her walk off into the tavern. It took him a moment to realize she'd taken his drink. Again. Ah, Isabella. Varric shook his head and laughed. He seriously jumped on it. Anders nodded. If you think that was bad, I should tell you about the Black Marsh. See, when you say things like that, Blondie, it just makes me glad I didn't know you sooner. Varric leaned back in his chair. Who goes to a place named Black Marsh on purpose? Now, if they called it Beer Marsh. He stopped. No, still doesn't work. You've got a point. The marsh part does cancel out anything else. Anders gestured. Flower Marsh? Kitten Marsh? Nope. No good. He straightened when Hawk entered, and gave the other mage a nod. Ah, you've got company. I'll see you later. Hawk. What can I do for you? Varric turned to face his friend. What was Anders here for? Hawk asked, coming to sit across from him. Only place in Kirkwall he can get a decent drink. Blondie comes by here, and I put him on my tab. He's got some stories about his days in Ferelden that sound implausible even to me. Varric shrugged. He's not bad for a mage. Crazy, but that's most everyone in this city. I wouldn't say no to a pint. Hawk sniffed at the mugs, then wrinkled his nose. I should make you buy the drinks, O champion of Kirkwall. Not that the champion actually had to pay for drinks in the Hanged Man. Hawk laughed. So what's the word in Lowtown, Varric? Nothing you don't know already. The Viscount's departure. The sheer number of nobles who seemed to think Hawk should take on the job. A vacuum of power. Troubles brewing. Varric sighed. Get rid of one threat and another appears. I'm starting to think this city is in love with crisis. Hope you're ready for it, my friend. I'm keeping Bianca close. Hawk nodded. Do you know what happened last week, Varric? He shook his head. Templars came to my door. To ask. For my help. He took a drink. Knight Captain Cullen asked me to look into some abominations on the coast. I had Templar backup, Varric. Templars. Moira took a claw to the shoulder protecting me. Sebastian told me about it, Varric said. Did you really hurl an abomination halfway across the bay? It was trying to eat you, not the point, Varric. Hawk turned the drink around in his hands. I almost miss the dark spawn. At least with them, you always know who the bad guys are. There were messages waiting for him on the desk, both from Knight Commander. One seemed polite, even warm. It had apparently come with a gift, a Templar-style suit of armor. Well now, not hard to see the extra message in that one. Or maybe that really was an effort to be friendly and diplomatic. It was hard to tell with her. He briefly considered putting on the Templar armor and heading down the passage to visit Anders. The other was a request for assistance, asking him to meet her at the Templar Hall at his earliest convenience. Well, this should be fun. Knight Captain Cullen's smile was actually warm when Gabriel entered Templar Hall the next morning. Gabriel walked over to the man and offered greetings. Cullen gave him a small bow. Champion. I'm sure you know how much it meant to the Knight Commander for you to take her side against Orsino. Cullen tilted his head. But surely you're the only mage in Kirkwall who can approach the Knight Commander directly if you wished. What would you have of me? Best to know where everyone stood. He might not agree with Cullen on everything, but he did like and respect the man. Everyone says the Knight Commander's gone crazy. Are you still behind her? The people ask too much of her. She needs a spine of iron to survive her position. I have seen madness before. I saw Uldred's eyes when there was nothing human left in them. The Knight Commander. Cullen sighed. She is not there yet. But I do not have to ask where the rumors come from. Well, that was comforting to know. I just wanted to see how an old friend is doing in this difficult time. After what happened in Ferelden, I told myself I would never again question the purpose of the Order. Cullen moved as if a great weight was sitting on his shoulders. But it grows harder each day to tell whether I am serving the Templars or only the Knight Commander. It may be that they are no longer one and the same. Gabriel nodded. I'm sure you've already received a report from your Templars. I'd just like to add that Moira does your order proud. Wish all were like her. Cullen chuckled. She says the same of you and mages. Your assistance was appreciated, champion. Anytime. Meredith actually smiled when she saw him. Champion. Welcome. He gave her a bow. Always a pleasure, and may I say that outfit was a wise choice. I do not wear this armor for the way it looks, champion. No? That's far too flattering to be an accident. She shook her head, but her lips twitched just slightly. Compliments are unnecessary. She gestured for him to walk with her. This is no social call. There was an incident within the gallows. A number of phylacteries were destroyed and several mages took the opportunity to escape. We've recovered most of the fugitives. However, I require your assistance in tracking down the last 3. He blinked. How did the phylacteries get destroyed? Her fists clenched. An insurrection. Several of my own Templars orchestrated the escape, presumably out of sympathy for the mages. They turned their backs on their duty and endangered their charges, as well as the city. Thankfully most who escaped fled to their families and offered no resistance. The last 3 are proving more. Her head shake revealed frustration. Difficult. If they were dangerous, he'd take care of it. If they weren't, well, he'd still take care of it. I will do whatever I can. Your willingness to help does you credit. I believe the apostates are being sheltered by loved ones. It is understandable, but misguided and very dangerous. Talk to these mages' families, learn where they are hiding and find them before they do harm. She nodded to him. I know you, of all people, understand the danger such apostates pose. Speak to my assistant, Elsa. She can tell you what you need to know about the fugitives. I bid you good day, champion. He gave her another bow, then went to speak with Elsa. It was somewhat disturbing, talking to a tranquil, but he got the information he needed. He bid her farewell, then went to go get some backup. He arrived at the mansion to find Avellini and Fenris having a rather heated conversation. An elf matching your description, on the ship you named. And alone, as far as I could tell. Avellini, at least, was sitting calmly. Fenris on the other hand, was pacing back and forth. I need to know if it's a trap. I did as you asked, Fenris. Now it's up to you. She looked up and saw Gabriel standing there. You talk to him, Hawk. She rose, and started to leave. I've had my fill for today. Venhides. Fastavas. Fenris stopped pacing, and leaned on the table. Gabriel watched Avellini go, then turned back to Fenris. Maybe it's just me, but I'd swear you're upset. He sighed. It's my sister. He glanced up, but didn't quite meet Gabriel's eyes. I didn't tell you, but I followed up on Hadriana's information. Everything she said was true. I had to keep it quiet, but I eventually contacted Verania and sent her coin enough to come meet me. He slumped somewhat. And now she's here. She was in Carinus after all. Gabriel smiled. So far, this all was sounding like good news. No wonder Fenris was out of sorts. My sister left Magister Ahriman's service, and I found her in Minrithus. That made things more difficult. But according to the men I paid, it's just as Hadriana said, she's not a slave. Fenris looked down at his hands. She's a tailor, in fact. Getting a letter to her was difficult, and she didn't believe me at first. A variety of expressions came over his face. But she's finally come. Yes, everything's gone exactly according to plan. What could be worse? Actually, given how things usually worked for them, that really wasn't the most comforting thing to say. Come to think of it, things going according to plan was a good reason to be nervous. Yes, laugh at me. Fenris shook his head, then looked up at him. Come with me, Hawk. I need you there when I meet her. When it came right down to it, the man had better puppy eyes than Meryl and Orana put together. Where is she? If we go to the Hanged Man during the day, she'll be there. For the next week, at least. It would mean a lot to me. That's all I ask. With that vulnerable expression on his face, Fenris could have asked him to conquer the Imperium and he'd have found a way to do it. The Knight Commander was just going to have to wait. The red-haired elven woman at the table looked up as they approached. Her face remained expressionless. It really is you. Gabriel felt a chill as he looked around. There were remarkably few people in the tavern. He caught Isabella's eye, and she gave him a slight nod before flicking her eyes towards the stairs. Well. Shit. Verania? Fenris's voice softened. I remember you. We played in our master's courtyard while Mother worked. You called me Leto. Verania said. That's your name. What's wrong? Fenris asked. Why are you so? I'll give you 3 guesses. Gabriel drew his staff. The man who walked down the stairs also held a staff. His lined face wore a cruel, satisfied smile. Ah, my little Fenris. Predictable as always. Verania stood and moved away. I'm sorry it came to this, Leto. You led him here. Anger and hurt roared in Fenris's voice. Now, Fenris. Dainarius smirked. His tone was patient, sounding almost like someone speaking to a child. Don't blame your sister. She did what any good imperial citizen should. I never wanted these filthy markings, Daenerys. But I won't let you kill me to get them. And now Fenris was glowing. It was really never a good sign when any of his friends did that. Daenerys laughed. Oh, how little you know, my pet. The man's eyes turned towards Gabriel. And this is your new master, then? The champion of Kirkwall? Impressive. Fenris doesn't belong to anyone. It had been some time since Gabriel had wanted to kill someone as badly as he did at this moment. But, to be fair and a good friend, he'd probably have to let Fenris take this one. Do I detect a note of jealousy? It's not surprising. The lad is rather skilled, isn't he? Gabriel felt white-hot rage at Daenerys's words. Oh, look at that, now his staff was starting to glow. It was time for the violence then. Shut your mouth, Daenerys. Fenris went for his sword. The Magi sighed as he signaled his forces to attack. The word is master. Mercenaries started to come down the stairs. Focused as they were on Fenris and Gabriel, they never saw Varric and Isabella coming. Isabella brought both of her short axes down into the shoulders of a mage that was starting to cast. Daenerys put up a barrier around himself, then started summoning demons. Gabriel put up a barrier of his own, then alternated between aiding his friends and countering the spells Daenerys tried to bring in to bear. He sent an occasional spray of ice and blast from his staff, but decided not to start with the fireballs. If he burned down the hanged man, Isabella would kill him. The expression on Daenerys's face when he realized his men and demons were being slaughtered was almost comical. The Magi tried to bring another spell in, and Gabriel hit him with a blast of ice to the stomach. Fenris leaped over a table and was on the man before he could get back to his feet. Fenris glowed as he picked up Daenerys, his hand phased into the other man's head. You are no longer my master. Daenerys groaned, and there was a rather sickening splork noise as Fenris dropped him. Slowly, the elf turned to where his sister was cowering in a corner. I had no choice, Leto. She held her hands in front of herself in a gesture that combined warding with surrendering. Fenris was nearly snarling. Stop calling me that. He was going to make me his apprentice. I would have been a Magister. That might not have been the wisest thing she could have said in her own defense. You sold out your own brother to become a Magister. Fenris started walking towards her. She backed away. You have no idea what we went through. What I've had to do since Mother died. This was my only chance. And now you've no chance at all. Please. Varania begged. Don't do this. Her eyes went to Gabriel. Please tell him to stop. Gabriel sighed. Wait. Odds were Fenris would regret taking her life, one day. Especially if he had good memories of her return. Don't kill her. Why not? Fenris glared at him. She was ready to see me killed. What is she to me other than just one more tool of the Magisters? This is your family, Fenris. He met his friend's eyes, saw the other man understand just how much that word meant. Varric approached. Elf. He shook his head. Fenris. I know how hard this is to believe, but this is the last thing you want to do. Fenris looked from one to the other. He didn't turn to look at his sister. Get out. She started to flee, then stopped a couple feet from the door. You said you didn't ask for this, but that's not true. You wanted it. You competed for it. When you won you used the boon to have Mother and I freed. Why are you telling me this? Fenris's voice was pained. Freedom was no boon. I look on you now and I think you received the better end of the bargain. She went through the door. Fenris looked around at the corpses piled on the floor. I thought discovering my past would bring a sense of belonging, but I was wrong. Magic has tainted that, too. There is nothing for me to reclaim. I am alone. I'm here, Fenris. Gabriel tried to comfort his friend. Fenris looked at him, then reached out and touched his cheek gently. Then he held up his hands and stared at the markings. You heard what Varania said? I wanted these. I fought for them. I feel unclean, like this magic is not only etched into my skin, but has also stained me soul. Let's go. He took a deep breath. I need to get out of here. Gabriel tossed a couple sovereigns towards where Korf was peering out from behind the bar, then followed his friend. They ended up at the estate. Orana, for her part, was delighted to hear of Denarius's death. Gabriel hadn't realized that she had apparently been concerned the man would one day take her back as well. He could hear her singing in the kitchen. Fenris clearly didn't want to talk about what happened yet, so he filled them in on his conversation with Meredith. Varric blinked. Let me get this straight. The Iron Lady herself came to you for help. She was actually civil. Friendly even. Did you know she gave me my own suit of Templar armor? Isabella snickered. I dare you to wear it to visit Anders. Better, Varric said, trying not to choke. Give it to Fenris, and let him wear it to visit Anders. Isn't it lovely how dedicated certain of our friends are to getting us killed? Gabriel asked Fenris, who was clearly fighting back laughter of his own. Also, apparently being a Basalatin means there is a Qunari in Hightown who wants me to collect any Qunari swords I find and take them to him. Fenris nodded. Come on, Daisy. You've been holed up in here for days. If you don't get some sunshine, you'll wilt. Meryl was staring that mirror again. I'm not a plant, Varric. I'm fine. Just take a walk around the Lowtown market. Varric sighed. Get some air, and I'll stop bothering you. Meryl shook her head. No, you mean well. But I have too much to do right now. I'll let you talk some sense into her, Hawk. Varric stalked away, shooting Meryl worried looks. Varric is. Meryl sighed. Very sweet. Frequently infuriating and a terrible busybody, but sweet. Were you looking for me? Nothing's wrong, is it? I'm sure something is wrong somewhere in Kirkwall, but right now it can wait. Gabriel gave her a worried look of his own. And I'm being a poor host, as usual. In the market the other day, out of the corner of my eye. She sat down, hunching her shoulders a little. I thought I saw Mahariel. I blinked, and he was gone. I don't know what it meant. Maybe nothing. Maybe I'm going mad. I miss them all. Even the keeper. He put a hand on her shoulder. You miss Keeper Maradhuri? Are you feverish? Did you take a blow to the head? I must have. I even miss her scolding me. I wish I could have seen. She stood up and shook her head. It doesn't matter. I'm here now. Maybe Varric was right. Shall we go out for a bit? I could use some sunshine. Well, as it happens, there is something wrong in Kirkwall. He filled her in on what Meredith's assistant had told him. So, now we've got to determine if these mages are dangerous and need to be dealt with, or figure out how to smuggle them out of the city. I'm sure Anders knows a way. True, but Juan is an elf. Might be easier to convince him we mean well if you are with us. Evelina, I think I may have actually met her. Her description matches the woman we used to give coin to over by Tomwise's stand in Darktown. The one whose children were hungry. Meryl's eyes went wide. We have to get her and her kids to safety then. My thoughts exactly. Let's go talk to Nissa. Oh. Greetings, Messera. My mistress is away, seeing to a customer, but she will be back shortly. Is there anything I can do to help you? Gabriel gave her a friendly smile. You could tell me about your husband, Juan. That would be helpful. Nissa sighed, and leaned against one of the pillars in the market stand. When the Templars came, I told them the truth, I hadn't seen Juan in 10 years. But after they left, he came to me. He wanted me to hide him. I used to dream of him returning. But not like this. He's changed, and I don't know him anymore. I sent him away. Her voice was melancholy. So you hadn't seen him since he left you? Juan didn't leave me. Her eyes narrowed. He was taken away. When the Templars found out he was a mage, they chained him and dragged him from the alienage. In front of everyone. Now I'm trapped in this. She shook her head. This sham. Married, but with no husband, and no future. Did he hurt you? Only broke my heart. How has Huan changed? Nissa, he was obsessed with showing everyone true elven power. He frightened me. If he had been himself, I would have taken him back gladly. But Huan said he would return to take me away from this forever. Empty promises, Fenris muttered. I don't know what he means, and I am afraid of him, Messera. Would it help if I returned? I'll make sure you're safe. She hesitated, then glanced at Meryl, and then finally nodded. Would be grateful. Huan said he would come to the alienage soon, at nightfall. Are you going to arrest him? I think he needs help. Maybe the circle will be able to heal whatever troubles him. Thoughts? Gabriel glanced at his friends. Meryl frowned. She knew him best. If she's scared, it may be with good reason, Fenris said. He sighed, and nodded. Let's fetch Avellini. If it does get bad, the people should see their guard defending them. And their champion, Varric added. He stood at the door, watching Avellini call off orders to her people. Guardsmen, duties for the week will be Lowtown canvas. 5 on, 3 off. Donnic nodded. City perimeter by 2s, clear by 2nd watch. Brennan straightened her back. Training recruits. Full metal by week's end. Anything else, Captain? Donnic asked. No. Thank you. She waited for them to file out before turning to look at Gabriel. Donnic is. She sighed. A good man. I'm sorry, was there something you wanted? He gave her a teasing smile. You never said how your 3 weeks in Orlais went. You're right. She smiled. I didn't. Phew. Varric fanned his face. Hot in here. Anything else? He glanced over his shoulder into the barracks. Your men could give the Templars a run for their sovereigns. They've had to. As long as there's no Viscount, the Order thinks they can bark at any man in uniform. She folded her arms. I won't have it. The people of Kirkwall need to see themselves in their guard. Lose that connection, we're just targets. Just checking in. Need anything? She considered a moment. Yes, there's something. Come back soon. I'll get into it then. He nodded. There may be some trouble. He filled her in. Thought the guard should be represented. Doing the Templars' jobs for them and all that. Her lips twitched slightly. I'm in. A guard greeted them as they re-entered the alienage. There was something vaguely familiar about the elven woman. Her eyes widened as she saw them. Champion. It's Leah. Do you remember me? You saved me from that murderer when I was a kid. She blinked when she saw Avellini. Sorry, Captain. I don't mean to dash. Avellini gave her a nod, but there was a fondness in her eyes. Not at all. Go on. I wanted to say thank you. I wasn't thinking straight the day you saved me. That monster deserved what he got. She gave Avellini a nod. Captain. Dismissed. Avellini watched the young woman return to her duties, then smiled at Gabriel. She joined the guard a couple months back. She's got a good understanding of what we're up against. I thought I saw her following Brennan around. Gabriel watched the elves of the alienage give the young guardswoman friendly nods as she passed. Good to know she's doing well. Avellini laughed softly. Brennan fusses over her like a mother hen with one chick, but Leah is shaping up well. I've had 2 more elves apply to join since taking in Leah. They were attacked. By the time they'd dealt with the attackers, Nissa was nearly to Huan. Her walk was slow, almost stiff-legged. She whimpered her husband's name. Hush, love. Don't be afraid. Huan drove the dagger up under her ribcage. Your blood will bring new life to our people. He laid her down almost tenderly. She was so beautiful. Gabriel had said he'd protect her. He'd failed. Someday, I'd like to go 1 week without meeting an insane mage. Just 1 week. I am a visionary. I've seen our destiny. Huan's eyes glowed strangely. I know what fate holds for the elves. The humans keep us down because they're afraid of the magic within us. Nissa's blood began to swirl in the air around him. Look at the magic Nissa held inside her. She was just afraid to use it. It's always the same. Fenris drew his blade. Always. Gabriel was really beginning to wish Fenris didn't have a point. He called his magic to him as the demons came. They went back to where he remembered Evelina being. There were two boys now on the spot. One was an older lad, probably 16, while the other looked closer to 10. The older boy glared defensively as they approached. We got nothing here you'd want. Get back to Hightown and leave us alone. You're a little young for a blood mage, and I thought Evelina was a girl's name. Gabriel stopped a few feet from the boys, not wanting to scare them off. I'm not Evelina. I'm Walter. Evelina was our. He narrowed his eyes. Friend. His voice became angry and sad. She was our mother. Evelina found us when the Darkspawn came, when our parents died. She made sure we got to Kirkwall safely. The younger boy peeked out from behind the older one. I miss her. But when she went to join the circle here, they called her apostate for leaving the tower in Ferelden. They locked her up. Walter shook his head. Don't you have any other family? There were still many refugees in Kirkwall. Everyone died in the Blight. Evelina kept picking us up, new children every day, everyone she could save. Do the Templars know you're here? They don't care. They only want Evelina. They likely never gave the boys a thought. He'd have a word with a few of them. Didn't she want to stay free, with you? She didn't want us to be stuck in Darktown. Walter's shoulders drooped. She wanted to give us a real life. She thought the circle would help her. But they just locked her away. If you tell me where Evelina is, I'll try my best to help her. You can trust me. He could get them all on a ship back to Ferelden. From what he'd heard, the circle there was Evelina's best bet. No one can help her. Walter's voice was quiet. The Templars made Evelina angry. They made her change. The younger boy flared. It wasn't her fault. When it was over, she was ashamed. She ran into the tunnels and hid. Shut up, Cricket. Don't tell them that. Gabriel closed his eyes for a moment. She'd changed. Abomination. As much as he wanted to help, it was too late. Evelina's in the sewer tunnels. You can't go there. She'll know we told you and she'll be angry at us. Angry? Panic showed on Cricket's face. I didn't like when she got angry. We have to hide. Walter ran after him. Cricket. They caught up with the boys in the sewer tunnel. Gabriel strode towards them worriedly. What are you doing here? Walter squared his shoulders. I thought if we warned her about you, she wouldn't be angry. But then she dash. A woman's voice floated towards them. Walter. She's coming. Run. The boys only made it a few steps before sliding to a stop. The woman stepped out of the shadows. It was the beggar woman. She gestured at the boys. There you are. Don't run from me, Walter. You know those are the rules. Funny. Gabriel unlimbered his staff, and gestured for his companions to spread out. In my house we always felt running away from violent madwomen was a good thing. These are my children. You and your kind abandoned them. You're Fereldan, like us, but you feast on sweetmeats while your people starve in the Undercity. I spit on you, traitor, and on the pathetic Templars that sent you. Her form began to change as she spoke. Kirkwall should be mine. Then my children will have a whole city to play in. He put up a barrier around the boys as the demons started to appear, and noted that Avellini moved in to place herself between the children and danger, with Meryl only a step behind her. He focused his spells on the demons and the abomination, as Fenris and Varric backed him up. There were tears in the eyes of both boys. Walter was shaking his head. Avellini moved to block their view of the dead woman. I don't understand. Evelina loved us. She saved us. Why would she try to hurt us now? Evelina would never hurt you, child. Gabriel kept his voice gentle. That was a demon. Remember her as she was a brave, kind, loving woman. Walter scrubbed at his face with a hand. I'll try. I just don't know what we'll do now. Take this, Gabriel pressed 5 sovereigns into his hand. And use it wisely. Thank you, Messere. Walter glanced at Cricket. I should go buy some food for the others. They've been hungry for a long time. Gabriel blinked, then looked up at Avellini before looking back at the boys. How many others? There were 18 children in his living room, ranging in age from Walter down to a girl no older than 7. She must have been an infant in arms when they left Ferelden. And the scary part was Orana clearly looked as if she wanted to keep all of them. She was passing around cookies and making sure bellies were appropriately stuffed. Anders was tending to various small hurts and sniffles, as Meryl sat cross-legged next to the fire, telling a story about mulberry hounds and the dread wolf to several attentive children and one attentive runt. Varric and Isabella were teaching another group of kids how to play. He really hoped that wasn't Wicked Grace. Fenris was the man hiding? Avellini was talking to Bothan. Walter is old enough I can find work for him at the barracks. Not a guard, but we need someone to deliver messages and the like. She looked up at him. It won't be pay enough for him to feed all of them. I'll make sure they get fed, Gabriel said. It's putting a roof over their heads that concerns me. I have entirely too many people trying to kill me for them to stay here for long. He narrowed his eyes. I'm going to have words with some Templars. That's actually not a bad idea, Avellini said. Wesley was taken in by the Templars when he was 14, and they trained and cared for him until he was old enough to actually join. And he still turned into a good man. I'll talk to Cullen and Moira. He started to walk away, and Avellini reached out and grabbed him by the front of his armor. You will not. She narrowed her eyes and stared at him. Let Isabella adopt any of them to be her new crew. She held his gaze for a long moment before releasing him. No piracy. Got it. He walked to Bodan. You've got this in hand. Oh, yes Messere. Orana and I will see to them, don't you worry. Fenris followed him out of the house. A moment later, Varric and Isabella did as well, though those two were more accurately chased out by Avellini. He shrugged, and headed to the Delancet estate. A butler let him in, and the lady of the house herself came to meet them a few moments later. He bowed. You look lovely tonight, my lady. Oh, you are too kind. She tittered. I am so honored to have the champion in my home. I will call for refreshments. Talia. She let out a long-suffering sigh. She is so slow, this girl. Come, let us chat while we wait. He followed her into another room. You're extremely cheery for a woman whose son is wanted by the Templars. Emil? Oh, yes. She waved a hand dismissively. The Templars were asking about our poor boy recently. I haven't seen Emil since he was taken to the circle. He was just 6. Her eyes danced all over nervously. You can tell the Templars not to worry. I'm sure Emil will turn himself in soon. He's a good boy. He was about to ask her a few more questions when a man entered the room. Dulci. What have you done? You should have told the boy to throw himself at the mercy of the Templars. Guillaume, darling. She tried to cut him off, but he interrupted her again. Don't darling me, Dulci. He's been telling people he's our son, that you gave him gold. Gilwami, darling. She swallowed, and flicked her eyes towards Gabriel. We have guests. Gabriel smiled. Don't stop on my account. This is fascinating. I didn't mean to lie to you, champion, the Countess said, continuing to lie to him. Badly. I barely saw Emil, I didn't think it was worth mentioning. I gave him some money. Not too much. He said he wanted to start a new life. New life. Count Delancet shook his head. His new life is spent in low-town taverns, getting drunk on cheap wine. It's a wonder the Templars haven't found him yet. He gave Gabriel a beseeching look. Help us, please, champion. Emil is not a blood mage, just a foolish boy. Don't let the Templars kill him. Blood mage? Oh, Guillaume, don't say that. She swayed on her feet. Please, save my son's life. He held up a calming hand. It looks like the Countess is in greater danger of expiring at the moment. Yes, Dulcie, she's, high-strung. An acquaintance spied Emil and the Hanged Man not long ago. He should still be there. The Hanged Man. She laid the back of her hand on her forehead and swayed some more. Oh, but that place is filthy. Come, Dulcie. Perhaps you should lie down. He ushered his wife out of the room, leaving Gabriel standing there with his companions. Oh. But the Hanged Man is so filthy. Varric did a fair imitation of the Countess before chuckling. It is filthy, Fenris said, glancing down at the dwarf. Isabella just shook her head. They are so Orlshian. They met Anders on the way to the Hanged Man. Since Gabriel's position gave his friends some level of protection, it wasn't all that unusual for Anders to actually walk through Hightown openly. Privately, Gabriel thought Anders rather enjoyed scandalizing the neighbors. It was something they had in common. He looked around the Hanged Man as they entered. There was the usual crowd. And a man in rather outlandish clothing passed out on one of the tables. He sighed, and walked over. Emil de Lancet. The man looked up at him with bleary eyes. Hey. How do you know my name? Did Nella tell you? Emil glanced at a woman at the bar before looking back at him. I gave her my Lancet signet ring in exchange for a kiss, and tonight, she's going to make me a man. Isabella elbowed Gabriel. This is what lack of sex does to a person. I can only watch in horror. Anders sighed. He's lived in the circle all his life. He can't function in the real world. Varric pinched the bridge of his nose. The Count was right. How did the Templars miss him? Gabriel sighed. Probably because they were looking for a dangerous apostate. Emil gestured at the bartender, who ignored him. Round of drinks on me? I'm Emil, as you know. And you are? Feeling very sorry for you. It was possible smuggling this man out of Kirkwall was also a bad idea. Especially if this was his idea of laying low. I'm also helping the Templars hunt a mage named Emil de Lancet, and here you are. Oh, buggery. Emil stood up, nearly tripping on his chair in the process. I know what this is about. He shook his head frantically. I'm not a blood mage, all right? I started that rumor because... He shrugged helplessly. Because I thought it would make me sound dangerous and... The man gave what he clearly thought was a smooth smile. It made Isabella actually snort the drink she'd just swiped out of her nose. Suave. Do you have a death wish? Anders stared at the man in disbelief. You grew up in the circle, you know what the Templars do to blood mages. I've only told people in the tavern. And only women. Emil gestured. You don't understand. I've been in the circle since I was 6. For 20 years I was locked up. Never had a real drink, or cooked something for myself. He spread his hands, and his voice became dreamy. Never stood in the rain, or kissed a girl. Anders shrugged. The Ferelden circle's more fun. Everyone was kissing everyone. He considered a moment, then continued thoughtfully. Though that was before the abominations. Varric led Isabella to another table as the woman fought desperately to keep from laughing out loud. It was so nice having helpful friends. Really, what would he do without them? Gabriel sighed, then looked back at Emil. I just wanted to live a little. Emil said. He sighed. If you're going to kill me, do it. I'd rather die drunk. Killing him would just be unsporting. Did you really escape the circle so you could kiss a girl? Well, not just that. I've read so much about the other things you can do with girls. Fenris finally got his voice working. This is an act. The mage makes himself out to be harmless. No. Anders sighed. I think he's really that pathetic. Gabriel glared at them both. You can't run, he said to Emil. The Templars will find you eventually. Emil lowered his voice conspiratorially. Or he tried to. It was possible they couldn't actually hear him in the gallows. I'll make you a deal, all right? Give me one night. Just one night. He looked back at the girl by the bar. One of the tavern girls, Nella, agreed to lie with me. I even paid for a room. He was practically begging. Please, let me have this. You can take me back in chains after. He sighed. Why don't you start small, and leave the chains for when you're more experienced? Huh. He sighed as Isabella lost her battle against laughter. Just go, do, whatever. He walked towards the table as Emil went upstairs with Nella. Deal the cards, he said to Varric. At least Emil considered the experience worth potentially being made tranquil and or executed. He headed in to report to Meredith. She turned towards him as he entered her office. I'm led to believe that both Juan and Evelina are dead. Unfortunate but necessary. She folded her arms. Emil de Lancet, however, turned himself in. Rather happily, I might add. I would have had him executed immediately, but the boy's father made an impassioned appeal on his behalf. She raised an eyebrow at him. What say you, champion? Do you believe Emil to be dangerous? As dangerous as a bull calf. He sighed, and rubbed a hand across his forehead. He told people he was a blood mage to get girls. Lock him up and you'll be fine. She stared at him for a moment. And then they both laughed. She shook her head. Very well, Emil will keep his life, though I will watch him closely. He gave her a small bow. I'm pleased to have played a part in keeping the city safe. Anders shook his head. Wait. That's it? Pay us and send us on our way? Not a single thought given to the fact that you Templars brought all this upon yourselves. Yes, the mages had nothing to do with it, Fenris muttered. So the Templars are absolved of all responsibility. Anders shook his head at the elf. You can't be that big an idiot. Fenris glared right back. You think their crimes will allow anyone to trust you more? Meredith stood up straighter. Be very careful, mage. Your friendship with the champion protects you only so much. There were so many better places Anders could have chosen to have this particular conversation. Like, anywhere except the Knight Commander's office smack dab in the middle of Templar Hall. Keep it to yourself, Anders. We don't want to hear it. The other mage glared at him, but subsided. Meredith, for her part, seemed inclined to let the matter go. We do what we think is best for this city, mage. That is all we can do. She gave Gabriel a polite nod. I bid you good day, champion. I can't believe you. Anders started to say. Gabriel looked around to make sure they were out of earshot of anyone before glaring at the other man. Do you or do you not have 3 apostates hidden in my wine cellar right now? Maybe not the best time to get the Knight Commander taking a closer look at us, yes. Gabriel shook his head. I can't help you if she's angry at me, Anders. The man sighed, then nodded. I know. And I know it's why you are helping her and the Templars at all. I'm sorry. I wish it was the only reason, Gabriel said. Evelina. I can see what drove her. But Juan. I don't know if it's the Templars or just this city but... He sighed, then looked at Varric. Would you make sure Anders gets out of here without being pestered? I need to talk to Cullen. Sure, Hawk. Come on, Blondie. Let's go get a drink. Cullen nodded. Champion, what can I do for you? Actually, this is more something we can do for each other. You mentioned, half a lifetime ago, that the Templars are always in need of recruits. We are. Cullen smiled. Though I don't know that you are exactly Templar material. Evelina was protecting some children, Gabriel said. Immediately, Cullen's face went from smiling to concerned. Are they all right? Were any of them hurt? No. They are fine. But... He sighed. There are a lot of them. Avellini mentioned that Templars sometimes take recruits young. They do. I was 13 when I joined. Avellini is taking Walter, the oldest, for the guard, but there are 5 others in the 14 to 15 range. They know the dangers that mages face, but also know that mages can be good, decent, loving people. Sounds like exactly who we need as Templars, Cullen nodded. Where are they now? My estate. Bodan is looking after them. I'll come by this evening and speak with them. The champion was playing both sides. Cassandra folded her arms. That does make more sense. Getting good mages out, while working with the Templars to deal with those that trafficked with demons. Leliana nodded. And ensuring those that truly needed the protection of the circle were protected. It makes sense. And it appears that he provided some moderating influence on Meredith. She certainly does not seem unreasonable as some of the stories claim. We already know Cullen's version of the tale, Cassandra. Cassandra nodded. We do indeed. I wonder if any of these children were among the Templars that followed him from Kirkwall when he joined the Inquisition. All things considered, it seems unlikely Cullen would want to leave them, and some of those who accompanied him were on the young side. Check the description for the links to the author.